Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Lead me into your world.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the first broadcast day of the region for the 2025 Rocket League Championship Series. We had a qualifier play-in yesterday. We had some more play-ins for that one the week before, and now it's time to get the teams on your screen and give ourselves the first champion of Open number 1, building momentum to the Birmingham Major. I'm Wavepunk, I've got Bates, I've got Herc, I've got Damar. It's Rocket League time, baby. Here we are.
Here we are. It's going to be a good season. We've already had some exciting action leading up to this moment. We saw EU last week, how they're shaping up, and now it's NA time, baby. It's time to get it going.
It's feeling pretty great out here. Herc, how was the offseason for you?
Oh my gosh, off season was long. There was a couple fun events in there that kind of mixed things up, gave us a couple roster moves and peeks at things, but honestly, it was slightly filled up. So shout out to the community for kind of keeping things going in the off season, but it's officially time for what we've all been waiting for.
This is it. I get so excited. It's been, we were just talking about the space. It's been like almost 9 years of RLCS action at this point. And I'm being honest, I didn't think we were going to get this far, but here we are, still going. One of the craziest roster manias I feel like we've had in Rocket League history too, coming out before this season.
I know, very crazy. It's actually crazy, just a side note that you said you didn't think it'd make it this far. I was watching y'all back in the day. I knew it was going to make this far. I knew that was going to happen. Also, side note, talking about roster mirror as well. No G2 this around. It's going to make me cry. G2 fans,
how you feeling, man?
Put some hearts in the chat for G2, man. We know we missed you. Come back, Bates, just waiting for you. But we got a lot of rosters with a lot of things that happen. And it's going to be really exciting in North America this season.
It's going to be, and we'll talk about all those roster moves here in a little bit. We got 27 minutes till kickoff between 9 Lives and Gen G Mobile One Racing. If you're just now joining us for the first time, it's your first Rocket League broadcast, welcome. You've picked a great time to start watching. We're right here in Open number 1, right up there at the top of the graphic, and this is the whole season. We're going to play 3 Open qualifiers and a 1v1 Open. We're excited to have 1v1 as part of the RLCS circuit this season, and that'll be all building up to the Birmingham Major, and then we'll do it all again for the second split of the season. All these Opens, they're earning points to qualify themselves for the World Championship, and if they don't quite make it to the World Championship, they'll get to play in that last chance qualifier for a chance at the last few spots there to have the chance to possibly be World Champion at the end of the season. Lots of Rocket League coming down the pipe over the course of 2025. We got Rocket League coming at you every week. This weekend right here, Saturday 18th, we've got OCE playing, we've got MENA playing. I think they're playing right now, and we have us as well. Tomorrow we'll see Sub-Saharan Africa playing as well, and then over on Friday, kind of 7 days from now, we'll get to see APAC, EU, and South America playing their Open qualifiers. They won't be on the main broadcast here, but they will be playing the games. You can find team streams around covering that action. So lots of Rocket League down throughout the week, folks. And again, right now, building momentum to the Birmingham Major. Get your tickets if you want to be there in England. Excited to be going back, folks. You can scan the QR code on your screen. Go get your tickets. There's part of me, Herc, that's gonna miss London, but there's also part of me that's excited we're trying literally anywhere else.
I'm in the same I think London twice. I was excited to find out it was going to be a new area of that beautiful country. So I've heard a lot of people say pretty good things about it. They're excited to have us over there and to let us go and explore, and it'll be a great event.
It'll be a good one here. Well, folks, the tickets are still available. Go get them. Let's talk about what's been happening around the world. Rocket League here, the RLCS, a global competition. We have tournaments happening in every major region of the world that has Rocket League players in it. So let's talk about the OCE, the boys down under, getting they're currently again in the middle of their tournament as well. Power continuing here, Herc, to be one of the dominant teams.
I mean, of course they were. I think if you thought otherwise, you definitely were sleeping on them a little bit there. But cool news is, if you missed it, TSM picked up a team here, and now they're back, but now in OCE. So that's a first, but a really exciting one. Same there with Wildcard as well, getting picked up. So congratulations, honestly, to all the OCE teams getting all the fun orgs. It's so exciting, to see them get their little moments.
Yeah, I mean, Daz, you got TSM. They've always been a North American org as long as I can remember. Now playing in OCE here. I mean, it's a little weird, but it's cool too. It's kind of it's a new look for them.
It is a new look. I mean, they got a good squad. Amphis, Super Lucky, and Kaka all in the OCE. If you've been following the scene, of course, you know the potential of that roster. So it's exciting to see. I mean, we've had a lot of orgs kind of bounce all over the place in terms of the landscape. KCP, who was kind of in OCE for a long time, picked up that NA team with JNAPS. I believe JNAPS, Eris, and Aqua. Unfortunately, they couldn't qualify to make it to the main broadcast this time around. So we'll have to see how they look in the future. But I mean, we're just seeing a lot of movement going on over the course of the offseason wave.
Yeah, I mean, we had Dignitas go to Europe. We have the Ultimates from Saudi Arabia coming to North America. There's lots of orgs, lots of players going all over the place here. It's going to be wild. Again, we'll talk about those rosters here in a moment. Speaking of MENA, they are currently playing their bracket as well. As the last we saw it, this is where we were at. Bates, I mean, the most notable thing here for people who are global Rocket League fans, or especially for fans who mainly tuned in during World Championships, if you know Rise from Europe, he's on Twisted Minds now.
Sure is. He's teamed up with Nupo and Atomic with a K from Europe. Atomic with a K, he came over, joined up on them boys. Twisted Minds actually beat Falcons on day one of the MENA qualifier #1. Took them out. That's right on the opposite sides of brackets right now. And Al Katsia, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Y'all can let me know. Al Katsia. They're also a really good team as well. I don't know if I believe one of these teams should be playing right now on the MENA broadcast, so you want to go check that out, see who's on that. They've had a couple of delays, I know, over there at the moment, but at the moment, looking like it's Falcons versus Twisted Mind, top 2 teams in the region. It's gonna be interesting to see if Rise can go hop to MENA and then take out what a lot of people view as the best team in the game.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated on how their bracket goes here in the main broadcast if you want to just keep it locked here. Otherwise, go find their broadcast and watch their gameplay. Let's talk about what happened in Europe here real quickly. Crazy tournament. The French continue to stay strong at the top here. Hurt Carmine Corps take the first win in Europe this season.
Oh my gosh, I mean, they look great. It seems almost like it is finally time. Vatira is gonna take it all, and that's a knock on wood kind of statement there. They looked great doing it. I mean, it was kind of crazy all the way around. Of course, as a Dignitas fan, so odd seeing their names back up there finally, back in EU, but I don't know. It was a great event overall. I do want to point out that GK Esports, the loss felt a little unexpected, so I'll keep my eye on them in the next split.
Well, I think we just have to briefly touch on it here, Damar. The world champions, reigning world champions, Team BDS, not on the bracket. Where are they?
They're not here. They don't exist.
What?
At least in terms of Rocket League right now, they don't. Or they've kind of rebranded and went all yellow with Team Vitality, because again, biggest change of the offseason was Monkey Moon and Exotic going over to replace Alpha and Radosin on Vitality. Of course, Alpha is in the sub role, and Radosin, I believe, is playing in Gentleman. I mean, listen, if we talk about where everybody ended up, I'll end up going on
we'll be here all day.
We'll be here all day. And it's a lot of different moves, but now Vitality, who kind of came in with everybody kind of thinking that they were the powerhouse, going into that grand final against Carmine Corp, and Carmine Corp showed up and showed out. They definitely have had a big upgrade with Dryly being on the team.
A huge upgrade. Again, yeah, tons of roster moves over there, but it's not that the players, the reigning world champs, aren't in the bracket. They just aren't on BDS anymore. The org not represented here in RLCS this season. Speaking of Europe, though, they had some banger plays, Bates. Let's walk through the top plays of Europeans, the European Sunday, Championship Sunday from last week. Here we go.
Here we go, right here. You're going to see a couple free jumps in these top plays. You're also going to see a lot of 100%. Because, listen, they're either scoring a banger or they're getting a banger scored on them. And that's one right in their mouth right now. Zinda, Exotic, Acro. He got caught out constantly, but put a hand up. But Exotic is that much better right here. But don't worry, 100%. Right back to it, the Bezos.
Look at that. Lewis P, fake kickoff. He gets the ball straight, double down. You see, again, I think that's Joris who kind of goes up for the initial challenge. He understands the danger, the threat, but it's just not enough. And it gets through and just bang it to the top corner. I love that. Give me more of that from 100%.
100%. Listen, you want more? I'll give you some more. Lewis P back to Acro. Let me dish it back to you. Up high, free jump. Shoots it on the right on the double. He goes to the left on the finish. That's pure accuracy. Air roll training if you need it. He's there to meet it. Top left corner. Nobody saving that one. But hold on now. Speaking of world champs, you talked about all the ones of Vitality, but Carmine Corp's got one, but we're not going to talk about him. We're talking about Atto with a beautiful first touch. Over Monkey Moon. Mr. Two-time Thickest Arena. Well, you're not thinking your arenas right now. Ato's going right by you. Let's move to number 3 to Bezos.
Let me see number 3. Again, this is another 100%. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of this. Oh, I remember this goal. Acro off the corner and just lays the hammer down right under the crossbar. Beautiful play. This one off the kickoff again, and they struck so fast to get back into that game 6. It was an incredible play.
Listen, and 100%, they just can't get their way. They can't get away from. They hit a banger on net, but Zen's still gonna stop him. If somebody's gonna stop him, of course Zen's gotta be there. Let's see the replay. Let's see what Zen's looking at. 100%, good pass, Lewis P. Out to his boy Acro, but Zen! A little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. You don't know. You never know. Listen, that's the best player in the world. You got to give it to him. But also, Rocket League 101 and pure this play right here for our number 1 play, Juicy. You need to get a better clear. If you don't, Itachi's still lurking. And as long as he has boost, that means he has a chance to make a play. Comes off the back wall, surprises. Gentleman's out P and an NIP. I believe end up taking that game.
How do you jump off the wall and then like side flip roll to like stall yourself to get enough of a hit? Like you're able to calculate that in mid match. Like if you gave me paper in 3 weeks, I don't think I could figure out what the right inputs were, Herc.
No, I watched that in real time, and I remember my jaw was just on the floor, and then they showed the replay back and still was not processing it. I want to know, like, again, like you said, I would love to know what the actual thought process was going through that shot.
Hopefully get to ask him at some point. But knowing Rocket League players, you immediately had to forget it and think of like clear the brain to think about something else because the game kept going, you know. And so they never really think about it. But yeah, what an incredible. Yeah, we can watch it one more time. Watch it one more time.
Look at it.
Like onto the back, and he flips to get off, so he's still coming away from the ball as he's making contact, and still puts enough on it to put it into the goal there. An incredible play. Hopefully, and if you like plays like that, stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have a few for you here on today's broadcast. Okay, as you were saying earlier, it's really hard to cover all the roster moves that happens in the season, so we're going to focus on just the roster moves from North America here.
Okay,
these are the top moves of the day.
North America's main off-season roster story was Beast Mode, Daniel, and Atomic staying together. However, G2's former stalwarts do have a brand new org. A warm welcome back to NRG, set to make yet more history with the trio who made every single grand final last season, winning the second major along the way. First Killer and Chronic. FK and CHRONIC were forced into LF1ery as their Genji former third Appjack hopped back to Blighty. New boy LJ was the best of a Brill bunch for Space Station Gaming last season, and he's ready to go beyond regular quarterfinal stages with his shiny new teammates. With Sad Jr. as coach, they're going to represent the Ultimates, who join Rocket League for the first time. Welcome! Space Station Gaming. It's not just pro players who went searching in the off-season. What of LJ's old org, SSG? They've only gone and picked up the Snowmen. Last year, these kids were all in their rookie season and still reached a semi-final. This year, Frosty, Scribbles, and Reveal have the experience to bring the SSG colours back to an RLCS major. Genji. Another org with 3 new pals is First Killer and Chronic's former Flame Genji, who enter the new season with Rettles, Magic Bear, and Cheese, off the back of their strong start to the off-season. And while they struggled at the FIFA E World Cup, repping the US of A, the new colour should inspire them back towards the top of North America. Razebull and CRR. Razebull's danced the regional Okikoki with mainstay org complexity for the last few seasons now, and 2025 is no different. He's hopped from Sam in Season X to North America in 22 and 23, back to Sam in 24, and now he's back for like a 5th dipping in North America for 25. That's what it's all about, all indeed. He and equally region hoppy Spaniard CRR have a brand new teammate. S-tier 1v1 main Diaz will have to contend with 4 more players on the pitch, but history suggests these solo duelists tend to do pretty well in standard mode. And with Diaz moving into the complexity team house, there'll be ample opportunity to talk tactics over their morning pancakes. A load of other huge players are coming into the season with brand new teammates, but who is going to be competing for majors? Let's find out.
And there you go, folks. All of the roster moves. Hope you caught all of that. Remembered it all. I don't know what app they were logging into there, Herc. Like,
I was thinking about how, like, with the TikTok ban, I'm like, this is as close as we're getting from here on out. I also kept thinking, I was like, I really want to know what the passwords are because they were all the same length. I'm like, I wonder what your password would be on this one, but
You caught that? Wow, that's some good. That's very aware that you caught how they're all the same length. I'm not paying attention like that. That's great.
why are FK and Chronic logging? Like, they have like a joint account?
like they have like a joint account, and
Y'all really paying attention to the phone. See,
I just want to know the lore of what's going on here.
The more you like me, I'm just listening to clicks.
Yep. I'm just listening. But it wouldn't make sense for them to have a joint account. I mean, they don't tweet as it is, so that would make sense.
That makes sense, but also, y'all bring up a great point. Rocket League could really use an app.
Hey, you know, maybe this is not a it's not a tease of anything.
No,
it's
don't
not.
go to
Sorry.
don't go to Twitter.
Oh,
I'm
you
sorry.
thought I was
wish it
teasing something? Oh, because
I
it was
wish
smart.
it-
Oh no,
yeah,
I was just saying it'd be great if it had an app.
That leads us to our next package. I'm gonna make production panic here, folks. Who do you guys? Speaking of, let's talk about the roster moves actually instead of the video that Cole and Stubby them made. Who other than NRG? Who do you feel like in North America won Roster Mania baits?
Other than NRG, who won Roster Mania? Ultimates did. I mean, you went and you paired LJ up with FK, and then they had, and you still got Chronic, CHRONIC. Sorry, I was trying to copy Stumpy. And you paired them up with Chronic, and then they played the 1-3-3 Open that Epic and Sonics put on, and they ended up being victorious in that tournament over NRG. So I would say they've won all season, because I think that really shows that maybe they've upgraded, maybe they're on that level, and maybe they can be the best.
Okay. Any other takers here? Quickly.
Go ahead.
If you're going on that one, I think, you know, the fact that Gen.G almost had Chronic, I mean, you saw all the rumors on Twitter, right? Maybe them not getting them was a good thing.
Okay. I do love seeing the former LG boys sticking here and staying together as a roster and moving on to Gen.G. So we'll see how that one goes. But let's talk about the pro power rankings. How do the pros feel? Who do they feel like won the thing? Obviously, NRG going to be up on the top, coming the former G2 roster here sticking. Notably though, DeMar, not unanimously the top team.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at today's bracket, it kind of shows a little bit of a reason why, right? NRG sitting at lower bracket round 1, same as Gen.G. NRG, just being plain honest, they haven't looked as dominant as they've looked last year at any point this year at all. Maybe a couple of like one-off series, but for the majority part, there have been signs of struggle. And there's a question about if they will find that kind of consistency or that form that they had towards last year. It's been a big question mark right now. So no surprise that a couple of teams could be writing them off. I mean, probably Ultimates would have themselves at number 1, of course. So there's a chance for that as well. But I mean, a lot of these teams that are even up here right now, Rebellion, Strictly Business, we're not seeing them today. So things have been kind of all over the place in North America.
They are kind of there. The Ultimates, I'm excited to see how this Ultimates roster does. I feel like they're definitely one of the strong contenders. And looking at the power rankings here, they were the other team that people were ranking at number 1. So excited to see. Is it not going to be just a one-team region? Like all of 2024, it was who gets to come in second to G2. That was all we were playing for. And now we've got an actual competition. I feel like maybe at the top. Excited to see if that one evolves for us here. So folks, we got lots of action coming for you. 10 minutes or so until we kick off the gameplay. We can walk you through what happened yesterday in the group stages as the teams were battling off stream. We had a group A action as well as group B action. Here's how group A went down. Notable stories in this one, Baze.
Notable stories, SSG beat NRG in the upper semifinals 3-1. As you see, NRG had to drop down there, and then Gen.G played NRG twice. Gen.G actually, in a way, really threw game 4. Definitely should have taken it out in overtime. Had a lot of missed opportunities right in front of the net that were definitely scoreable, that were definitely open for players of their caliber. And then who knows, maybe NRG would have lost that one. So Gen.G looking solid, could be a little bit better, but SSG looking really good right now, taking down the best team in North America.
They're looking pretty strong. We'll get to see them play later on today. Group B action here. Many names. This is where we get to see the Ultimates go through. Notably, losing to Complexity, though, here, Herc. Complexity looking strong.
Yeah, Complexity had a run that definitely made a lot of people turn their eyes towards them yesterday, especially after they took down Ultimates in that upper final there, because of course everybody, you know, had Ultimate's taking everybody down. So a little bit of a shock there, but not too much if you pay a little bit closer attention to the actual match. But that's a breakdown for later on. But crazy storyline, excited to see complexity.
Excited to see them through. We also see Team Evo 9 Lives making it through in the bottom of the bracket, which leads us to this playoff bracket we have here. We'll see. There's some spots there. Don't worry about it, folks. We're playing double elim, and we got 4 matches here to go. There we go. This is the bracket we're actually going to be playing here today. So the 4 matches you see on the left side of your screen are going to be the matches we're playing here today. I mean, if you Demar, if there's one match, if viewers are like, I've only got time to watch one match today, which match should they make sure they're tuning in for?
Ooh, tough one. I would probably say Ultimate's SSG is going to be the biggest one. SSG, a team of the young guns, but they've been looking really solid over the course. I mean, we already talked about it when we saw their bracket. Definitely a lot better than how they looked last weekend. But the true test is going to be how they look against Ultimates. I think that series is the closest one to go the distance. Second favorite would probably be deleted in complexity for me.
Okay. Every match with a story inside it and something we're going to learn about these teams. Again, seeing them for the first time here in the broadcast, this is a big deal. We're really excited about it. Now, we showed you earlier, folks, a graphic. We're going to pull it back up here again. This is the whole season of the 2025 Rocket League Championship Series. We're here up there in the blue bar, and you can see at the end it says Birmingham Major. And then you got the orange bar down there where it says TBD Major. We don't know where that major is going to be. Or do we? Roll the tape, production! That's right, folks. We are in North America for the second split major, and we will be going to Raleigh, North Carolina for the first time ever. Going back to the East Coast, Bates. How you feeling?
East Coast is the best coast in America, so it makes sense. All the lands I feel should be all on the East Coast, okay? It's just the most successful area in America as well. So Raleigh, North Carolina, I've personally never been there, but it's close enough to Washington, D.C. that I might even have to hop on a whip and drive. So I expect any person from the DMV, if you're a Rocket League fan, you better be in Raleigh, North Carolina. I expect all people from South Carolina, all people from Florida, all people from Georgia. We need to have a packed house in America because, listen, it's been a while since America's won a land. I lied. It hasn't been a while. Because they won it in London. It's been a while since we've won in America, though. When is the last time we won in America? G2 damn. Wow. When was that? 2022. We need American fans there to help NA win a land. So make sure you get them tickets to the Raleigh Major.
Raleigh Major. I'm excited here. Her going to North Carolina. I mean, this is going to the mothership here. This is where Epic is housed. And so getting to see, I don't know, the last time we were on the East Coast was Boston, which is, maybe the best North American land in recent memory. So I'm really excited.
Oh yeah, the pressure on the Raleigh Major to, stand up. So like we said, hopefully everybody shows up for it because honestly, the NA Majors are always so much fun. It's a whole other breed of fans out there. So we're excited to see you.
Ooh, and can I touch on it, Wave?
Yes, sir.
It's a NA land once again over the summer. The last time we had that was Boston 2 years ago, but now you got a prime time spot, y'all, right before the 4th of July as well. It's time to get on over there. Take the summer vacay to Raleigh. Listen, the last land in Dickies Arena, that was in September. I understand it's a little difficult to get the vacation time and everything. It's hard. Your kids have school, but they don't have school during the summer, so you better be there.
Wonderful, folks. I hope to see you all there. Tickets for Raleigh go on sale January 22nd, which is going to be crazy. I think for the first time maybe in Rocket League history, you're going to be able to buy tickets to 2 different Rocket League events at the same time if you wanted to. You could buy a ticket to Birmingham and to Raleigh on the 22nd there, folks. But Birmingham tickets available right now. Scan the QR code on your screen if you want to be there in the UK. It'll be a lot of fun. So, folks, we've got a big tournament coming down the pipe here. We got Rocket League gameplay going on right now for our online qualifiers. The players are playing for $15,000 as well as 15 season points. Those points super important for qualifying for the major and ultimately for qualifying for the World Championship here tomorrow. But these aren't professional Rocket League players, so the cash important too.
Yes, money prize pool is important. Those points are going to be huge. First place almost guarantees a major spot for the most part. I mean, just such a big jump from like 9th through 12th, just the first place. So lots of competition to get a good start here early on because everybody wants to go to the majors. We want to see the best teams in Birmingham.
Yeah, I mean, every player that's currently still alive in the tournament, the top 6 there, earning at least $3,600 today. They've already secured that bracket point. Every single match here advances them up that ladder. So there's lots on the line here for the players, not just pride and season points, but also their livelihood. So we'll get to see those players play here in just a moment. The schedule, folks, we have 4 matches on the docket for you today. We will complete the kind of quarterfinals of our bracket here today, and we will play out the rest of it tomorrow. So we will see the Ultimates versus Space Station a little bit later on, Deleted versus Complexity as well here. Team Evo versus NRG. I mean, obviously, Herc, we'll talk about it when the match gets here, but Evo, I feel like we haven't talked about them at all. You think that they got a chance against NRG?
I mean, you send a lower bubble EU team to NA, and they make it on their first try to the main event. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
What the, man, the European show. We don't want to hear that nonsense. Listen, NRG's about to smack Evo, spin it right back across the pond. It's going to be a one-way ticket. We'll send them right back to Europe. Go get comfortable. Don't get comfortable over here. Because all I'm seeing right now is, well, South America's, we're going to keep the Western Hemisphere the Western Hemisphere.
Here's my thing, Bates. On
Wait,
Deleted.
it might be the Western Hemisphere anyway. Never mind, ignore me.
They're both made the Western Hemisphere. It's on Deleted. We got Andy Gyro and Wavy. And then on Evo, we got Speed, Arju, and Relating Wave. And then we got me, Wavebox. So we got 3 waves in North America for the first time ever.
Oh, wait, where do you fit in for the team?
Wait, where do I fit in?
Yeah, like, so if all 3 waves are on the team, where are you?
I think I would send Wavy first, and then Relating Wave second, and then I would be bringing them beverages and giving them massages, and that's probably the best. I think they probably could 2v3 better than, with me helping on the back end than they could probably with me actually on the pitch. So, folks, we got a lot of fun Rocket League coming down the pipe here. We are ready for the first match of the day, folks. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing going to be taking on the Cats with 9 lives here. A new name in Rocket League, but with some players you've heard of before. Chicago and Hawks are here, bringing up the new face, the new challenger here. Kofir going to be playing with Fireburner coaching. Can the 9 lives take on Gen G here? Daz, what's your read on this one?
I mean, the read on this one really does kind of come down to preparation. That's going to be a big factor. Chicago said on Twitter after yesterday, you know, we're taking on Gen G Mobile 1 Racing and Raw Greg tomorrow. Just going to show that preparation. It's going to be an extra layer that Gen G is going to have going into this matchup. Greg and Kev are going to get the boys ready to go. We can already kind of, you know, just see them sitting there ready in the back end as they are boot camping too. So lots of preparation have gone into this event for Gen G, and 9 Lives know what they're getting into. It really does come down to what the play style is for both teams on this matchup and how are they going to be able to adjust in the middle of the best of 7 series.
That's cool.
Where's my Greg Cam, man?
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. Looking strong there, folks. Let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag 9L, hashtag GGM1. Get your votes in chat. Players are getting ready here. You saw the Turf Wars poster. I believe they are playing from James Bott's Esports facility here.
They are.
We've seen that hospitality.
Looks nice.
They're getting ready to go there. But yeah, I mean, obviously here, Herc, all the questions are on Chicago, Hawks, and Kofir. This is, I feel like Gen G, with the experience this roster has as a not just a 3-man roster, but a 4-man roster here, including Raw Greg, the support they've got from Gen G, the boot camping they've been doing. They are ready to go. They are prepared. All eyes are on 9 Lives here. They have to cause the upset here. I mean, is like... What can you do? What can you do against a team that's so well prepared? How do you mentally engage yourself to prepare for this moment of competition?
I think for me, honestly, a lot of this is going to fall on Chicago and Hawkser to be able to keep Kofir up to speed, especially when you don't have the resources that Gen G have right now. There is no boot camp. There is no org. A lot of this is proving yourself to maybe find an org mid-season too. They had an incredible Swiss. They went 3-1 in it. Not too bad. I feel like it was fairly even to what Gen G had to face as well. But 9 Lives tend to come out swinging a little faster. So if they can keep that speed consistent throughout the series, this actually might not be as tough as I think.
Okay. I mean, I think looking at the predictions, we are all predicting Gen G to take this one down here. For me, it's a matter of I want to see it from Kofir. I want to see him be able to take him down on a broadcast. There's plenty of players who have been able to do it well online, especially when the cameras aren't on. But here in this moment, it feels like they've got something to prove. Bates, what you laughing at?
blasting this goofball all the way at the end. Listen, I can pick Gen G Mobile 1 Racing now that DeMar Williams is no longer associated with them. Let's go with Gen G.
No bias here.
Well, folks, it's going to be a good day of Rocket League. Get up and get loud. We got some games to play. The players are ready to go. Let's let them duke it out, folks. 9 lives versus Gen G to kick things off here for North America.
Well, they say a great defense can beat a great offense. And what you have on one side is a great offense in Gen G. Can the defense of 9 Lives stop them? Game 1 presented by Progressive. Underway right now.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup, especially considering, we talked about it on the desk, that preparation going into this one from the side of Gen G Mobile 1. They're already starting off with just a lot of work initially on that kickoff, and we may even see those kickoff strategies come into fruition as the series continues. Keep eyes on Kofa from 9 Lives here on this series. How is he going to fit into this team and push 9 Lives? He already gets a first shot, though, on the board.
A lot of players, just from name recognition, a lot of people will want to keep an eye on Chicago because, of course, he is kind of the veteran on the squad. It's easy to forget about Hoxer sometimes, that he has been around for a while as well. His shot blocked away by Cheese, but Chicago did a lot away from the ball that helped them throughout the qualifying process getting into this top 8. As Hoxer's got it all the way at the back, Magic Bear will give him a look, but Hoxer will bring it across. He's got Kofer there, but Reddle's in his way.
Yeah, and Chicago definitely is still looking to play that role a little bit more here. Just making sure, hey, if he sees a chance here to make a demo play upfield, he's going to take it, but he's also not going to overextend too much. He's keeping a great eye on the field. There's a chance here, but again, Chicago not able to go for it. Instead, he's going to drop it down to Kofer, and Kofer doing a chance for a double, and Kofer with the first goal.
Oh, Kofer just takes what the defense gives him, and they gave him everything. Reddles couldn't get in the air. He had nothing in the tank. Kofer with the double, and it's 9 lives on the board first.
And I love the pass from Chicago because he's sitting in that midfield a little bit awkward initially, but then he's able to turn around on the car, communicate to Kofer, get the drop down to him perfectly to set up that play. Well done by 9 lives.
We can talk all we want about the offense of Gen G, but their defense has probably been very suspect. Granted, yes, that comes from playing NRG twice, which is the best offense in the tournament so far, as Magic Bear will dish that off to the corner, but Chicago's all over it. Kofer lurking again. That drops down to Reynolds in a dangerous spot, and Kofer will finally pounce, looking for somebody to pass to, and instead has to take it himself. Hoxer was way back, and Chicago will just watch Cheese and Reynolds go to work here and wait for his opportunity. Gen G is only saved about half the shots they've faced, and you can take numbers and do what you want with them, but they aren't making many saves and giving up plenty of opportunities on the other end. If there's any upset in these first set of matches, this is the one that's most ripe for the picking.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, Gen G, they've been a little hot and cold, but when they are hot, I mean, they look unstoppable. That being said, I think it does come down to them just trying to estimate what 9 Lives are going to do and try to play around it. I do think, though, it's kind of a stunner a little bit initially how Kofer's been playing this game, because he has been doing a great job when he's on the ball by himself. He's been able to carry it downfield, and he's honestly taken control of that midfield space a lot, and Gen G has not necessarily been ready for that.
Kofer's been kind of an oddity in this tournament. You don't see players typically leading their team in scoring and demos as Cheese goes under the bar, and a little disruptive play coming out from Gen G, giving 9 Lives a dose of their own medicine. Reynolds chasing down Kofer, and he just made him uncomfortable enough. Cheese makes him kiss the ring.
Yeah, and it's a poor touch, though, from Chicago. He's looking to get like a one-tap control, but the ball just gets so far away that Cheese is able to take that one up and put a shot right on. So now you got a tied-up game, and it goes to show you Gen G, they're going to take advantage of any type of errant touch that 9 Lives makes. They were in prime position to attack.
Kofer going to take his time, and Reynolds affords him absolutely none of it. Finally, Kofer will get it back out to mid, where Hoxer's waiting. Chicago in support. Good clear by Magic Bear, though. Out to the side and out of harm's way. And a quick counterattack out of Gen G. Can they do anything? Magic doesn't have anything in the tank. Cheese has all the boosts for the team. And they break free. Chicago clears the way, but Kofer's got to bring it all the way to the corner. Gen G will just have enough time to get reset up defensively. And Reddles, initial save, yes, still floating and cleared out by Cheese.
What a good clearance from Cheese there. That was a very dangerous spot. Oh, Chicago! No, it's Kofer. Kofer with the own goal. Top corner slot. I mean, look, it's very pretty. He's sitting in a tough spot. Hoxer not able to get back. I mean, he's back in time, but Kofer's just trying to see if he can help him out there. And unfortunately, redirects it into his own net. Poor touch there. 9 lives now down by 1.
A team that has to get by kind of being greater than the sum of their parts was not in that instance. The communication broke down. Hoxer definitely would have had it had Kofer let it go. So now Cheese, quick to the draw, but Hoxer just gets a piece. Kofer's got to avoid Chicago. Boy, things are falling apart a little bit now for 9 lives here. We get to the final minute. Gen G holding the 1-goal lead. It feels like just so much more, though, because, again, they've got all the chemistry, and 9 lives kind of falling apart at the seams.
It's just a couple of, errant touches, a little bit of mistakes here and there. And I think, again, you get that mistake there from Kofer. He's got to be able to clean that up mentally really quickly if they want to develop a play, especially with 35 seconds left.
Oh, great pass over to Reddles, but blocked away by Kofer. This has to be the counterattack now for 9 lives. They can't really afford to come away empty-handed, and they will. Reddles back the other way, and Kofer will have to bring it to the back wall. This is more time spent playing defense than they would like. Kofer's got outlet quickly, and Chicago is up. It's open behind them, and again, the communication breaks down for 9 lives, and Gen G are going to walk away with it.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, it's hard for Chicago to get a follow-up touch on that. He's floating over the ball. Kofer wants to help out there. It's a good play, but the execution is just not there. And another mistake. It just looks like 9 lives. They've really got to spend this remaining time trying to get things together. But just a bad start to the series for them.
It was not pretty, but Gen G will take the opening dub here as the final few seconds burn away. Kofer will look for one more for the road, but it's Gen G 3 and 9 lives 1. And now they're down to 3 lives in this tournament.
Are we going to do that the whole series?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Glad we're on the same page here.
Yep. If I didn't, you would, and don't deny it.
I probably would have waited until they were on the last life. Just being real. Just being real. But
Jeez.
just such a performance from him, too.
Numbers. 800 score with the double savior medal. It started with a bang from Kofer and ended with kind of a resounding whimper out of 9 lives. I think if you ask them, they'd want that one back because of how many opportunities they left on the table and how many gifts it must have felt like they gave to Gen G.
Yeah, definitely giving. The season of giving for 9 lives, and they have to be able to kind of correct that. That's going to be the biggest factor for the course of this series, is making sure that Kofer is comfortable going into game 2, because he does play a pretty solid role. I mean, he's had big shoes to fill for this roster. You have to think last season they had LJ. That's big shoes to fill no matter what. So it's important to make sure that he's playing. I mean, he definitely had a great game until the mistakes started going on. So now when you know that he's such a spearhead focus kind of on the offense, you're gonna need to make sure that he's in a good spot. Gen G right now, though, they have everything going for them and then some. They've been trying to force errors. It hasn't necessarily worked too much until the end of the game. Now Gen G know they have 9 lives in a good spot, and they're gonna try to pounce on the opportunity.
Kind of the Justin vibes going on with his role as Shopify Rebellion. You got the veteran with the young stars. Well, now you've got Chicago and Hoxer, the veterans, kind of trying to guide this young phenom Kofer, who's got a lot of upside, but he's getting trial by fire here as Chicago brings that, gets stuffed by Cheese, and Kofer's got to bring it across. Reddles double tap, bang bang.
The clear goes right to Slater, and he's going to take advantage of it every single time. Kofer can't get a follow-up. Slater knows he's got a free double, and man, is he showing off there. Beautiful play from Reddles.
So just as Kofer started it off, with a double in game 1. Reddles opens up the scoring with one of his own. Cheese will barely get back for that. And we're off and running again in the first minute of game 2. Maybe a bit of a shock for all the teams, just with the format being a little bit different. You're used to maybe your first time on the mainstream, maybe you got some best of 5s along the way. No, it's all best of 7s all the way through the weekend now, as Reddles a little slow to the challenge against Chicago, and Magic Bear just about ran out of juice, and so too did Kofer. So Cheese will try and get that by Hoxer, and the teams will play to a stalemate just across the center line.
Yeah, it looks like 9 Lives, they do have to be a little bit careful on their challenge game. Again, they are having that third man kind of challenge in the midfield. It is throwing the rotation off a little bit if they end up losing one of those. They've got to play a decent amount of defense, but so far they've been up to the task. A little good offensive pressure here, but not finding the back of the net. It was a good shot from Kofer.
Good shot, but not good enough. He'd probably want it back. Just get a little bit higher, and he scores. Now Magic Bear, double to center, and Kofer's all over it. You know, for not being as experienced in the RLCS ecosystem, Kofer still has seen plenty, as Reddles will bring that deep into the corner, and things have very much slowed down here between Gen G and 9 Lives. There's kind of a frenetic pace, especially as game 1 reached the second half. This slower pace, I actually think, kind of favors Gen G, oddly enough, because, you know, they don't want to turn this into a track meet with Kofer running around, getting demos and being disruptive.
But also, Gen G is such a methodical team anyways, that the slower you play, the more time you give them to cook up a plan. And they've been doing that so far with the way that they've been moving upfield on the offense. A little divey there, though, from Cheese, and the rotation is a little bit off. But that's what I mean. 9 Lives are going to have to turn up the pace, see if they can catch a little bit of over-aggression on the side of Gen G Mobile 1 that they can take advantage of.
Well, Reddles was looking outlet to Cheese, and I'm sure Cheese was ready to jump for it, and then might have realized, oh wait, I don't actually have the boost for this. Now Reddles weaving around Kofer. Can't get by Hoxer though, and that caught a piece of Chicago, and that favors Cheese. Here comes Gen G again, and Cheese just kind of drops it. They still have possession though, and a shot that's going to go wayward. Cheese is way over there though, and it seems like 9 Lives have slowed down even more, and they've got to pick up the pace here. Only down a goal, but again, it feels like they're fighting a battle that's so far uphill as Hoxer makes the save, ranging back into his own goal.
And the only reason they haven't scored more on the side of Gen G is because Cheese is just not hitting the shots. He's been set up with a lot of good opportunities over the course of the game, but those initial touches that he's having is just a little far off. If Cheese starts getting comfortable and 9 Lives continue to play as slow as they are, it's only a matter of time before the score line continues. Even Magic there, free shot, trying to get to the top corner, off mark.
And they try to feed the bear there, and maybe 9 Lives getting a little lucky that he didn't make them pay for it. Now, Hoxer in Chicago, absolutely nothing in the tank. Kofer has some. He has all the boost right now for the squad, as Hoxer's going to lob one downfield again. And 9 Lives struggling to just kind of get their foothold here. Another center ball that's cleared away, and Kofer can only jump for it but do nothing with it. And Magic Bear, good win. Cheese thought about it, but Chicago had him red.
And you see him having to come and just cover that up a bit. A little bit of space though for Reddles. Still, so far this game is in Gen G's control. They've been able to really take over the pace. Reddles has done a good job of also getting a couple fakes in there as well, just to get 9 Lives to play in their hand. The fake challenges have worked out really well. We're approaching that final minute. That one might squeeze through. It does from Hoxer. And we're all tied up in game 2.
Hoxer came in with 10 on the weekend and adds another to the tally, gets a little bit of help with the aggressive play out of Kofer. All square, final minute in game 2. As close to a must-win as you can get without actually being against match point here, because going down 0-2 with, again, the way this series has played out in the early stages would feel like an absolute mountain to climb. Demo by Magic Bear. Chicago avoids him, and he'll make the stop as well, but he's still got some work to do. Dances around almost the whole team. Only Magic Bear to beat, and the Bear stopped him.
Yeah, he read that play perfectly. Knew Chicago was going to try to play high for a bum, and got up there early. But still, this is really a good position for 9 Lives to be in. They've got the pressure. They know Gen G have to force an issue. And oh, Chicago actually almost got the read right off the double. He's looking for a bump as Hoxer puts a shot on, but it's Reddles to save the day.
I have to be careful with their hand getting caught in the cookie jar. Kofor making the save all the way back. Here comes Magic Bear, is shot wide, just past Chicago, but did not beat the post. And that touches down. We get our first overtime of the weekend between Gen G and 9 Lives.
This one goes straight to Hoxer. He doesn't get a chance to solo, though, right off the bump. Reynolds will have the double, but Hoxer able to recover and get on the back wall very quickly, stopping any kickoff plays. Things going to the neutral ground.
A watch for Chicago. Kofor's got him in support, but he's going to put on the brakes and try to create on the side. Got a piece of Reynolds, didn't allow him to follow that play, but now it's 2-on-1. Only Hoxer with Magic Bear chasing him. Kofor can't get back. He did! And it pinballs around and away for the time being.
Very close there. Gen G almost able to take the game away. They're still looking to set up offense. That's a good bump from Reynolds, but no one there to follow. So Chicago sitting at net will bring it back in the midfield, and they 50 it out.
Oh, 9 Lives watch this game flash before their eyes, and now they got to recover. They are on the offensive end, at least for the moment. Chicago puts the brakes on, tries to make a play begin. And he might have something. Up to Kofor for the win. Chicago, or rather Cheese, says no. Hoxer looking for Chicago, and Reynolds is right there to make sure that pass didn't get through cleanly.
Great touch from Reynolds defensively to get a stop. Reynolds has been putting in overtime work here all over the field to get some strong beats. He's been playing a good game, but he even still needs a little bit more help kind of maintaining that midfield, because 9 Lives are doing their best to jump on any chances they can get.
Reynolds had to wait. Kofor had him beat. Chicago tried to pull the string, and that ricochets around and out of harm's way yet again. Gen G dancing their way out of danger. Can they capitalize this time? It kicks off the corner, and Hoxer is right there. Nobody overly aggressive as Cheese finally dives in. Hoxer out into space, but nobody there for 9 Lives, and Gen G should be able to take control, though Chicago's got something to say about it. Second touch, and just got around Kofor. They just have not connected so far today.
Great idea, but again, execution lacking. This time Kofor for a solo, and Hoxer here looking for a bump. Kofor actually does get a bump, and Chicago dives into this. No chance here for really Gen G to structure a counterattack, so 9 Lives actually in a great spot as they go all in on that play.
I mean, the only team remaining in this tournament that has a higher percentage of assisted goals right now is Ultimates. I mean, this 9 Lives team is third. But you wouldn't know it from watching how they've kind of jumped for the same ball at the same time. Cheese looking to put it away, and Hoxer sends that one out. And Kofor, does he have Chicago across? He sure does. Double lined up, and he pushed it to the side.
A good control from Cheese there as well. Still a lot of plays on the side of Gen G in this overtime. They haven't necessarily got things too chaotic yet. I say that, and they double commit in the corner.
Yep.
But they don't get punished for it. And now Kofor will have a chance to solo, as no one will run to intercept that. Finally cut off in the midfield, and Hoxer will actually take his moment.
Hoxer taking his time. Chicago looking to clean up the rebound. Got it through one, but Reynolds is there. Kofor forcing Reynolds to make another acrobatic save, and it gets by Chicago. And Reynolds grabbed that corner boost on his way out, but Hoxer lobs away from him. Trying to keep the possession alive. Looking for another winner, and Cheese sends that one out as well.
Great consistent pressure on the side of 9 Lives. They're not afraid to dive in for the demos as well. And they've been holding on to the ball in midfield. Gen G are in a tough spot right now. They got to work together to get out.
And they do just that. Cheese to Magic Bear. Kofor gives him a demo for his efforts, but the net's open, and Magic Bear just out of the reach of Kofor, and Gen G double their series lead.
And Magic Bear just sticking with the play after his initial touch, collects a couple of pads, and is able to bank the shot. Kofor was racing back, couldn't get there in time. And Gen G with game 2, but they had to fight for it.
They had to fight for it, but they can breathe a big sigh of relief, because instead of a 1-all series, they are halfway home to surviving and advancing what, again, might have been kind of a trap game. I mean, they gave up 17 shots in that game, but only got punished one time by Hoxer. And Gen G have forced 9 Lives to take their timeout. Of course, everybody gets one in these best-of-7 series. 9 Lives choosing to take theirs down 0-2.
Yeah, it's a big point in the series here to be able to kind of swing this one around. 9 Lives definitely need it. Kofor, like you said, 17 shots. 8 of them were from Kofor initially. He had some great moments there set up. And even Chicago had a couple, but just really couldn't find the mark to put enough power behind it, as Gen.G's defense was really quick to kind of jump on any kind of lull in the play. A little bit of hesitation, and Gen.G's clearing it out of the zone. So definitely very well here, but you got to think too, it's kind of a double-edged blade taking the timeout against Gen.G Mobile 1, because honestly, with Greg and those guys getting extra time to kind of talk things over, they did not play a perfect game 2 themselves. They get more time to kind of clean things up and relax, and it could prove fatal here for 9 Lives.
Well, 9 Lives trying to get right into things, but yes, they took the timeout, and yes, you do have to sit through the whole timeout. As you mentioned, Gen.G gets it too, so they're going to take some time to talk this over. You can see that going on right now behind them. And a Gen.G team, of course, a very different looking Gen.G squad. If you just kind of took a break from following anything Rocket League related at the end of last year and started watching now, yes, it is the old RMC, the old Luminosity. Team USA is fighting for its life in the lower bracket and have been for a while since losing to NRG. What a great prize, by the way, for going 3-0 in Swiss. Your first match is NRG. Yeah, okay, no problem.
You know, that's, well, I mean, to be fair, that's NRG's fault on that one.
Yeah, it really is. Could you imagine? We almost had NRG not in this top 8 after all the offseason hype about this G2 squad going over to NRG, Atomic, Beast Mode, Daniel, how great they are. And boy, they had to survive against JNAPS in round 5. Just all the ghosts of Rocket League's past tried to keep them out, but they do remain. They're coming up later. Gen.G taking center stage right now, up 2-0 in the series after the 9 Lives timeout. And we'll see if that timeout has done anything for them, for Fireburner squad. See if they can get Kofor and Chicago on the same page.
We'll see how things look there. Again, I really want to see a little bit more from Chi. Shot 0 for 5 that last game. I think Chi's been set up with great opportunities. And if he cleans things up shooting-wise, I mean, I think Gen.G are just going to run away with the series. Plain and simple. Everybody's been playing good on that squad, though. It's up to 9 Lives to make the most out of the timeout.
This will drop right down to Magic Bear. Kind of fortuitous win. And Hawks are just ahead of Reynolds. That's happened a few times. I mean, Hawks are, I think, has kind of gotten the better of the two on most occasions where they've crossed paths in this series. Hasn't really resulted in much of anything. Magic Bear trying to quickly turn on that, and Chicago guides that one back out. And still dangerously close to the Gen.G net. Hoxer tried to get it back out towards Chicago, and he just had to stay put.
He did. It was interesting, too, to mix it up, because he did have a chance to take a shot. Might have a chance here, but no, Reynolds all in front of that. I like the idea. They're getting creative on offense on 9 Lives, and Chicago's also trying to get bumps there on the back end. But Gen.G is privy to it, and their defense is like a wall.
Chicago now has Kofor waiting right on the doorstep, and he'll force his way through. In Kofor they trust, and he delivers again.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at Chicago, initial touch there, and it has Magic Bear hesitate on going for the clearance. He's afraid of the bump, and that gives just enough time. Kofor has to get there first, and he does. It's a big goal for 9 Lives.
And they build upon it. That's going to be the question. Is Magic Bear stopped by Kofor? And listen, I mean, you can put all your eggs in the basket of, okay, give the ball to Kofor and let him do great things, as he'll make the stop there as well. And Cheese, maybe one more touch, but Hawkser's in the way. But sooner or later, you got to kind of fit in with the team. I think that's going to be the big challenge as this series reaches its conclusion. Right now, it's looking a lot better for 9 Lives. Kofor from the goal line, able to get up very quickly, but kind of stonewalled by Reynolds at midfield, and then Cheese and Magic Bear also in the same area. Kind of a late call-off. And you wonder if things might start to get a little shaky for Gen.G.
Yeah, things are definitely starting to kind of slow down here for 9 Lives. They're playing more for each other. Now that they know Gen.G have to kind of force the issue here. We're seeing a little bit of passes in transition. Cheese trying to line up the double. And you see Hoxer on the ball. Haven't seen too much from him in terms of that shooting department all the way here today, but he has been a good force of kind of reading the situation and playing the ball perfectly to his teammates.
Oh, Reynolds doing Reynolds things. Got the boost steal. Tried to take out Hoxer as well. Made him uncomfortable at least. It kind of froze him at the goal line, so he couldn't go for much boost. And what little he had was just enough as he got that out to the corner. And here goes Gopher. Here come 9 Lives again. Gopher again trying to create it on his own and let his teammates come in and clean up the messes. That goes wide. It went off of Reynolds, and he'll breathe a sigh of relief. Can he trigger the offense on the other end? Cheese now demolished, and that will end it.
Able to take advantage of the counterattack, and now they've got to do some defensive work here as well. Can Chicago get another touch? No. Hoxler jumped for it, but he had to pull off because Cheese had that one. Again, Gingy's defense has been strong. They've only let in 1, and we've seen the amount of shots the 9 Lives they can put on here. It's going to be Gingy. They have to force the issue on these counterattacks here, but they have not been able to get past that transition defense from 9 Lives.
They do have him very low on boost, but Kofor got that corner to spawn right under him, and Chicago will clear away, only as far as Cheese. Gen G have the upper hand right now, but instead that gets swatted all the way back downfield, and that brief advantage is gone, and they go back to figuring out how they're going to try and get an equalizer. And they might need a couple here as Kofor just barely denied. And Chicago will keep the pressure on now for 9 Lives into the final minute.
Like you said, final minute of play. 9 Lives in a great spot. They just have to hold on here to things midfield-wise. You're starting to see GG have Cheese bring the ball up, and Reynolds kind of look for a little bit of interference, but they might need a little bit more here because these plays are being very slow to develop, and you can see 9 Lives totally ready to cover that midfield. Even there, you see Kofor just a strong dive, trying to make sure Gen G's uncomfortable as they move the ball upfield.
Oh, Chicago tried to play very slowly there against the charging Magic Bear. And Cheese just got to Kofor, down to 23 seconds. Reynolds up very quickly. Gen G knows they have to press the issue. And a big shot here that Hoxer couldn't save off the crossbar. And it came out cleanly, but a shot goes wayward. Gen G still have an opportunity. Magic Bear stopped by Hoxer. And now Reynolds tried to dump it back in. Only 5 seconds left. Everybody scrambling now. Kofor waiting on the near post. Magic Bear down to Cheese. No time on the clock, but he kept it above the ground. Kofor to kill it. And 9 Lives haven't done so just yet. Reynolds for the tie. No, it dies in front.
And 9 Lives able to just hold Gen G off. 9 shots, but none of them get through. And it was only 1 play that worked here. I was called the overtime successful for now. But man, was that game close. Gen G started getting a little bit panicky on offense towards the end of it. Of course, you got to send the house, you got to go. But with a little bit more poise, especially, Magic Bear had a little bit of a free ball there. He rushed the touch, and it kind of shut things down from that point on. They've got to take more of their time when they get it. Still high spirits, though, in the Gen G camp as they are up 2-1 in the series. But 9 Lives is going to look to expand off this.
I mean, as great as Cheese has been in this series, 2 goals, 2 assists, he's been great all weekend long. Make it 24 goals on the weekend for him to lead his team. I mean, he's got more than some teams ended up with in the whole thing, for crying out loud. He had 7 of the 9 shots for Gen G. That kind of all-in strategy, you can get a couple wins out of it. To win a series, somebody else has to step up and take some of the load off his shoulders. Magic Bear's got a couple of goals, including the overtime winner in Game 2. Reynolds has one to his credit as well. Somebody else, just somebody other than Cheese, might have to take a couple of shots as we go to Game 4. Have 9 Lives solved the puzzle? Trying to scratch and claw their way back here in Game 4.
Already, again, you see that GG offense here. Just very poised together. Look at that. To send up Magic Bear. You said you want to see somebody else. If Magic Bear really does start to get more comfortable and excel when he's on top of the ball, it could really lead to a lot of big changes here on the side of Gen G Mobile 1.
Reynolds will leave it for Cheese, trying to go over top of Hoxer. Bumped him to the wall as well, but Kofor, sure-handed at the back, will make the stop. He has been everywhere for 9 Lives. He was a little bit more reserved in that game. You didn't see him being so hyper-aggressive, and he still got his out of that game. I think that timeout in the end will prove to have been very valuable for 9 Lives. It certainly calmed him down, and now he goes to work again with Chicago waiting in behind him. And Reynolds just going to take his time and see what he can take from the 9 Lives defense.
Consistency has been really so much better here on the side of Kofor. And now you gotta question how things are gonna look for Gen G. Reynolds already just going for that lead block wall, even Magic Bear, but they can't get the ball through. And again, you talk about Hoxer Chicago. One has a demo, one's a midfield challenge, and Kofor actually almost took that one all the way downfield himself to get the first goal.
It's just staying low with the defender jumping, but now Cheese through traffic. Everybody crisscrosses and eventually is saved out to the corner. Reynolds trying to force it in front, and had anybody been over there, it would have been a 1-0 lead for Gen G. But all they can do is wish and hope, as Chicago will have that one all the way downfield. Doesn't have much boost to go alongside Hoxer. Guess who has it all? It's Kofor. Guess who's up? It's Kofor. Can he line up a double? No, Reynolds is right there.
Gen G just still kind of playing with that lead blocker there on offense, sitting Reynolds up. Can Reynolds look for a chance to kind of throw off the rotation? He hasn't been successful, and not only that, the players he's not demoing or in front, or technically behind him with Chicago and Hoxer, have been doing a great job shutting down Gen G's offense, and they've got to get a big handle on that, because it does look like 9 Lives is starting to dictate the pace of the series.
Cheese, what does he have up his sleeve? Absolutely nothing, as that's easily sent away. Dropped down for Hoxer. Not a lot of boost, though. Again, only one player at any given time seems to have any boost at all for 9 Lives. In this case, it was Chicago, now Hoxer, and Chicago's kind of direction downfield almost found its way through. Cheese is back for the save there for Gen G. And we remain scoreless into the second half. A series that kind of threatened to become a shootout early on has become very much a low-scoring, grindy affair between Gen G and 9 Lives.
The team, 2 shots, 1 on Cheese, 1 on Magic Bear, 9 Lives, 4 shots, all Kofor here. As he's trying to bring the ball upfield, and as you see him in the air, you see someone from 9 Lives, that time in Chicago, going downfield, trying to shut down that initial challenge. They want to be able to get as much room on the air as possible, and they're willing to fight for it.
Reynolds working his way through. Kofor says absolutely not. And again, Kofor manages to get his way at least to midfield with virtually nothing in the tank. I mean, he's getting a lot from very little. Hoxer initial stop. Cheese rebound, set it way high, and Chicago's got it away. Kofor tried to slow play, and Magic Bear all over it. Gen G trying to turn up the heat a little bit now. Trying to end the scoreless deadlock. Reynolds on the weak side, and he scores!
And that entire play, Chicago sitting in the back, 9 boosts to his name. Cheese gets a great touch pass, 2, and Reynolds knows he's got a free shot. He's gonna slam that every single time.
1-0 to Gen G after all of that, all that we've seen over the last couple of games for 9 Lives. Will it be all for naught? 4 shots from 9 Lives in this game. They all belong to Kofor, who just had his pocket picked by Cheese. And he's going to go up the ladder instead of Chicago. Hoxer is all alone at the back, and he has all the boost for the squad. Go figure. Chicago's got some now. He'll go to work with a minute remaining. Can't get by Reynolds. Where's the follow-up? It's a little slow from Kofor on the other side, and Cheese will have that right out through the middle.
I was trying to get that consistent pressure, and then you can see Chicago trying to kick things into overdrive. Not enough, though. They can't get a clean shot. Gen G's defense starting to hunker down.
Wonder if 9 Lives, just as a team, is capable of making that extra pass to try and throw off the defense of Gen G, where everybody's looking for a shot. Chicago trying to get it down towards Kofor. Hoxer waiting. He's got plenty in the tank, but Kofor may score it in on his own. No! Oh. It ricochets around and out, and Reynolds takes the full canister and goes the other way with 20 seconds.
Hoxer couldn't get a good read on the play there. Second man, not able to get a good follow on that either. So now they're trying to put in more work. Chicago was being a menace. He ended up taking the corner boost. Plays this one off the corner. It's awkward for Hoxer. He's got no boost. Kofor's demoed. It's got to be Chicago and Hoxer. They try to play the low 50. Kofor off the respawn gets boost to put it mid, but no one's there. And Gen G put the series on match point.
3 shots to close it out after back-to-back 1-0 games and no timeout available for 9 Lives here. They burned it after going down 0-2. So they've got only a minute to try and figure out how they're going to get 3 back. I'll tell you, let me put my coach hat on for a moment here, Daz. First of all, get more than 78 points out of Hoxer. And you know how you get more than 78 points out of Hoxer? maybe passing the ball every once in a while. Complete a pass to anybody at some point, and you might get a little more offense going here against Gen G. I think Gen G have had an easier time than even they would have expected trying to shut down 9 Lives.
Thank you, Coach Stacks. Appreciate
You're
the
welcome.
input. I will say though, the point I think also is that their offense started to get very one-dimensional, where they have someone bring the ball up, and again, I had talked about it earlier in the match. They're sending someone upfield to kind of like look for those demos, mainly Chicago, and it wasn't really yielding much. Even if Chicago would get the demo, Gen G's midfield challenge would always stop the play before it could develop into something dangerous. At some point, you do have to try to mix it up, and they never did. So it was easier for Gen G to stop them because they knew exactly what they were coming out with. Gen G was the one that had a good opportunity after lots of offensive pressure. They hit their mark, and then we kind of saw an inverse from what happened in the last game there on Gen G's side. Now a chance to close out the series. Can Gen G do it here on Aquadome?
4 out of every 5 of their goals so far this weekend have had an assist with them. All 3 in this series. Yes, all 3 in this series as we begin game number 5. The offense has to pick up if they're going to stay alive here on their last life at Aquadome against Gen G. And Chicago will bring it out. Hoxer with him in support. Kofer was back a bit, and he needed to be to stop that effort from midfield.
Look at those passes, though. You see Reynolds looking for Magic Bear all the way in the other corner. Gen G making it a little bit tough to read. Defense, though, been doing well for 9 Lives as the games have been very, very close. And you can even see this one. Reynolds up so early, but Kofer spotted and got it to Chicago. And Chicago banks it in. What a play from 9 Lives.
And everybody involved here. Kofer sets it up, got the demo on Magic Bear, and Chicago slams it home at the end. Another assisted goal for one of the most prolific assisting teams in this event. And 9 Lives to the good right now. Maybe add another off the kickoff. Everybody just driving in slow motion, and Kofer picked them apart.
Yeah, Cheese and Magic both go for the boost, but Cheese kind of turned in a little too late, and then you see both of them trying to course correct and dive for it. Kofer just barrels it straight down to the middle of the net. Big goal here, so significant for 9 Lives to get a 2-goal lead at this point.
Their first 2-goal lead of this series, and Kofer will leave that one for Chicago. And to practice a little restraint there. Chicago to Hoxer. Kofer waiting for the midfield boost to spawn. It does as he makes his way back. And he's going to need it to stop that with Reynolds bearing down on him.
And with Chicago, that touch gets a little too far from him. Has to use all of his boosts to get there. So Magic Bear will try to clean it up, get it towards the midfield. Great follow-up on the initial touch. And Hoxer's there to cut it off. They have been kind of moving the ball around a little bit more, but wow, what a save there from Chicago.
Yeah, you can point to a couple different minute and a half long stretches from Chicago yesterday. That is the big reason for him being, or his team being here, and a lot of it stems from playing off the ball, getting into position, buying his teammates time to get back and play defense as well, and just kind of almost stymieing the other team's offense, not letting them get comfortable at all, and not letting them break out in counterattacks. As Cheese, just kind of desperation, leaves that ball off to the side. Hoxer takes over, and 9 Lives look like a whole new team right now.
Yeah, they've sent Kofer upfield. He got an initial bump on Magic Bear, picked up the corner boost, and then got another one on Magic. But even then, not able to kind of break through the second opportunity. But you like this because it forces Gen G back. Gen G has to play from that defensive line. You want to make sure you're not letting up off the gas because you got that 2-goal lead so early on in the game. It's really easy to lose that initial pressure and then have Gen G really start to get back into the game. So it's a great show of effort on the side of 9 Lives to keep this up.
All right, a little outside in action there, and it just didn't quite work out. And now they could get beat on the counterattack. Double from Reynolds goes wayward. And Magic Bear's gonna have to turn on this, not with as much boost as he would like. And Kofer is right there. Now here comes Cheese. Pass over to Reynolds, and he scores! Oh, again, when you start looking shot, you go for the pass instead, and it's a brilliant one out of Cheese.
And you can see from the positioning, Chicago kind of took a little bit of a notice on it when he tried to backflip, but he was too late to read what Gen G were cooking up. Great pass to Reynolds, and Reynolds making the most of his opportunities. He's been so good when he's had those free chances and free looks for a shot. It's been a big reason why Gen G's in their position right now.
Can they turn this game back on its head? Oh, it's an open net behind them, and Kofer credited with the goal. A challenge at midfield that goes in indirect, and that's how it extends back to a 2-goal lead.
Of course, as I give Reynolds his praise, that happens. That's really unfortunate for him. 9 lives, though. They wanted one back quick, and they got it back quickly. Kofer, 100% on shots. Again, he's had some good opportunities, though, set up from the initial kickoffs, and he's been making use of them very well.
And any praise you'd like to give to NRG in advance of their series coming up? I think some Europeans would be very interested to hear what you have to say.
No comment
There's a
at this
cross
time.
almost scored by Hoxer.
Good shooting, though. You're starting again to see 9 lives. Understand, they've got that 2-goal lead. They've got to kind of keep up that pressure. And now it's kind of forcing Gen.G to be a little bit more spaced out. You see Reynolds again looking for that lead block, but Kofer makes it all the way downfield to pick up the ball again to help out Chicago, recognizing the danger that his teammates in, and then, of course, goes through to try to see if he can set up a play to buy Chicago a little bit more space.
Well, a challenge for Gen.G to close this out. Back to a 2-goal deficit. Another
panic.
pass out. Cheese. After bullying everybody out of the way, he'll score his own rebound and back within 1 with 1:13 to go. Boy, how about that stroke of luck with the ball falling right back to him.
That's just Kofer panicking. Hoxer's back in time. He had to kind of like half-flip wave dash to kind of get back in time for the ball, but he was going to get there initially before the initial challenge on Gen.G, and instead he ends up running into Kofer. Play breaks down. Now it's a 1-goal game.
Big crash at midfield for the kickoff, and does go the way of 9 lives. They try to hold Gen.G back. Chicago could be over there for this, as he's able to steal the corner boost, but nobody else forward, and Magic Bear will just send it down. He's got Reynolds, and he had Cheese there. Magic Bear's going to have to go all the way back for a corner boost that just spawned for him, and Hoxer tried to dance around him and could not convert. Oh, a missed opportunity there for 9 lives to maybe put this game away. Instead, they got to sweat it out now for the final 35.
Yeah, they had a chance on the counterattack. Give Magic Bear credit, though. Great save. And it almost ended up going into a goal here, but now Gen.G still more work to do. Reynolds playing extremely close to this. Good chase down from Kofer to cut the play away.
And Kofer jumping into action again, down to 15 seconds for Gen.G. If they want to get this to overtime, that's set up though for Chicago and sent out by Reynolds. Down to 8 seconds. Magic just ahead of Kofer. Only Chicago to beat. He's done his job, slowed it down enough. Got it over to Cheese though. And now Reynolds denied by Hoxer and will play on to game 6. 9 lives keep their final life intact.
Yes, they do. And, you know, the game was kind of in their hands. They lived and almost died by it. Again, solid work individually from Kofer. He's been playing really good. But also, you asked for more from Hoxer, and you did get more from Hoxer's stats. A couple of assists and most saves on the team from him. Very effective when the team needed him to be, especially when you could kind of tell Chicago did get a little bit zoned out on some of the plays here. Hoxer was there in time, but this one, I mean, great pass from Gen.G. They did kind of still have a good couple of scoring opportunities. It was just 9 lives took advantage of a couple of kickoff plays and built themselves a strong lead.
Yeah, a couple of fluky plays got through for 9 lives, but you know what? If your team is literally 9 lives, you're going to have to win that way sometimes. And yes, it has worked out exactly like that. Shots even, goals not. 9 lives stay alive here going into game 6 now. And Gen.G, they still have their timeout in their pocket. I don't believe they've used it. So they'll keep that for if this potentially goes to a game 7. We go to Neo Tokyo for game 6. Can 9 lives spring this upset to kick things off in North America? It could set the tone and maybe a bad omen for some of the other top dogs waiting to play, including the likes of NRG, maybe the likes of Ultimates. We'll find out as we kick it off now in Neo Tokyo for game 6.
Game 6, lower round 1. Again, just kind of showing you the competition here in North America. Gen.G, a team that looked so good, especially in the qualifiers, as well as, I'd say, the kind of leading up to this event. Seemed like they had a strong game plan. They wanted to stick to it. Now they're under pressure from 9 lives. Hoxer trying to get the ball. Hoxer got it! first goal for 9 Lives.
Well, that sends a message early, doesn't it? Hoxer, catch and release, and little toadstool on Reynolds, and here we go. 1-0 to 9 Lives.
I like what Kofer did there too on the play. He kind of did like a little fake for a bump. He's just getting the defense to hesitate and allowing Hoxer to get more time to get in front of the ball to get that bump there.
Oh, Chicago, good win. Out to Hoxer. That's going to go wayward, but possession should remain for 9 Lives here. And everybody's bunched up right now for Gen G, and they've got to kind of disperse and figure out how they're going to divvy up the boost that's available on their half of the field. Chicago had that kick right back out to Hoxer. He could follow it himself, but Cheese does just enough. And now Kofer will kind of play that forward. Not really trying to create a team play there. Hoxer towards Chicago. Cheese intercepts. Well read. And Gen G still struggling to get out of defense, but they finally do.
Every time they touch the ball, you can just see someone on 9 Lives is ready. Just goes into the challenge of GG trying to take an easy counterattack. Kofer with the demo on Magic Bear, so Cheese still trying to hold this play alive, but the pass just too obvious, and a chance there for 9 Lives to break out. Oh, did you see Magic
Bear is already downfield, so too is Cheese, and after all that, ain't nobody touched the ball. Back the other way, Reynolds has to again, and he just got it out of harm's way.
And 9 Lives, 9 a really good position upfield to kind of take advantage of it. They had Reynolds blast back, and not really the best touch. If somebody was able to get on top of the ball, maybe could have worked out a play there if they could have jumped on it. But again, they are in a good spot scoring-wise. They're trying to take their time, make sure not to overcommit here, as it is still a 1-goal game.
Well, that ricochets off the ceiling. Hoxer had to make a quick adjustment, and he did. Now watch Kofer. There's a bump the other way with the bump downfield, and Kofer extends the lead.
Look at this, though. Hoxer, the perfect save. Goes out. Reynolds just doesn't have enough boost to get there. Chicago gets a bump on Magic. It just everything. The stars align for 9 Lives there. And they are up by 2, looking to force to Game 7.
4 team efforts coming out for 9 Lives. It's how they got here. And abandoning that is almost how they exited here. But 2-goal lead now. Gen G made it close last game. Kofer trying to work his way through, and he does! Oh, what a solo effort out of the young star.
Cook him up, Kofer. Slide by Reynolds. 50 Cheese. It almost went to the top corner itself. And before Slater could get the bump, Kofer was already in the air to finish the job. Halfway through Game 6, 9 Lives have excelled to another level.
Slow play out of the kickoff for Gen G, which goes against Kofer's entire nature. He almost got Magic Bear, who wins that challenge, and just about put it in, and he does. Chicago couldn't do anything with that. It kind of a, is it on, is it not? Yes, it is, and kind of caught him boosting forward after the respawn.
That's a good goal there for Gen G. Very important for them. Again, slowing down 9 Lives there, pressure-wise, kind of killing the momentum. Now they're down by 2, half the game to go.
Reynolds just picked up full boost on the other side as Cheese tries to work, and he couldn't get the ball anywhere near him. So now Magic Bear will try, and Hoxer is right there. Cheese and Magic Bear trying to connect. Not going to happen. Reynolds trying to keep it in. Cheese has plenty in the tank to play with, and Kofer has pretty much got around him. And 9 Lives get a brief reprieve, but not for long. Magic Bear denied. It's still loose on the doorstep, and Hoxer strafes across for another save.
He had no boost. Able to get there in time, but they're still under pressure. There's no boost here on the side of 9 Lives, and Gen G know it. Another pass, blocked out by Hoxer. That goes straight down, and Kofer's there to save the day in time. 1:44 to go. Gen G gave it their best shot, but they came up empty.
Gen G have thrown everything at 9 Lives, and they've answered the call. And now, only Reynolds back, dropped down in front, and Hoxer was not able to pounce on it. That would have been the death blow in Game 6. It would have certainly signaled Game 7 on the horizon. It may still well be. Kofer trying to kill time here. He's got Hoxer trying to drop it off to him. And this new look 9 Live squad that's kind of evolved as the series has gone on is giving Gen G all they can ask for and then some. Here goes Kofer, dagger!
Big goal from Kofer. Puts the shot through. Again, off the pressure from Chicago. Once they had the position, they didn't let up. They thought, is Kofer going to take a shot. Is he gonna solo? He says, save that. As 9 lives up by 3 with a minute to go. Kofer shooting 100%. He's not missing.
Oh, how different this series has become. All of a sudden, 9 lives look like they're the team that's trying to stave off an upset, as they have been significantly better than the opposition. Cheese trying to wiggle one through. Not going to happen. Magic Bear to center. Reynolds is there. Line up a double. No. And the rebound from Cheese. Oh, what a redirect out of Reynolds with 39 to go. And maybe, just maybe, some life remains for Gen G in 6.
And perfect touch for Reynolds. So necessary. Hoxer didn't even see him coming. Great touch there. And Gen G with a little bit of life, but a lot of work to do.
Still very much an uphill hike. And Reynolds did his part. Magic Bear's there. Reynolds against Kofer, who slams the door shut on him inside 30 seconds. Hoxer knocked away from the midfield boost. That'll slow him down significantly, and Gen G can work from the back line, but Reynolds probably made that a little cuter than he had to, and time is not their friend right now. Magic Bear trying to get through Chicago with 10 seconds left. Cheese doing his part. Kofer looking to pound it away, and he does, off of Hoxer into an open net. And now we will see you at Champions Field.
For sure. Champions Field on the way. Again, 4 for 4 for Kofer. As this one is out of reach. Gen G tried their best towards the end. But even with Reynolds, who's been making the extra effort over the course of this series, it just wasn't enough. We're going the distance here. 9 lives, send us to 7.
Kind of been a theme of these weekend shows. Let's just play as many games as we possibly can. And this one in particular just became a runaway very early on. Game 7 on the horizon after 9 lives does this to Gen G.
And, yeah, this is just a great individual performance from Kofer, though, but also a great assistance here on Chicago and Hoxer, both with 2 assists apiece during that game. Kofer doesn't get these looks if it's not set up properly, and those guys, especially Chicago, he's been all over the field, all through the game, same as Hoxer, and it just has been working so well. This level of pressure, Gen G was simply not ready for going into the game. And now, even with their offense kind of struggling a bit to really set up anything, some more sustainable pressure, we haven't seen too much of that. And we're going into this and, yep, taking this time out to kind of talk things over. This is going to be their last shot.
We've talked so much about the offense of Gen G early on in this series. They go for 3, they go for 2, 2, 1, 2. I mean, we're waiting for that kind of offensive explosion. We've seen it out of 9 lives now, going off for 5 in game 6 to force this deciding game. And this team, this was Team USA. This was, okay, well, if XG2, wherever they go, they end up with NRG. If they're still going to be the top dog, we'll at least be number 2, by God. Well, you've at least got to survive 9 lives here in game 7. You've got to survive Kofer having the series of his life with 8 goals, over 20 on the weekend, and trying to put away Gen G Mobile 1 Racing.
I mean, you got your backs against the wall and you've got the lights as bright as ever. What do you do when you are in this position? You got to make your moment here, and that's going to be up to every player on the field here. But Gen G, lots of eyes on them to see if they can show up and show out as we load up the iconic Champions Field.
An iconic backdrop as ever. Game 7, 9 lives, Gen G. There's a little bit of difference in name recognition there. Names are only names. Here we go. It is Kofer up at the top. He's been the focal point of the series for 9 lives. How will he figure into how it concludes? No factor at all. Cheese takes it away and scores 15 seconds in.
You can see 9 lives moving up just as they see the play develop, and then just like that, turn on a dime. Reynolds finds Cheese, Cheese finds the net. First goal for Gen G.
I'm sure that's exactly the way Greg and Kev drew it all up. Hoxer. Give it to Kofer. Now Chicago back to Hoxer, and the shot goes well wide. Can they keep the offense alive, though? Try to move the ball around a little quicker than Gen G can handle it. Kofer went over the ball. And Hoxer now trying to keep the attack alive as well. And he's done so. Magic Bear forced to make a last-second save, as I don't think he was expecting that ball to get through. Chicago and Kofer try to avoid each other, and then they'll try to make the most out of an ugly situation, but that one's kind of gone by the wayside for 9 lives.
But Hoxer still makes the most of it. Reynolds took that booster in the midfield. He's looking for Chicago, who just picked up that corner. Chicago to Kofer. Kofer, bang! Kofer again shows up for 9 lives.
Greater than the sum of their parts. You call it out, the cross-field pass. Nobody was ready for Chicago on the other side, and even fewer ready for Kofer coming right down Broadway. All tied up in the first minute.
And what an excellent play there, too. Game 7, they show up, and everybody getting involved on the side of 9 lives. We haven't seen too many of that extra pass come out, and my goodness, does it look good when they do it.
Game 4, 9 lives is like, wait, we can do that? Yes, it's legal. You can do that. And they've done it to great success as Hoxer ranges back for the save on an otherwise empty net. Magic Bear takes away from Chicago, but Kofer with a big win downfield, and we'll reset 90 seconds into Game 7.
The passes in transition have been so good for Gen G, but you can see it a little bit more spaced out is the rotation from 9 lives. Hoxer was ready for that one to get sent downfield. He was in the perfect spot to gain control. The 9 lives struggling to break out. You see that extra challenge. Cheese and Magic there, trying to see if they could throw off Chicago, who has done a great job. You just feel presence and being able to make the right play. But Reynolds may have a chance. Hoxer, another save with him on low boost.
Yeah, he had that play read the whole way. I don't think Reynolds had a realistic chance of scoring there, unfortunately, and didn't really have anything else he could do with the ball. Now Cheese, right back down the other way. Reynolds has nothing in the tank. He's just trying to be a disruptor, and he just about was. Maybe he's done enough, but Hoxer will slow things down, try to buy his teammates time. They've got plenty of boost in the tank, and Chicago try to pinch that away, and Reynolds is ready for it. Back over to Kofer, though. His second touch will trigger this downfield. And boy, just what a dazzling series from the youngster Kofer. Really arrived here on the scene with this event. Oh, Reynolds after the fake. That one saved away. Follow-up goes high and wide, and Hoxer will get him out of danger. Chicago's shot well wide, but it's still open, and he scores.
Back to you? No, back to you. Chicago to Hoxer. Magic can't get the touch, and Chicago able to finish it off. What a play there. 1-2 all the way down the field between Chicago and Hoxer, and it's a big-time goal in Game 7. But Cheese may have it. He's got it right off the kickoff. Gen G strike back in an instant.
Where'd they turn? Somebody asked Johnny Boy, where'd they turn? Not the right way.
They were trying to set up a pinch there for Hoxer. Hoxer was sitting on that right side. He didn't cheat down the middle either, and it just led up to a lane there. Unfortunately, the kickoff play just didn't work there for 9 lives, and they got punished for it.
So we're right back to square one. Why wouldn't we be? 2 minutes remaining in Game 7. All square. And Kofer has Reynolds breathing down his neck. Chicago, easy possession. He's hoping that midfield boost will spawn for him, and it's not going to. Hoxer will have to bring it across. Now Chicago does have a full canister, but he had to stay back in midfield for so long. Nobody could pass it to him, but a good thing that he just got a piece of that, because that ultimately kept Gen G out of their net.
And Magic almost able to sink that one in too as well. Gen G is fighting, but still a stalemate here. Good possession control from 9 lives here, as they have definitely tried to just see if they can force the 50s out and look for passing opportunities. Gen G on the counter has been very dangerous, though.
I don't know if that's where Magic Bear necessarily wanted that ball to go, but it has done so, and Gen G have at least found a way to break out of the zone, but Kofer almost made a pay. Now Hoxer just play it right down the middle, and everybody's got to get boost. Chicago's just going to work with what he's got. Oh, what a flick! And 9 lives are back in front.
Chicago on the 1v1. That's a scary sight for Cheese. Reynolds was looking at Cheese. No, Cheese was actually trying to cut for Reynolds. And Chicago just recognized, I got to get this ball out of my hands as quickly as possible. What a flick out of Reed. A minute to go. 9 lives in the lead. They've been kind of dictating the pace all game. It's been Gen G trying to claw from behind. 9 lives not going out without a fight. Another pass, another shot. Blocked out by Cheese. What a save.
And it's empty back the other way, but off to the corner, and Hoxer didn't get a piece of it. Oh, it's still off the post. It's hitting everything but the net. Gen G just squandered an equalizer 7 ways to sunset. Now Hoxer back the other way. Is this the ultimate payment? Gopher out to the corner, and that's just taken away by Magic Bear. Boy, that could have been devastating had it gone in the other way, and it still could. With only 20 seconds left, they still need to find an equalizer after having one on a silver platter, but they could not finish. Down to 15 seconds. Hoxer can't get out for this. Chicago tracking the other way. Burn more time off the clock. Gen G's got to run now with 4 seconds. Reynolds let it get away. Got it in the air. Stopped by Hoxer. 9 lives are going to spring the upset of the day. If they can just get this down to the ground, Chicago holds all the cards. And somehow Gen G escapes. Surely not.
No way, Cheese.
Cheese off the post again. They hit the frame of the goal 5 times in the last minute. And if that doesn't tell you the entire story of Gen G in the second half of that series, I don't know what does.
I'm stunned. I am stunned.
Wow.
Especially on that last play with Hoxer. He went for the fake, and you thought that he would get punished for that. But we just saw a ball floating on the goal line, and you just asked yourself, how is that not a goal? I feel like the series, we should be in overtime by now or something. But no, they missed the mark, and Gen G is out at lower round 1 here in the first NA Open.
I tell you, there are few things that are as fun for me to watch as what we saw from 9 lives in the last 3 games of this series. Again, through 3 games, it looked like, okay, especially after the overtime in game 2, it's like, all right, they eke one out in game 3, they get a 1-0 win, but they give it right back on the other side. In game 4, they lose 1-0. Okay, now it's 3 match points, and they look completely disjointed. And then all of a sudden, they're a very different team. And the rest of the highlight package for 9 lives becomes team play after team play after team play. One of the so-called top dogs in NA has gone down. Another's coming up with NRG taking on Team Evo as 9 lives persevere in 7. More of the RLCS coming up after this.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press. fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
A crazy way to start things off here in North America. 9 Lives rally back and upset Gen G Mobile One Racing to advance in the bracket. An impressive performance. Gen G's run ends here in North America for Open number 1. And to talk about that win, we've got none other than Chicago. Man, Chicago, walk me through the final like 30 seconds of that game from your perspective.
Terrible. It was not fun. I didn't want to be there. I was just hoping we could fast forward and get it over with, and we'd win. I don't know what happened. I don't want to talk about it ever again. I don't want to see it ever again. A win is a win. We'll take it, but definitely gonna have to clean that up for sure.
Okay. Well, I won't make you talk about it anymore here. Let's talk about like, the formation of this team. It's the first time we're going to talk to you here on the RLCS in the new season. How did 9 Lives come together in the offseason?
Yeah, so I mean, this NA offseason, a lot of people know, was hectic to say the least. For me, I was looking for a younger player that I knew had potential. So Kofor, he's gross. He's one of the more disgusting players in the game on the ball, and I think a lot of people will learn about him this season. But he's also super mature, and he's willing to take criticism, as well as he's open to helping us get better as a team, where in NA that's not very common. And then Hawkster, we had previous, top 8 worlds experience. We'd been to a couple LANs together. We were familiar with each other. So we just kind of knew that duo would be strong. And then with Kofor, I think we all saw like a floor that we can hit, and also a ceiling that can help us push for majors and more.
Okay, well, man, what a birth by fire here for Kofor in the main event. But you get the win here on the first day. You will be playing the loser of Complexity versus Deleted tomorrow. Thoughts on that matchup? Which team you want? What you think about the bracket?
Yeah, Deleted's very solid. I will say that. I don't think a lot of people are sleeping on them. But I would probably say Complexity is the most informed team in NA right now. I don't know if they're the best, but I think they're the most informed. So I think they'll take down Deleted. I think we'll play them tomorrow, if I had to guess, and we're looking forward to it.
All right, well, congratulations again on the win, Chicago. Good luck in the bracket.
Appreciate it, boss.
All right, Chicago representing 9 lives here as they do advance. Getting a win, a big favorite. We all up here on the desk predicted Gen G, Bates.
Yeah, and I should have been right. But unfortunately, some things are outside of my control. Even Reed Curry had to agree with that, but he's right. A win is a win. 9 lives, stuck through it. Down 3-1 in the series, and it just kept on fighting back. Just pure poise, pure execution, and sometimes you need a little bit of fortune to go your way. And trust me, in this Game 7, a lot of fortune went their way, and that's why they got 9 lives, I guess. They don't need an org, because they need to keep that name. That name, it's got a lot of promise with it, the Bezos.
They absolutely do, because I think I saw them lose 8 of them lives over the course of that series, especially in the last 30 seconds of that game, because my goodness, and they played solid. Of course, Chicago thinks they could have played better, but that's a good sign if you're a fan of this team, knowing that they can even excel up to this point, as that's a great play. But it really came down to the end here of this Game 7. Gen G had the world in their hands, and they just let it slip through their fingers. That challenge was poor, too. Why is Cheese backwards on that play?
It was terrible. I don't know why Cheese is turned around. He's got 100 boost, and then you got, I think, Reynolds coming from the side. They all played twos. It was a mental lapse in that moment. Let Reynolds come in from the side.
Yep.
You got to have a decent read that Chicago got to be low on boost. You go first, I'll clean it up after you. Or you just dive at it completely. You commit, and then you go. And then they end up going down 3-2, and after that, it was just pure turmoil wave.
The mental game just got to be so difficult, right? You don't think you should even be in Game 7 at this point, and then you get like 3 decent, obvious looks at the net. I believe we can show you the whiffs here. How badly this went. Is the just one off the crossbar and away. Okay, so this was.
And it's that initial shot. It's a free shot for Reynolds.
Oh my goodness!
Like once Hawkster goes on that back wall, you know it's free. He just tried to overcorrect it too much to try to hit that right side.
I mean, Bates, it's easy for I think viewers at home to look at Cheese and be like, "How is he missing there?" And Cheese is thinking, "I'm not supposed to have to shoot right now." Like this.
I don't want to hear all that nonsense. I don't hear that nonsense. He's a professional player. He gets paid to put the ball in the back of the goal. He needs to make that shot, but also Reynolds also needs to make that shot. I'll tell you what, I'm tired of seeing this Finnick. There's too many snipers. Less people need to play the Finnick. You need to go back to the Octane. If you go and you make those shots, I guarantee you. I understand the Finnick's good for your 2v2 gameplay, but the Octane's how you win. Monkey Moon's a world 2-time for a reason. Beast Mode was dominant for being Octane. Octane is where the shooters go. If you're on Octane, you don't miss those shots, I'm confident. 9 lives, they move on. They only got 1 life left. Let's go.
In the car.
They move on. They'll play the loser of Deleted versus Complexity. The winner will advance to the semifinals. We'll be playing all 5 of the quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals tomorrow. So congratulations to 9 lives. They get to relax for the rest of the day. 3 more matches to go through here, and I'm excited to see how each of them go and see, do we get another upset? At this point, I mean, calling it an upset, I do think part of the thing here, Tamar, is like thinking about Gen G. I keep looking at them and thinking about the old Gen G roster. And having to remember, like, this is a good roster, but this isn't Appjack, Chronic, and Null anymore.
No, it's not. But even then, though, it was definitely a little bit of a debate. The desk didn't really show it too much with our predictions because I think we kind of had just Gen G, higher rated, more prepared kind of team. But that being said, like 9 lives is good enough to win this one. It wasn't the wildest one in the world.
Well, folks, we got 3 more matches to go. Let's get into the next one here. Team Evo taking on NRG. This is the former G2 roster, so the big dogs in North America taking the pitch up against some newcomers, people not even from North America. This is former, if you were paying attention, there was a little bit where this team was called the Britallions because it's 2 British players and 2 Italian players here with Speed and Relating Wave coming from the UK, and Arju and Shuffleverse, the coach, coming from Italy.
Man, they've came over, they've hopped upon, and they want to just kind of beat NA. And at the moment, I'll give Herc this much. He touched on the pre-show. They are in the top 8. At top 8, they were kind of middle of the tier, bubble world championships many times over, very recently. And Speed's been great as well, land champion in his own right. So they got the talent, but they're going up, and they're all in the same place. Where are they at? Anyways, they got the talent.
They got the Rocket League logo on the door.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where they are.
This is their college.
The school.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's where they're at. They're in what city
Canada.
Is that? St. Clair.
Clair,
what's the city that's
yeah.
right across from Detroit. Whatever city that is in Canada, that's where they're at. But so yeah, that's they're gonna be looking good. They've made it this far, but they're going up against NRG, aka G2. I'm always gonna call them G2 on the low, but NRG is the crest that they're rocking right now. And NRG right now, the Bezos, I mean, they've been a little off, I'm gonna say. They haven't been their typical standard.
Yes, no, well, you're correct. They haven't been their typical standard. It has looked a little rough for them starting in this NA Open qualifier, but I think, they had enough time to kind of get things to wake them up. And if they, this is kind of their moment to kind of shut off a lot of the naysayers or whatever. We have seen them struggle. We've even seen them struggle against some of the teams in EU. I believe last weekend they took that loss to Strictly Business, but now they are trying to get back in form and be that #1 team in NA. But you got to put up or shut. Best of 7 series. This is where NRG should get started.
I mean, this is main event NRG too, so maybe we'll see as the tournaments go on. Oftentimes, these teams with lots of experience do start to turn up the heat. Get your votes in the progressive fan vote down there, folks. Hashtag Evo, hashtag NRG. Bates, does Evo have a chance?
Yeah, they got a chance.
You predicting them?
Yeah, all right. It's gonna be close. I'm not gonna predict them. No, not a chance. Okay. They have a chance to win, but I'm not gonna predict them. No, NRG. Whoa, you picked them. You're picking the Europeans.
Apparently, folks. Apparently, it's an upset day. Here we go. I'm gonna see if TV will come in.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm shocked by that. You look shocked by that.
We're just rolling with what the graphic says, man. It's pretty good stuff there. I think that I'm excited to see if the new energy here. There is a chip on their shoulder where, NRG is a team that's playing, looking in the rearview mirror, trying to keep everybody off. And when you're looking in the rearview mirror, you're not looking forward. You're not driving straight. So I think there's a chance that Evo could catch them slipping here at the beginning, but I don't know what'll happen. We'll see how it goes. The analogy works. The analogy works.
That didn't work. That didn't work. But listen, we'll roll with the 88% favorite for NRG right here. Wait, what series then? You got Evo. What series?
It's gonna go to game 5. Game 5. Absolutely. This is the only way. Look, if it goes to game 7, absolutely the experience is winning here, folks. We're gonna get them on the pitch. NRG versus Team Evo. This is gonna be an exciting one. Is there a player that you're looking to have pop off on one side, or for either of these teams? I'm excited to see Speed. I'm genuinely excited to see Speed playing here in North America again. He's definitely the player I have the biggest question mark around right now.
I'm looking at Relating Wave.
Okay.
Let me see Wave hit the prime once again. That'll bring you some joy to my eyes. I always thought Relating Wave was really good, but kind of being overshadowed a little bit by some of his teammates. So I want to see Wave kind of pop off if Team Evo is going to put up a fight here. But honestly, no. The biggest thing I'm looking for is NRG's performance in this game. Whether they win, how much they win, or just individual performance, because it's going to dictate how they look in the rest of the bracket, and it's also going to show, can this team actually bounce back when facing adversity? We need to know, especially when we talk about that international competition happening later on this season. How does NRG look at the start of the season?
Can they do it, folks? The players are ready to go. This is an elimination match. Lose and you go home. So NRG playing for their tournament life. Can Team Evo strike while the iron is hot here? Orange versus orange for match number 2 in North America. It's Evo versus NRG.
Well, we've seen one big upset today. Why not another, right? Team Evo gets set to take on NRG, ultimately the XG2, the World Championship runner-up. What else could happen? Game 1, brought to you by Progressive, underway on Manfield Night.
This is definitely one of the more exciting matchups, I think, for anybody who's ever paid hard attention to Europe, right? You've always been curious what happens when you start sending, the old heads, the people that you wanted to succeed for so long in EU. What happens when you send them to NA? Well, they make a main event, and then they try to push towards that top 6. So this is a really big proving moment for Team Evo, just for all 3 players individually. And of course, NRG is probably the most difficult challenge you could get in that first round.
Well, it's about time because they haven't really played anybody to get to this point. I think their toughest opposition has been 9 lives this entire tournament run. To say that they have had an easy path into the top 8 would be understating things. But now that they're in the dance, all you got to do is just beat a team 4 times, as 9 lives proved earlier. Not as hard as it seems, maybe. Beast mode, dancing through. Okay, maybe it's a little bit hard.
Still the same old on this one. Nothing, too crazy. It's just beast mode rolling around everybody like nobody was even in his way. And NRG go up 1 in that first minute. They claim their lead. And again, to NRG, this is just another day in the office.
They are going to have to stay sharp here. Beast mode beat the defense just about, but just outside the dotted line, and Arju was able to guide it off to the corner. And now relenting wave. Good ball past Atomic, but NRG is all over it. Now Speed. This is a team in Team Evo that's going to equalize here. It's Arju as one of the battalions will score.
I like what I saw in the back end. Relating wave kind of messed around a little bit, but it was more on Arju to know when to push up. I think there was little good communication. Speed had no boost on that one, so there wasn't going to be a lot of power if he took the shot. But great on Evo. Tied game here, and then off the kickoff to the backboard. We're going to see if a follow comes through. Beast mode to himself. Arju sends it back upfield, keeping Evo in the play for now. Bump off the ball here. Speed into the corner. Takes that boost for himself. Might try to get a setup. But I do like from Atomic, and I'm expecting this a lot from NRG, there's going to be a lot of midfield play trying to really slow Evo down so they can't do this.
Well, Arju, another shot that's easily sent out by Atomic, and NRG not panicking at all. Speed's got plenty of boost, and he's going to need some. Here goes Atomic. Speed gets a hand up in his way, and Arju will bring it all the way to the wall, and had to forego that corner boost to do so. Now he'll collect it as Relating Wave collects the ball along the crossbar, and Arju has that out. He's got Relating Wave as an outlet. His shot is sent away by Beast Mode.
Right now, it's pretty stagnant, although NRG has had just a better time of getting out and taking a couple more shots. I will commend Team Evo on not being boxed in, which I think a lot of people really did expect from them. But a lot of these clears do tend to go to the hands of NRG, which isn't really what you want at all to be happening. You don't want to have to continue to fight over and over for control of this ball. Daniel over to Beast Mode to the backboard, no follow-up through.
Team Evo has a chance to kind of silence a lot of doubters and prove some naysayers wrong. I've said a few times that it's funny how in traditional sports the collegiate space is part of a necessary step on the path to becoming a pro, and in esports, and particularly in Rocket League, it's kind of the opposite. It's almost the retirement home to kind of extend your competitive career. And what do these players do? They come over, they come to St. Clair and to Maryville, and all they do is run the show in North American CRL, and now they're here in a main event in North American RLCS, and maybe kind of a wake-up call to all the other Americans and Canadians and Mexican players like, hey, maybe we should take this a little more seriously. Atomic into an open net, though, and G2, NRG extends their lead again.
It's not going to be that easy to forget them being on the iconic team.
Never.
You do mention wake-up call. If there's a team to give Evo one and let them know where they are playing, it's going to be Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel to really set them straight. But like you said, they've kind of really been dominating the collegiate scene, and it goes back to that big question that, even fans like me have had for so long. What do the players who don't find success in EU do after? What would happen if you sent them to NA? And to see them finding this much success almost off the rip of their careers out here really is a big deal. I know the whole world's kind of been calling NA wash, saying it's a dead region. They're really trying to prove them wrong, but NRG is keeping that hope alive as they continue to hold their lead here in game 1.
Unfortunately, the answer is most of them go to SSA or APAC or something, and they run away from the competition. This Team Evo has faced it head on. Here goes Beast Mode with Atomic and Daniel in support. He's got plenty of options, opted for himself, and Speed will pick it away. NRG not going to overextend here at all. Beast Mode again, just lob it up there. It's for Daniel to work, left it back for Atomic, and NRG extends the lead to 2 goals.
Even when he could have taken it for himself, I still love that, you know what, take the safer option, leave it for Atomic. That way there really was no touching that ball if you were Team Evo. 2-goal lead, a little bit of insurance and comfort into the next 32 seconds for them. I mean, it hasn't been a bad fight from Team Evo by any means. I mean, they might find something here, although this one gets sent off by Beast Mode, but this is, I think, much closer than people were expecting.
Well, the best offense in the tournament, averaging 3.2 a game, has dropped 3 on Team Evo in game 1, and it should be enough, as that one's saved on the goal line. Team Evo is not quite done just yet. Got to score here, though, to have any chance at a kickoff, and they will not. 2 seconds, 1 time is run out on Team Evo in game 1. Give them credit, they brought the fight to NRG, but NRG was more than ready for it in game 1.
Oh, for sure. I mean, of course, you got to pay attention to the fact that NRG had for their standards, a rough time getting here, right? They got taken all the way to the 5th round of the Swiss. Everybody's eyes were popping out of their heads like, how did this even happen? And then they come back here into the main event yesterday and they just stomped on anybody who had to face them, at least for the most part. But of course, heads back towards Team Evo. It was a great fight here in this game number 1. Of course, there is a little bit of adjusting, comparing, EU RLCS play to NA, but I think they're keeping up a decent amount. The problem is you do have to actually get the wins for it to be worth anything while.
That's a team that's going to be fighting for respect, and unfortunately, their fight has led them to NRG. They coasted their way here. Again, you look at some of the teams that they had faced on the way here, and it's not exactly murderer's row to get into the top 8 at this point. But again, give them credit. They are here. And just by getting here, you get what? I think a guaranteed 3 points. If you manage to spring an upset, now you're talking 5. And now you're starting to talk about having a serious leg up on the rest of the competition. It doesn't sound like a lot of points. There aren't that many available in the grand scheme of things. We go on now to game 2. Can NRG keep it rolling? Or will Team Evo put a big roadblock in their way?
Right now, Team Evo gonna have to respond to their first game loss here. Of course, wasn't that bad. There were a few moments where it really looked like they were kind of absent. NRG just really had all the space in the world to work with. At least these challenges are coming in a little bit quicker. I mean, you saw the first one there. But now, Evo, you're gonna have to create space for yourself on that side. You can't just be taking wild shots at this net and hoping something finds its way through, because at the end of the day, NRG or G2 name on top of it, it's still Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel defending your shots.
I knew I had it written down somewhere. Here's who Team Evo beat to get into this point. Let me just kind of beat this horse to death for a moment. Gajuber, Pioneers, 100 by 35. That's who they beat in Swiss. And they played 9 lives, almost nuts, and powered on a boat in GSL. Like, okay. Congratulations on your top 8. Here goes Arju with Atomic trying to jump out for him. Didn't quite get there, and Arju's solo effort got at least to the goal line, but Daniel there and ready to collect. This is kind of slowed down a little bit now, kind of like the previous series did in the second game. Just kind of waiting for NRG to kick it into gear, and maybe they have right here. Daniel looking to follow that up, and Speed's got it away.
Right now, NRG just honestly playing the patient game, and it's also something I see a lot with Team Evo. It's a very like let them wear themselves out kind of thing. The problem is you're meeting the people who have like perfected that version of gameplay. NRG can sit there and defend 10 million shots from you and then decide when they want to go forward, and that's pretty much what they're waiting on right now with Daniel and another clear into the hands of Relating Wave. Enough off the ceiling, but instead still NRG managed to consistently stay in control of this ball. Even when Team Evo have hands on it, it just falls right back to them.
An NRG team that certainly did not look invincible. They almost missed this entire, they almost missed top 16 with everything that went down in the Swiss qualifiers. They had to go all the way to round 5. They drew JNAPS and the Pioneers in round 5 and managed to persevere as Arju will bring this across back to midfield. Speed is right there to crisscross with him. Try to throw off the NRG defense. I mean, you have to get a little creative as Relating Wave diving in. But they, NRG survives, then they take care of business against Gen G twice in the GSL stage yesterday. And here they are, still fighting for their lives in the lower bracket, but things could be much, much worse. So Relating Wave will send that one away, and here we go.
Right now, Team Evo very low on resources, and I think NRG recognizes it. They've chosen their moment to strike on through. They've had a couple of shots in these few moments that have just passed, but Evo still managing to hold on to their life. And by life, I mean staying scoreless in this game. Minute 47 on the clock here. Time is going to run out, and then you're going to have to face a very intense OT. This pass over to Relating Wave. Arju already trying to find his way on up, but Daniel has him beat out. Daniel just has to beat one, but no boost means Relating Wave had just enough to make the pass and the transition on out. 90 seconds left on the clock. It's Evo's turn to make their attack.
And no wasted movement there by Relating Wave either. Saw the demolition, realized he had to spring into action, and did so quickly as Daniel gets swatted out of the air. So back goes the ball to the NRG half of the field. It's Relating Wave looking for Arju, instead finding Daniel and Atomic both up. It's almost like they're in their comms. Arju's shot blocked by Atomic. And the well-oiled machine defensively of NRG continues to hold strong. Big flick up for Beast Mode, and no double as Arju's in the way. And NRG's got to be a little careful because Evo's looking for one of these counterattacks. Arju got one skied high, and Daniel and Beast Mode will just combine to send this one away. They had it lined up all the way. It's an NRG team that does not panic, and Evo may have just been forced into panic mode with that ball going over Arju's head. But now he recovers back into the play, and it's Evo on the front foot, coming up on 30 seconds as Beast Mode clears.
He's got this one on his head. He's gonna have to take it down low 50, no bump on him, but Atomic is gonna have to be placing this one out into the corner there. And NRG still holding on, no boost. It takes all the way down to the ground, but they're just trying to keep this in this blue site now and keep that pressure going, keeping it consistent. Beast Mode one end to the other, but Speed's pinch is gonna let Evo go forward just for a minute. 6 seconds on the clock here. Team Evo gotta prepare for one last attack as Beast Mode keeps this one up, half a tank to work with. A little bit of an awkward touch there, and Relating Wave's gonna be the one to kill the ball. Overtime in game number 2.
After plenty of opportunities either way in game 1, they have been few and far between, at least the quality ones. 5 shots total out of Team Evo. Another 8 from NRG. Something's got to give. Daniel on the hunt. Nothing brewing there as Beast Mode now. He's got Atomic underneath. And Arju makes sure that pass never got off. That pitch is out to the corner. Speed looking for a winner. That ricochets around. Atomic bumps Arju, but nobody dealt with Relating Wave, and he put nothing towards the net. So now Arju's got to take over. 30 seconds into overtime. Got a piece of Daniel, but Speed wasn't ready for it. And back the other way goes NRG, undeterred by the physical play.
It's kind of crazy how low boost NRG can get and still manage to make the save and the transition out. And same usually can't quite be said, but Evo gets their transition off the backboard from Speed. It's just an easy lob up into the mid there. Over to Daniel. Relating Wave's going to try and take it away, but Beast Mode playing patient. Again, that first minute just very back and forth. And really, this is going to come down to who makes the first defensive mistake. Both of these teams have been so methodical against each other, and finally there was one. Although the open net might have not come the first time, but Daniel made sure it went through the second.
You're going to see a bump come through here, too. Beast Mode takes Speed out of the play, and while Speed was ready to maybe try and make a reflex save, that bump said absolutely not, and after all that, overtime goes the way of NRG in a 2-0 series lead.
I mean, can you even take them down? I mean, you have the moments, but at the end of the day, I mean, even on a rough day for NRG, right, it is really difficult to go up against them in any capacity.
The shots were 8-5 at one point, and then throughout that entire overtime, 4 unanswered shots. Everybody shoots 4 times. Only Daniel scores. It's all NRG needs, as NRG now up 2-0 over Team Evo. We've not got word of any timeout coming through, so Coach Shuffleverse and this Team Evo squad are maybe willing to let this ride out just a little bit as we get ready for Game 3, and Evo's backs getting closer and closer to the wall.
I mean, right now, I look at Team Evo. I do have a lot of hope for them. I think there are times where they look really good on their transitions out, right? And that's a big thing for me, right? You don't want to get boxed in by NRG, because at that point, it's kind of throw your hands up. There's no hope. But they do find moments where they are able to take shots at this net. Unfortunately, they don't keep that ball as close as they realistically need to, especially against a team like NRG, because they really, you know, they could solo play at any moment in time, right? But Evo, it's a little bit of a different story. We do have a pause coming in, so for now, you do get to breathe a little longer. If you're
No, we're not going to point any fingers and talk about how, you know, somebody else might have wanted to get involved in the game. So we will take a moment here, get a little pseudo timeout going into game number 3. So while we make sure everybody's set to go here for the kickoff for this third game. Again, best of 7s all the way through here on Saturday and Sunday now. And for Team Evo, you get a little extra time to think about how you're going to approach this third game. Again, you've been within striking distance of NRG, you know, the big bad XG2, the big bad NRG that's supposed to be the best team in NA and one of the best in the world. And no, they're right down here with you in the lower bracket. The game starts 0-0, and Team Evo have not been intimidated at all. The same way that 9 Lives was not intimidated by how good Gen G was supposed to be in the previous series. Again, I think that the competition in North America, you know, the difference between top and the kind of middle bottom of the top 8 is not very wide at all. And you're seeing that play out here.
Oh, for sure. It's a gap that is continuing to close and close. And I think with also all the imports coming in, it just becomes that much harder to keep up and find your place in the top 8 and push forward to that top 6 and top 4 even. So right now, NRG not only lead the series by 2, but continue to push forward to try and lead game number 3.
Arju will start it off now for Team Evo. As Wavepunk alluded to previously called the Battalions. Or would have just kept that name. Maybe they could be like the Team Evo Battalions.
You can have your nickname back. We'll give it to him.
Perfectly fine. Beast Mode's going to have all day to play this one back in his own corner. 30 seconds into game number 3, and a chance maybe for NRG to maybe put their foot down and kind of just take any hope out of the sails of Team Evo. As a series like this goes on, Herc, I mean, we see it so often, you know, as the underdog hangs around, especially if they get a win in this series, then you start to maybe have doubt creeping into their mind. But what a brilliant pass down to Atomic, and this may be the start of NRG pulling away in the series.
I mean, the idea that right now Team Evo could get a game, let alone even a goal, is a big question mark, because again, NRG, they are playing like there is no challenge on them at the moment. Like you said, it really is Evo, like like lurking around them. Like they are working in a way, right? NRG is working in a way for these wins, but it's not as big of a challenge as you might think. Like more so in comparison to the 9 Lives Gen G game, right? It felt like you were watching 9 Lives like trudging their feet one game at a time, eventually starting to pick up pace and run. But Evo hasn't even had that foot forward that's like consistent enough to push NRG back.
I mean, you could see it in the cams. Team Evo are having a lot of fun with this series, but it could about to be very unfun. Still only the 1 goal advantage for NRG here in game 3. Arju with Daniel retreating. He's able to connect with speed. Now relating wave forces his way through, and Daniel's got it all the way. And here comes NRG again. Daniel quickly off the wall. Force that through too. Atomic looking to come up and follow. He'll leave it for beast mode. 3 minutes ago here in game 3, a game that mentally, again, you figure Team Evo must win to stop the significant momentum of NRG. But right now, they're all hemmed back in their own zone and deep in their own territory, just trying to get boost and get a little bit of breathing room. As Arju will leave that for speed. Relating wave could follow this, but instead opts to stay back and lets NRG maybe have another punch at him.
Now you got that second half of the game coming through, and you're still trailing by 1. Arju's been one of the more, you know, aggressive people to send Evo upfield and have a couple of these shining moments, but NRG are just so consistent at getting into that blue side. Daniel around 1, around the corner. He's got to go up against Arju next. The reset, no touch, no bump. Instead, it just falls back to beast mode. Again, just taking their time over and over, and it feels more like Evo's scrambling to get their hands back on that ball. And that's what I was talking about so much. NRG, they will always do such an incredible job of controlling this ball when it's in their favor.
Oh, beast mode had one all lined up, just barely missed high. That was costly for another team we won't mention earlier today, but not so much costly for NRG. You know, they're going to get quite a few more opportunities, and also it helps having a lead in the series end game. As Arju just skies one up before getting knocked into next week by beast mode. Atomic and Daniel working their way downfield, only to be stopped by Arju. For how long, though? That got by Arju. Atomic, oh, it got by beast mode, so Daniel will just keep possession with Atomic running some interference along the corner. Arju spawns ball side. That could have thrown off Team Evo for a moment, but no, it does not. Nobody panics, and they're still only down 1, just over a minute to go.
There's not much time left for Team Evo, especially if NRG collect this match point for themselves. Trying to reverse sweep a team that has just been this consistent against you is going to feel like an impossible task, especially if they add another mark to the tally. Atomic off the backboard, follow-up completely denied. It's a great goal line save, but relating waves left alone. It's low boost all the way around for Team Evo. And they really got to break out of their half, otherwise these shots are just going to keep coming, and eventually something's going to find its way through.
How many teams have 2 players demoed and still managed to get the ball down on the other end of the field? That's just unlucky for Team Evo, as NRG just kept the pressure on for long enough. Here goes beast mode, looking to maybe put this game away. Arju denies him. Still ends up back out in midfield, but nobody's going to get too antsy. 15 seconds. Daniel at relating wave, past him. Beast mode will pinch it down and in, and that will put game 3 away.
Truly, for a second there, I was already telling myself, I was like, this feels kind of slow motion, and then beast mode just zooms in, and he's like, all right, just end it. Just lob it in. I know this one might bounce off a little bit, but even the pace of play alone, Stacks, just feels slow, and yet somehow that's tripping up Evo right now. And NRG, they're exactly where they need to be. It's a comfortable place, comfortable win overall, and there you have it. It's another win for NRG once this ball hits the ground. I mean, what else did you expect?
They've conceded just the 1 goal, outscoring Team Evo 6-1 in this series. They had a bit of a tech pause at the start of game 3. We'll see if they do indeed take the timeout that, again, everybody has. You can't take it with you, so at this point you might as well. But what else can you talk about? 3-0 the lead now for NRG. Everybody has shot. Everybody has scored as they outshoot Team Evo 10-1 in game 3. listen, the chat vote was what, 88 to 12 percentage points for NRG. Chat knows ball, as they often do, certainly more than T-Bates. And now Team Evo have taken their time out, and they've got to find a way to get 4 in a row against NRG. I don't know. All you do, just hit the ball, put it in their net. How hard could it be?
Yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult, you know, when you have Daniel, Beast Mode, and Atomic in your face at all time. And even when there is a slight hiccup and 2 people come at you, or you manage to get 2 of them off the field like we saw before, they just still are successful. So shouldn't be the craziest of challenges for Team Evo, right? I mean, I'm sure there is something up their sleeve in this situation. There's got to be something in their bag of tricks, you would think, right? Another way of thinking, especially, again, you're coming in as an import team. They have been playing in the CRL for a little bit, so there's that aspect of it is too. It's a big learning moment. I will say, though, Stacks, for is not high scoring as this has been, that will be the flowers I give to Evo.
Team Evo, I mean, to get back into this series, they have to, you know, we talk so much about teams sticking with what got them here and being efficient, being selective with their attacks on offense. That has got them here. Again, granted, not against the toughest of opposition by any means, but they're a team that they don't take many shots, but the ones they take, they tend to score, just scoring a shade under a third of all of their shots. So when they shoot, they have success. They haven't been able to generate those high quality scoring opportunities against NRG, and they're probably not going to. They've got to find ways to kind of move the ball side to side and kind of keep NRG off balance. Easy for me to say. I get to sit here and watch a top-down view of the field and watch everybody run around like ants. They've got to find a way to do it on the field. Game 4 at Utopia with Team Evo's life on the line underway.
One last opportunity here in the first event of the 2025 season. Team Evo, they've got a long road ahead of them. Great shot on target there. A lot of speed from Speed, but Beast Mode just better. And 15 seconds into this one, Team Evo coming with a fire under their cars.
Atomic put that in a spot where Daniel would still be able to save it, and he did. Another follow-up from Relating Wave is denied. Now Speed will take a turn. Beast Mode creeping out from the near post, and Atomic just stones Arju dead in his tracks. And Daniel just got that away from Relating Wave and a scoring opportunity. Now Speed will have to pop it over to try to read the play himself. No, Arju takes over. Relating Wave is also up, and that might kill the attack for Team Evo. Now they got to watch the counterattack on the other side. Pass out to Daniel. NRG trying to establish themselves here in the first minute. Their first look on offense, as Beast Mode has that taken away by Speed, and things will slow down maybe to the pace that Team Evo would appreciate more. And floaters and away.
I gotta hand it to Evo to be able to come out and say, hey, we're playing this fast now, and you're gonna have to defend, 10 shots off the rip. NRG finally is gonna have a little bit of a challenge here as Daniel sends this one forward. Demo out in the mid means it's still in control. It's a shot just high of the mark there, but NRG still taking their shots, but this does feel a little bit more competitive as far as Evo is concerned. Right now, Beast Mode's taking his time, sent that one back to Daniel. Daniel and Atomic wanted to work together, although this one's intercepted, and it's passed over to Arju. Arju off the backboard, no follow-up to come through.
And Relating Wave was all the way back for boost. And even then, it's a play NRG is very familiar with, able to stop. Arju making a stop on the other end. Relating Wave will still trigger him downfield. Atomic just take that all the way to the corner. Relating Wave had to wait for him. And that opportunity is going to be sent by the wayside as well. Arju did get the demo, but not much else going for Team Evo, as Beast Mode takes that away from Relating Wave cleanly. One to beat, and Speed gets back from out of nowhere, coming right down the middle to keep this game scoreless, but for how much longer? That's still going to be available. Beast Mode for Atomic, and Speed and Arju are both there.
You do got to commend Evo on the fact that they are playing their challenges a lot quicker. There's a lot more Time cut on the follow-up, but double demo in the back end, nothing to show for it as Arju's gonna 1v1 on Atomic, and Atomic still manages to use what's left to make the save and the clear out into the corner, and 2:15 on the clock. Same story as the last game. Nobody has been able to find their way through either defense. The difference this time is Team Evo is at least keeping up in shot speed to give Team Evo their first lead.
Their first lead, and boy, did they have to work to earn it. The team that hasn't taken many shots, well, how about this? This is their 8th shot in just under 3 minutes. They have brought it at NRG, switched things up a bit, and it has finally paid off. 1-0 to Team Evo. Again, they've got to win 4 in a row. You can only win 1 at a time, of course. That's got to be the mentality. Can't try to get it all at once. Relating Wave, clear it away. And Atomic, part of a team, of course, that for years now, it's been understood they will not panic. Even though the name is different, it's still the same squad. Here's Daniel with Relating Wave in his face. Arju, big shot, saved by Beast Mode. And then Daniel saves more of a whimper of a shot out of speed. Couldn't get anything behind it. Arju will have a go. Relating Wave tried to take out Atomic. He could not, but the pressure remains on now for Team Evo, and more precious seconds burning off the clock here for NRG to look for an equalizer.
This is definitely one of the more high-pressure situations for NRG, and it's just going to continue to get worse as this one to the backboard. Follow is slow. It's a clear back out into blue. And finally, NRG gets to push forward just for a small moment. Arju's already saying, absolutely not. It's my turn to take another shot here. 50 to the center. Relating Wave is forced to put that one out into the other corner, and it falls to Atomic, and him and Beast Mode are trying to work together. But again, it's low boost. Evo has been doing a great job of just challenging one after the other and not letting up. They know they're in a favorable position right now with 42 to go. This one's just staying mid, and with one challenge after the other, even if these shots aren't in net or on target, they're wasting precious time that NRG need to be able to make at least one last comfortable play.
Well, Daniel's got less than 30 to work with, but he's got Beast Mode to his left, takes out speed. Beast Mode didn't even factor into the play, didn't need to touch it. His presence was enough, it threw off the Evo defense, and it's an equalizer out of NRG.
I mean, this is like being a Jedi at this point. You're forcing them to move with just you existing in this space. And well, there it is, tied game at 16 on the clock. It's a shot forward, Daniel to send off. Speed's trying to keep it going. You see the demos out in the mid, but even then, Atomic and Daniel recognize the breakaway. The flick to center is gonna be completely set off. And here comes Beast Mode. Just enough time, but this ball might get killed, and I think that's what Team Evo want more than anything is the reset moment, and they will get it.
NRG willing to oblige. He'll instead go for a kickoff. And Beast Mode got knocked out of the way by Relating Wave. He was going to line up a zinger of a shot. Instead, he gets blocked. And now Daniel has to pick up the scraps here across midfield. Drop it down for Atomic, and Relating Wave stuffs him. Now Beast Mode blocked by Speed, and a hectic start to overtime leads to just a little more than a stalemate as we play on now.
Up in the air, it's another challenge, but it's slow time. I mean, Arju still manages to get it. You saw Speed wanting to go for the follow, and that's a big part on Relating Wave to stay a little bit further back in those moments. Don't let NRG get a clear that, you know, concedes into a quick goal and ends everything. And 44 into this overtime, NRG are one step closer to their win, although Atomic and Beast Mode are gonna have to make the save. They won't. Relating Wave, a full team effort to break on into the space and find their way through.
And Atomic and Beast Mode are on the same page here. The problem is Atomic's challenge made Beast Mode kind of stay planted. Had to see what was exactly going to happen. Was the ball going to pinch out to the corner off the back wall? No, it just dropped right into Relating Wave's lap. And Team Evo stave off elimination for at least one more game.
I mean, I talked about it at the beginning of the series, Stacks. I said if there really was going to be any chance, Team Evo had to step it up offensively. Even if the shots weren't perfectly on net, they just need to register and pose as some sort of threat. This time was so much closer between the two. I think this is, what, 10 to about 12 shots for Team Evo, so NRG actually behind in shot on target. It's a big difference, and you could tell Team Evo looked a lot more confident and a lot more comfortable, but more importantly, they were so much quicker to follow each other up.
Well, great for Relating Wave. Again, you know, bring my bias out for a moment. I've been a big fan of Relating Wave since he kind of started making a name for himself over in Europe. Just a player that has bounced around quite a bit, has never really got the respect that he's deserved. All he's been is one of the easiest teammates to play with that anybody could ask for out of Europe. And, well, he gets a game winner here in overtime in game 4. It keeps his team alive, and maybe just a little bit of life now for Team Evo as we get ready to head to the Dome for game number 5.
I mean, this is just so exciting. This is a question I've genuinely had for years. When I entered Rocket League, I was very much more in tune with Europe and watching all of them, and it just felt like the list of how close teams were for so long just went down into the 20s or the 30s even at times. And now with the imports and seeing them come over to NA, it's so just like, it puts you in awe a little bit, because you're like, what would happen? And now it's happening. And I mean, like you said about Relating Wave, that's how I feel about players like Speed. I've been watching Speed since he did the sub out in for Flipside back at WSOE, and I remember that first win and being like, oh my gosh, this is their new up and comer. He's gonna be taking everything. And then he didn't really quite have the, you know, the moments and the career that I think most people projected, and I think it's the same for all 3 players on this Team Evo. And so now that they're kind of finding that here in NA, it is really exciting. But like we said, it's a long road ahead of them if they want to still keep up and compete, at least in this first event here. 3 more wins to stay in the game today. Otherwise, NRG just continue to move on.
NRG looking to survive and advance. They're up 3-1. They need one more. Here we go. Aquadome, the backdrop for a crucial 5th game. See if Team Evo can continue to work towards turning North America on its head. Speed right at Atomic. That's not going to work out for Evo ever. But he gets it right back. Relating Wave with a demo at the back, so Atomic will at least spawn in on the right side and does so opposite where all the action is. A lot of physical play here in this first 20 seconds. We'll see how both teams adapt to a different change of pace. Daniel tried to slow it up on the ceiling. Beast Mode's won it through. Speed's got it away, but gotta watch a follow-up from Atomic, and Arju makes that save too.
I liked that from Arju as well, because you saw him hesitate for a half a second, like, do I go left or do I just continue on with the challenge? He continued on. Confidence really was the difference maker in that situation, and it's going to be the difference maker in this game number 5 as well, as NRG make their push forward. Daniel around the corner to 1, loses his challenge to Arju, and Arju just trying to force his way through Beast Mode. He gets the demo on it. Atomic's the only one left, but the spawn in might be to NRG's favor. It is. The clear out to mid, and the attack has begun. The floater in the air, no boost for the last line of defense, but no attack from NRG comes through.
Great seeing Arju get these kind of opportunity as well as he's diving in the corner. Speed's the only one back. He should catch up to this and does so. Yeah, Italian Rocket League, Italian esports in general, but particularly Rocket League, you're starting to see a few more Italian players pop up in main events or get very, very close to them. Looking at teams like Novo Esports over on the European side and the success that Arju has had for a while. They're all trying to follow in Cookser's footsteps, and none have been able to fill those shoes just yet, but you feel like they're all getting closer and closer every day. Relating Wave tried to follow that one up, but he had Beast Mode in front of him. Easier said than done.
This one still out in the mid. Let's see who's going to be the first to take it away. 3 players up, 2 from Team Evo, and still NRG can't take it away from them. Although this one goes down. Speed on no boost. The 50 still up. Atomic over to Daniel. Just taking their time right now. NRG, I think, recognize playing the high game is the answer. Stays in the ceiling, carries it down. It's Daniel to give NRG their lead here in Game 5.
And Daniel forcing his way through. He's got 3 now, including the game winner in that second game overtime. And NRG, all they've got to do is hold Team Evo at bay for another 2.5 minutes. That has proven not to be as easy, though. Atomic had a wide open net to shoot at and just could not make the adjustment to get it on target. So a missed opportunity for NRG. Will that come back to bite them as we tick down now into the second half of Game 5? Team Evo have been very much on the back foot, just like they were in Game 3. That game was only 2-0 Herc, but it felt like there was never any threat of Evo turning that game around and giving NRG anything to worry about. This one's starting to feel the same way after that initial surge.
For sure. This is one of those moments where you wonder, you know, what level of consistency can Team Evo provide in a series like this, especially against NRG, right? Because even when NRG faltered for just a moment, I think that was, well, in game number 4, right, when they conceded for the first time, or second time, excuse me, it didn't feel like it was like this huge, big deal. Although when Team Evo concede, it's like, all right, we really got to get it together. We got to figure ourselves out. And NRG pounce on that frustration, pounce on that level of, like, you know, confidence issues a little bit. And so 90 seconds left on the clock. You're trailing by 1. Again, match point. Your back's against the wall. This is the last opportunity for you if you're Team Evo. I mean, pace of play just completely is always in favor of NRG.
Larju's done well to stay with this play, and he got the corner boost and avoided the demo from beast mode. But can he get back into the play when his team needs him? Yes, he can, as Speed played that all the way over to him. He'll need the rest of his boost to make that stop as well on beast mode. Team Evo are not giving NRG the kind of comfort that they are used to getting from teams in their realm. And Arju just ranges across in front of Atomic to make that save. We're in the final minute, though, and Team Evo's got to go. Arju take it himself. Flip, reset, denied by Daniel. Now Speed, bring it back around. That kicked off awkwardly, and Relating Wave just wasn't ready to pounce on it.
Right now, NRG, they're being really cheeky with it, too. If you spot it in the background, a lot of the times they're just leaving 2 back on defense, and somebody's cheated up way too far. And in normal circumstances, that's a bad thing, but here, it's exactly what you want. Beast Mode was the one to do it this time. He catches it and sends it off to the sidewall. You'll see it right here. And then just an easy open net. I mean, I say open respectfully, but RG was on no boost. That was not a challenge. Yeah. And NRG go up 2-0.
Arju, I think it conceded the point that, listen, there's nothing I can do about this shot. He's going to score it. Oh, he didn't score it. Oh, he's got a rebound. There's nothing I can do about this either. Great, we're just here now. So now Team Evo needs 2 in 10 seconds. Got to get 1 out of here from Speed. Arju's over there. Got to score with some time left on the clock, and they will not. NRG are going to win a lot of series this season just because they are NRG and teams are going to panic. This was not one of those series. They had to earn it against Team Evo, who stuck with them step by step, but it is NRG who survives and advances in the lower bracket.
I mean, G's all the way around. I know to most people on paper, that was probably a really boring series. But for me personally, I think it was great. I think Team Evo showed a lot of promise. This is one of the biggest challenges as far as a team goes in North America, especially the fact that NRG has kind of gotten their act together. That's about as tough as it gets out here. So for them to keep it as close and to have their little moments of progress, I do commend them on it. And I mean, congratulations on at least a top 8 placing in your first run.
I mean, it is kind of a lunch pail series, right, for NRG. You clock in, you clock out, and you're done. I mean, they win games by scores of 3-1, and that was exciting. That was their big excitement. Everything else, 1-0, 2-0, 2-0. All right, well, that's NRG doing NRG things. As great as their offense has been, their defense has been stifling as well. The best offense in the tournament survives. They advance. We'll see them tomorrow. But now we get to move to upper bracket matchups. We've got Deleted and Complexity coming your way after the break.
Don't pause, replay. Quick.
A quick 5 games later, and the best team in North America maintains their hold as NRG walk through Team Evo. 5 games up, 5 games down. They finished them off. Advancing in the bracket to tomorrow, they will play in the quarterfinals against the loser of Space Station versus the Ultimates. I'm joined here by the coach, Sathu. Sathu, talk to me about the match here, man. How are your boys feeling here playing in the main event?
I mean, pretty good. It's we're progressing day by day. I know everyone was kind of disappointed with how we kind of showed ourselves in Swiss last week, but I think we're like slowly progressing into kind of more the form that everyone expects.
Okay, well, and talk to me about the expectations you and your team are feeling here. Obviously, you come in as the most decorated team in North America. So many expectations on here, a new name on the jersey, but it's the same players at their core. Is there a weight there that you feel like you guys are struggling with, or do you still feel like you're pushing forward, like there's still more to achieve?
I think maybe there's not necessarily a weight, but kind of a mentality that we have to shake, knowing that how much we accomplished last season, but realizing that's not the case anymore. It's a blank slate again. So we don't really try to read too much of what's said about us. There were lots of things said last year that we heavily disagreed with throughout the entire season, and it all ends up not mattering in the long run. So it's more just our internal mindsets is what kind of the challenge is right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was talking with Bates. We were reminiscing on the trailer from when you guys got announced last season as a team, and he was like, "Man, I called the whole season. I predicted the whole thing from the top to bottom." And it's actually kind of crazy thinking back. You guys kind of did everything you said you were going to do in that trailer. So, yeah, the stuff in the middle kind of doesn't matter here. You guys will be playing the loser of Space Station versus the Ultimates. What do you think about these new rosters, especially the Ultimates here?
I mean, obviously just a very talented roster. You replace a talented player in Appjack with probably someone who's more individually touted as being one of the best in the world in LJ. So, on paper, it seems like an upgrade. And they're obviously a really good team. I'd love to play them in tournament. I know we had our off-season kind of showdown towards the end in the NA off-season open. And then SSG, obviously, they were the same roster last year, but just under a new name. They've improved drastically. I think their coach Xpeer has done great work with them. I think they're a lot more disciplined now. But we would like the rematch against them because I don't think that first series was very indicative of how it should have gone.
Okay. Wait, who do you think you could get to play?
I think Ultimates actually might lose that series. I think we might play against them, but I love to play either. SSG would be cool for revenge. I'd like to see Ultimates later in the bracket still, but I actually think I think we're gonna play Ultimates.
Okay. Well, we'll see if it happens for you here. Sathu, congratulations on the win. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
NRG with the win over Evo. Advance in the bracket. We'll see them play on Championship Sunday. Only 2 matches left here on the day. And this match was quick work for NRG, Bates.
It was quick work. I mean, like you said, Wave, that's the best team in North America until proven otherwise. Then they came out, they took the W and they dominated. But I will say this Evo squad, a couple overtimes in this series, played up tight, even got that game number 4 when it looked like it was going to be a sweep. But to answer the question that NRG were posing, a lot of us, defense wasn't looking as sharp. Beast mode not as clinical on offense. They definitely seemed a little bit more polished in this set, just like Coach Sathu said, as they continue to get better and better through the first open qualifier. Stacks, what were you seeing?
I mean, what I was seeing was a team of players I think a lot of people had written off for God knows whatever reason, but all they have done is come over to NA, and yes, you have to play who's in front of you. They did so, and they gave NRG something to think about in this series. I mean, they made NRG work for just about everything they got. It felt like NRG was in control for, a massive majority of the series, but Evo was, one good pass, one heck of a shot away from turning that series around completely every single game.
I mean, Evo, I've talked to Speed many times. He's a very jovial person, an irrepressible spirit, the sort of person that's great to have on a roster because of just how lighthearted they are. And you can see him through that whole series, even as they're losing, laughing in the camera, trying to have a good time with his boys. So I'm excited to see how this team does as the season develops, as they get more settled in. I don't think that going out early here is going to tilt them, and I'm excited to see how Evo does moving forward. NRG, though, in the next quarterfinal there, we got 2 more matches on the day. We were talking to them about Space Station versus Ultimates. I don't know, Beatty, it sounded like he was saying Sathu thinks Ultimate's going to lose there.
Yeah, if I was Sathu, I would definitely give him better media training. He did too much yapping right there. I would have just said no answer. Both teams are good and just moved on. But Sathu, listen, this is different between esports and sports. He gave you an answer, Wave, which you got to appreciate as our interview.
Yeah.
He was saying, I don't know why he was saying it, but he said that SSG might take Ultimates. I don't know whether that's because he has SSG higher in his brain. SSG beat NRG, his team, yesterday.
Yeah.
But that is giving a lot of credit where credit is due to SSG and how much that Snowman roster has improved. They didn't just get a new name. They're also being looked at differently in their peers' eyes, which makes that series coming up later even more exciting.
Absolutely. We'll get to see them play a little bit later on. 2 more matches on the day. We will close out the day with the Ultimates versus Space Station Gaming. For now, though, it's time for the boys in purple versus Complexity, reviving their old look here. Love to see it. 2011 Call of Duty calling back here. Deleted versus Complexity here for the next spot in the bracket, Stacks.
This is an exciting team with Deleted. Like I of course, I'm a big fan of Gyro, always have been. I've always thought Andy is a player that hasn't always had the easiest go of things in his young career. And boy, how about Wavy? Wavy is so fun to watch. You know, and he spreads the wealth a little bit. You know, he played a lot of off-season tournaments, not just with his set teammates, the guys he was going to play RLCS with. He was mixing and matching with everybody, giving everybody some run. I think that's something that a lot of North American players haven't necessarily done in the past, and Wavy is making sure that he tries to elevate as many players as he can. All that doesn't mean diddly squat when you're up against a very, very tough Complexity gaming squad, but I think that Wavy is kind of a very smart guy who does things the right way here in NA, and I think he's going to have a good, long career, and a very successful one at that.
Where's my coach? There he is. He's
there.
Back
He
in
is.
the coach's saddle. Look at this. Get back to where he likes to be. Coaching up a squad. Took a year plus off. Had to like honestly in a way relearn himself. Learn how to be a coach to the best of his ability. He's got this Deleted squad playing great. But as we're talking about on the other side, Complexity back in North America. You saw the Stop Being Cold video from earlier. Braves boys dipped his toes in NA, back to SA, back to NA, CR as well, EU, NA, SA, playing in all the regions. They're a great squad. And Wave, like you said, they do have that little old vintage COD 2012 logo back in style.
Yeah, I love seeing the return to form here. The star was wonderful, but it's kind of cool seeing it's like this red and white double helix sort of thing they got going on. Folks, in the progressive fan vote, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag DG for Deleted Gaming. Hashtag COL for Complexity. Stacks, what are you thinking?
Boy, I mean, Complexity, I think Diaz is kind of one of the biggest what ifs, right, from last year. Because if Diaz starts the season with Complexity, what did they miss? They missed Worlds by 3 points, I think it was. You know, as controversial as it was, it came right down to the wire. God, he had one heck of a second split for them. He was so clutch. But I look at this Deleted squad, and there's a lot to get excited about. They've got a very potent offense, the second best, I think, in North America right now. I'm going to take Deleted here, but I think it's going to be close.
Okay. Bates?
Man, listen, Complexity, I think they're a great squad. You heard Chicago earlier saying that they might be the most informed team in North America. Not necessarily the best, most informed, which is once again credence showed that they really came in and already got to assimilate back to the NA style. But it doesn't matter though. I like this Deleted squad, man. I don't know. There's something about them. They feel a little grindy. They feel like they are upset potential every single time they're out there on the field. And I think they're going to upset this Complexity team right here, right now. Take them out in 7.
I'm amazed I'm over here by myself. I
love if they sweep the desk.
They're not sweeping the desk. They're not sweeping the desk. I'm going with Complexity on this. No, I'm going with Complexity on this one. I'm sorry if I confused production earlier on that one. That one might be my fault. I love Deleted. I want to predict Deleted. This is like Andy's a boy I've been watching for so long. Back when he was on Dignitas and I was casting.
Hey, it says Deleted on your thing now.
I know. I'm trying to. I made a mistake somewhere. I tried to change it over there. I do think Complexity though is the stronger team here. No, that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. This one was my fault though. I made a mistake. Games already, no one cares what we're thinking. Let's see how they do. Complexity here. They've got a lot of momentum coming off of a win over Ultimates yesterday. But can they go through the boys in purple? Deleted on one side, Complexity on the other. This one from the upper bracket. Both stay alive. We'll see where they go. Let's play some rocket.
Only 2 more matches to close out the day today. We've got Deleted taking on Complexity here. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive is going live, Hercules, and this one's going to be a banger.
This is definitely going to be a banger. It's another team that we have been missing here in North America. Complexity, the likes of them, they have been over in another region, and they found their ways onto where they like to declare home. But this time, it is against some very, I would say, notable NA players. We've got Andy, Gyro, and Wavy coming together to form Deleted Gaming, and they've had a pretty interesting run to get here so far.
Yeah, but they got to face a red-hot Complexity team who already showing their pressure here off the start. Good shot there from reStream to give Diaz the lane, and he banks it to get Complexity on the board.
All right, Complexity just want to get straight into it. I'll get straight into it. This is one of the faster teams that we've seen here in NA, but not only fast, they are extremely consistent. They play to a pace of play, and they like it the entire way through. And if somebody feels awkward on it, they do not care, and they've pretty much already established where they'd like to be at here. I mean, CRR going around one. There was a bump off the backboard. It's a free shot for CRR. Complexity already finding their second goal.
I like this though from Diaz. He just ends up getting that bump on Andy, sets up a lane. CRR, great flick. And I've wanted to see more from CRR compared to what we saw yesterday. It's good to see him really in front here on the offense to get things going here for Complexity. Already 2 goals. Not a lot of people have been fans of this deleted gaming squad, but you can tell in terms of this matchup, the desk, they saw something in them, and they're going to have to prove it against the Complexity. I mean, they aren't showing any signs of slowing down here. They have been kind of dictating the pace in the first minute.
Oh, for sure. Right now, I mean, although Complexity is up, you cannot count out deleted gaming. I like you said, a lot of people were counting them out throughout not only the Swiss, but even just the group stage. People kind of were, you know, maybe saying that they had a Mickey run a little bit and it was a little easier for them than most, but I think every win should count. It gives you insight as to what they can bring here in the top 8. And right now, game number 1 definitely is a little bit more of a learning experience. Of course, this is one of the newer formed rosters, and people are very curious what they're capable of. I, for one, although I know most people's eyes go, okay, you know what? Stop talking about deleted. We can go back to Complexity.
Let's talk about Christian here. Look at the cut up here. Gets Andy, wins the 50 right off the post, and look at the bull. Able to get the light touch to knock it in. CRR, just the tip of the spear, leading the charge on that last play, and able to set something up that's beautiful here for Complexity. 3-0 the score line. He gets the ball right back off the kickoff, and he's looking for more. Can he get the ball for Wavy? Oh my goodness! Someone stop CRR!
Show him how it's done. The pass to himself, the reset over Gyro into the bump play. I mean, it does not get any cleaner than that. Complexity might have looked a little slower yesterday, but today they are full steam ahead. They want to claim top 6 as quickly as possible, and they're on their way to it. Diaz up next to the backboard. A little bit better coverage this time from Andy. He's going to try and keep going, but CRR, nice little touch there to slow things down.
I've loved the performance that we've seen from Complexity. So far, every goal has been assisted from everyone, and everyone has also been on the board. Complexity is just straight domination, and it's really going to be on deleted to be able to change that already narrative. I think a lot of people kind of went with that safe bet here to go with Complexity, and they are showing exactly why. The way that they've been able to bring the ball upfield and play for each other while just still maintaining high speed and aggression has been nothing but beautiful. As we saw a shot there from Andy, not necessarily worked out, and again, Complexity able to kind of clear things downfield and start offense once again.
I mean, one of the things I always will commend Complexity on is how quickly they are to following each other up, whether it's on offense or defense. But the fact that defensively they tend to be kind of shadowing each other a lot really is what makes it so difficult to get past them. And right now, there's going to be another attempt here. Wavy finds its way through. Finally, deleted gaming have their foot in the series.
Yep, Gyro runs a little bit of interference to get reStream to kind of turn off, so Wavy has a lot of space there. And then again, he's able to bring the ball up so well. reStream in a tough spot to get a strong clearance. Wavy takes advantage of it. Now you see deleted on the board here, but can they continue to kind of negate this tall score line here and fight their way back? That's going to be the biggest question.
I mean, there's only one way to find out if they can do it. It's just to really just show signs of progress in the game. And right now, it's been a little bit more stagnant. Another shot coming through off the post, but off the back of CRR's car, still manages to make sure it goes through. And deleted gaming, I mean, you think they would have set themselves up in a favorable position, but Andy committed to something that Gyro had already gone for, and at that point, placement was just completely in favor of Cole.
I mean, Complexity just have so much space there, too, to like let that pass come through. There was no question that the pass was happening, but there's no one there to cut it out. So, of course, you know, you get that for free, and Complexity are going to take it, even with CR with no boost. able to make such an impactful play. He's shooting 3 for 5 right now as Diaz will bring the ball up for this one. And again, you can just see how well they're playing. Anytime Delete get a touch, Complexity able to get that follow-up. And then, of course, they even turn it into a dangerous challenge on net. Deleted, not in the best position right now. Complexity, it just feels like they have the recipe to success.
They really do, and again, a lot of that falls back on Complexity have a game plan, and they follow it every single time. They don't stray away from it, and that's what keeps them so much in the game for so long, and it's very difficult to slow them down. There's been so many moments where Deleted, there's times where there's a question mark on what are you doing. There's been moments where I've seen Wavy like way super upfield, and he's leaving his teammates back while Complexity's already running down their way on the attack. You just have to have Deleted slow down just a little bit more, keep your eyes wider, keep your zones wider, and maybe you might be able to intercept some of the passes that Complexity are throwing your way.
4 seconds left in this one, but it's such a strong lead. It would be pretty sensible to kind of call this one in favor of Complexity at the moment, unless Deleted shows a massive comeback. They have not shown this game at all. Andy trying to get it started, and Andy he'll pick up the first one there as just a nice individual catch here. Great first touch into the follow.
I gotta commend Wavy on that one too. That was just a great setup overall, and it could have gone bad very quickly with how much speed there was on the pinch there, but 28 seconds, I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible if they were able to find something off the kickoff, but right now, that's where the question is, can they find something? 22 seconds on the clock. Complexity has all the favor in the world right now to take this game number 1, as this one is down in their half. Gyro's going to get this ball taken away from him, and CRR waste all the time that Deleted won.
Final 10 seconds for this game, as Deleted have had a lot of time to talk things over. We'll see how things shape up, but man, talk about dominant. CRR and Complexity running full steam ahead to take the win here in game 1. A lot of people had eyes on this squad, and I mean, they come out the gate swinging against the league.
Oh yeah, they are, again, it's a sleeper team almost. I think most people expect that when somebody is playing a little bit slower than most, that you can just take that ball away and have your way with things, but for Complexity, again, patience is just a virtue, and it works out almost every time. I mean, you can see it there in the replays. There's been so many moments where Complexity just have their moments with it. I loved the bump play from CRR. I think that was probably going to be one of my more favorite goals here in the series, unless they pull out something even crazier, because, again, this is CRR, Raisbull, and Diaz, very grossly mechanical, but
yeah,
so are Deleted. And Wavy, in particular, is that player I want so desperately to wake up and show everybody what he is capable of.
You want Wavy, I want Gyro. I think, you know, looking at, but all of them have that ability to not only just take the ball into their own hands and make something special. It's just when I go back and look at their success, right? A lot of people were looking at them last week when they ended up taking down NRG in the first round of Swiss in the qualifiers. They looked like they had a game plan ready, and Gyro played absolutely out of his mind. A little bit quiet in game 1. If they can get him going in game 2, things could potentially turn around. Let's see what Deleted Gaming are cooking up here. It's Complexity red hot. We are in game number 2, though. It's anybody's series.
And potentially could belong to Deleted off the kickoff here. Run it back. What it?
Went for the bot pitch kickoff on Complexity. Ball goes straight to Wavy off of it, and I mean, he's got an open net to look at there.
Well, you know what? That's the sign of life I've been waiting for from this team, especially to have an early game lead is so important, because it is a little bit, you know, more lax than most, but the pressure's already coming through. The center sent off back out mid. Diaz is going to catch it in the air and slow things down. Not a lot of boost to work with. He just tries to reset forward. Does win his initial 50, but Gyro sends them running back home. Andy, that was a great challenge. He almost found his way on through. Those do need to find their way in, because you're not going to get many more of those chances.
Yeah, you got to think on the Deleted side, they do have to be very privy of the counterattack. Complexity ready to strike at a moment's notice. But they kind of collect the ball here in midfield and just watch again how Diaz plays. He knows Andy's there on the sidewall, so plays it up straight to CRR, and then they're able to just kind of pass together to kind of get that ball out in the open space.
About a minute of gameplay's gone by. Deleted, found their way on in. They haven't been able to find another one, although they've had a couple opportunities here. We're gonna go again. Wavy 2 touches around the corner, and Gyro's just lurking to make sure this still stays in their favor. But again, that complexity, patience, it's been enough to at least hold them back from taking a couple more shots. This one's just gonna roll straight past an open net, and Complexity are gonna breathe a sigh of relief for now. They try and break out of their half.
The field positioning from Complexity, lots of room, but not too many shots. Actually, no shots from them compared to game 1. They've already had a few goals by now. It's just been deleted. Just kind of taking control of that space in the midfield. And ever since they got their first goal, they've looked a lot more comfortable around the field.
For sure, there's a whole new level of confidence that came with getting that early game lead, because it's a little easier in this case to be able to just hold on to that and play some really solid defense, and that's pretty much what Deleted have done now. They're forcing Complexity back. They boxed them in for a good chunk of this game number 2, but now that they're finally out, even then, Deleted defensively have looked so much stronger. They're setting themselves up a lot better than they were in the past, but I was just about to say the panic. You saw Gyro on the back end. I thought he was going to set himself up well for it, but instead, I believe he committed, and it's just open.
Yep, he committed to that one. I think he maybe both double commit on the play. He's got to have a little bit of trust there, especially Gyro's position. He's low boost. He's rotating in. Can't go for that. You end up seeing what happens. It's just an open net for CRR. They've got to make Complexity work a little bit harder for some of these goal-scoring opportunities. But so far, tied-up game here for Forbidden Temple, and plenty of Rocket League to go.
A lot of time left. Anything can happen, especially when you're back on even playing ground. With only half that game left to go, the 50 wanted the dunk, but CRR, it was just straight into the nose of his car, and Complexity get their transition on out. As Andy sends this one upfield, nobody's back. Had that been on target, those are the moments I was talking about, that you can find a gap in Complexity, but it's about taking advantage. It has to be on target. Even if it's on accident, you just want to make the attempt.
Yeah, communication on the Complexity side has been very good. Even with that last potential offensive play by Deleted, they were able to kind of communicate, read where the pass was coming from, and they were able to cut it out without overcommitting too much. So no real issues comms-wise from the Complexity. They've been working very strong together, especially against CRR. He's shooting 100% this game and has a couple of saves to boot. Only saves there have been on his side. I mean, you can honestly not tell, because everybody has been doing their part to just kind of make it tough for Deleted to get back in scoring positions.
Oh, for sure. Right now, it's just a good, even effort all the way around. 90 seconds left here in game number 2. Still a tight game. Razebull's going to try and change that one as Gyro clears out from the mid, and this mid line really was the difference maker before. This time, Deleted own it for the most part. Gyro's going to send himself up. This one off to the side wall. Just over a minute to go. Complexity continue to stay boxed in their own half.
Yeah, having a tough time getting out. You can see a little bit of that physicality coming through. That's a good shot, but blocked away by CRR. That'll be his 3rd save of the game. As we hit that final minute, Deleted. Lots of offensive pressure here. Not privy to overcommitting. And you see Andy so far back, but he's not going to be able to hold on to the ball because CRR goes for a bump. Complexity full boosted, though, and they're going to need it as Gyro plays this one off the ceiling. Did he get a flip? He didn't use it. But he did, and now it'll be sent back downfield. Chance for a counterattack. Complexity have everything they need. There's a shot from reStream, but Gyro there to get denied before he makes contact.
And I really thought they were going to find their way on in, but right now, Complexity, even at the moment, are trying to have some slight aggression to their play style. It's not scaring Deleted off by any means. They are still fending every shot that is coming their way, and here comes another one. Wavy already up on it, and Gyro just very far back in that 3rd to collect and lob upfield, and 10 seconds left on the clock right now. Somebody could steal it away. And Andy wants to try. Diaz was up. He got past him. This one's not in. The follow's coming through. No dunk from Wavy, and it's still in play. Diaz over the midline, trying to take this one downfield, but it's killed. Overtime in game 2.
And you can see Complexity looking for that counter, almost able to kind of find the back of the net with that one. But now Deleted. Good kickoff play to get that ball to Wavy. Wavy tried to get it, but Diaz tried to knock it away right before that demo. Ball pitched out to the side. Here's Diaz there with a solo. reStream gets demoed as that ball will follow down. reStream was the one to be able to follow up that play. But with that demo, he's denied, and it's much safer to go for the ball if you're last man back on deleted. So back and forth for these teams trading offensive attacks as OT is starting off speedy.
This is just, I mean, it's very much a tug-of-war situation, but a shot off the post keeps deleted in it. Now this one's in. Diaz finds his way past Gyro. He saw this one go off the sidewall. The initial shot not on in. And of course, this is what I was talking about. Complexity's follow-ups are just consistent to a level that most people are not on. And it works out in their favor again, and they continue to go up in the series.
Complexity up 2-0, but such a good play there in overtime there, especially when you have that initial fake to the shot. It threw off the defense and made them hesitate enough to where there was a bit of miscommunication. Wavy tried to race back to the ball in time, but he couldn't get there to stop the follow-up shot, and then Gyro got stuck there towards the end. And we do have confirmation of a timeout here for deleted. Here's a take a look at that play again. You see Wavy trying to half-flip back, and Gyro just barely not able to make contact on that one. Deleted let that one slip away. It was a close game, but now we see a timeout from them as World is going to try to talk it over with the team.
I mean, I look at both of these teams and their journeys of how they got here, Daz, and there's two very different levels of confidence that they should be coming in with, and I think that they did, but I think deleted still does need to remember that this is in their back pocket, and hopefully they're being reminded of this now, right? But to my knowledge, I believe they were the I think it was NRG that they were one of the first teams to have taken them down. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they took down NRG last Sunday in 5.
That was the win where I finally was like, all right, I think deleted have a foot in this first split. And then on the flip side, Complexity was doing that, but with ultimates, right? That's FK, LJ, and Chronic. So 2 levels of crazy teams that they are both very capable of beating. I think deleted might have had a little bit of an easier run to get here today, but it doesn't mean that they're any less capable. And right now, I don't know, it's so shaky. And I really don't know what to help. I mean, that's Roldiz's job. That's not my job. So
that's very valid.
That's all him.
But I think, you have a point where, this team, lots of potential to do something that a lot of people would not expect them to do. And when you're at this stage of the game, going up against a team like Complexity, definitely probably more of a different play style than some of the competition you face going into this event. And even some of the things that you're trying to work on have not necessarily come to fruition. And now you've got to really band together here. No more timeouts for you guys. You lose this match, the series goes to match point. Deleted needs something now. Game 3 on DFH Stadium. Here we go.
This is so crucial for Deleted Gaming to win. They're going to try and start this off the way they did in the last. Gyro reset over 1, tries to make the shot, although this time it ends in a save. In Deleted Gaming, gotta try again.
Yeah, but definitely a great start. They are able to show a little bit of success for some of these kickoff plays. But like you said, haven't been able to fully execute. Execution, the name of the game. And also watching out for these counterattacks from Complexity is going to be huge because they have executed so well on that front.
Again, I will say it time and time over, but people do not really realize how consistent this Complexity roster is. They may not be the flashiest or the craziest in terms of passing plays, but what they make up for is in their solo capabilities. This one off the backboard, raise ball follow-up. That's a crazy save there from Andy, but they are still pushing forward. And Andy the one to truly bail Deleted Gaming out of that situation, but the pressure's not off quite yet. Complexity still pushing forward.
Oh, another shot. CRR, top corner. And you can't give him a look like that. Raisbull lets the ball float away. He knows CR's right behind him. And he says, take your best shot. Christian scores, Complexity up by 1.
I really wanted to hand it to Deleted, and I actually still will. Defensively, they kept up with a lot there in that moment. Eventually, resources ran dry. Pressure was really extensive, and they just crumbled for a small moment. But there is plenty of time to get back into this one, as Andy's the one trying to keep Deleted in this play. Although they immediately get sent back, and everybody has to retreat back to the defensive end. It's Andy and Gyro working together to break on into that Complexity half.
but you are not getting past the Bull. Another cutout by reStream. I'm so excited that reStream is playing in it because I get to see much more of him. And it's just great to be able to see how he stacked up towards the competition. Had proved really solid yesterday, is carrying that over to today. He just has such a great read of the field and a lot of trust in his teammates too. reStream, of course, getting a good cutout here, but Complexity still in front. Is even with that last attack from Deleted, they show no signs of losing control.
Nope, right now it's still a little back and forth in the mid. A little too easy to break into both halves. Nobody's really truly held onto this ball like they have in the past, and reStream completely sends that one forward so fast that it even got a touch on the backboard. Diaz taking his time, reset over one. Gyro up for the challenge, makes the save, and 2:44 on the clock. He's demoed off the play, but Andy still keeps Deleted going 1 foot at a time into that Complexity half. But at the end of the day, Complexity is still in the lead by 1.
A little fake challenge. reStream's got to cut this in front of Andy. Chance though, and Wavy will take advantage. Deleted halfway through this game. Get back on the scoring front.
I mean, reStream did everything he could in that situation where he was already positioned, right? He was forward enough that he knew he had to take the initial, but not back enough that he could have played the patient game. And at that point, Deleted, they saw the opportunity and Wavy took it. And now second half of the game comes through. Gyro's already up on the cheat. He doesn't get a touch on it. Instead, Wavy, which had to go next on. And Andy around the side. Gyro's already up. He's gonna try and go for the double. At least was able to get it down, but there's that patience I was talking about. reStream played the right time here, and CRR takes his 50.
Good read on Andy though on the 50. He recognized CRR had no boost and took advantage of it. That one's gonna pinch all the way downfield, and Deleted will have to kind of stop. Complexity on the push. Good pass out in the open space, but Gyro can't take a really good touch on it. So now you're starting to see Deleted muster up some offense. Can Andy get this double? Gets it to Wavy, and Wavy scores! Deleted pass again as Andy finds Wavy.
This is the Deleted gaming that I had heard so much about. The quickness, the pass and plays, but more so the level of communication to be able to make all of that come together so quickly. And finally, they're able to execute what they've been trying to do for so long now. And CRR's denied his challenge off this. And Wavy takes it back. Half a tank to work with is a lot for this guy. Reset forward and nothing to come through, but still a threat.
If he has a little bit more boost, he can make a little bit more out of that play, but either way, it's great work here. And look at the mechanics from Deleted. It's breaking down Complexity's defense. Another goal, this time from Gyro.
I love this too, because Andy's doing all this crazy footwork in the top right, and both defenders are sitting on the ground, just eyes wide open, like, oh my gosh, we don't know where this is going to be coming from. Nobody's anticipating a super quick drop down and a follow when your eyes are pointed up. And it's just a great moment all the way around. They're going to try again. No boost, but off the backboard. Follow from Gyro on target. Unfortunately, it's crossbar down and out, but a 2-goal lead is very comfortable to have.
But you're seeing the adjustment on offense out of Deleted, right? Okay, just kind of playing that individual play to bring up the ball is not necessarily working. Let's try to make more of our offense kind of work off the ceiling. And everybody's stepping up mechanically here. They're trying to turn up the pace here with 50 seconds left. Continue to keep things up on that offensive foot. And now it's going to be up to Complexity to try to adjust to it.
Only 41 seconds left to go, trailing by 2. And it's not a good place to be if you're in your own half for once. Complexity haven't been able to get out. Unfortunately for them, not even that many shots either right now. It feels like not a lot, although there have been, I believe, 7 registered. It just doesn't feel threatening at all. Only 1 goal to their name. 20 seconds on the clock as Gyro pushed forward, and here comes Andy up next. Another attempt to continue to lead, and he does. He carries this one all the way down into the corner.
Andy is loving the ceiling right now. He's gotten 3 assists off of it, or no, 2 assists off of it, I'm sorry. And then he's able to score that. He just has all the time in the world to work and plays it right under the defense. Deleted, what a bounce back here as they look to continue to increase the scoreline. Complexity have not found an answer, and with the time left on the clock, they are going to have to wait until the next game. reStream will try to bring one more through. There's the pass, denied by Wavy. Deleted gaming, what a response in game 3.
That was just a great sign of progress. This is what Deleted Gaming expected of themselves, to create the space to be able to do those very, very quick, tight pass-in plays and find each other. And even Andy, right, having his solo play moment, it's just a huge threat all the way around as they lead into that next game, number 4. And Complexity just kind of sitting there scratching their heads like, well, what we did, I mean, it was one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of situations. The problem is Deleted found a way to break what worked. And now Complexity are going to have to approach this at a new angle because you've got Deleted coming from the sky.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You see that right there. Andy pulls out 2. Defense all jumps. And Complexity kind of caught out, and that was kind of the name of the game for the most part. Deleted hadn't pulled that out all series long. You see them more comfortable, and honestly, with the smiles at the end of the game, you see them more confident as well. This is what they should have opened the series up with, but now they've kind of had the battle back now, no timeouts left. Complexity clearly talking this one over. Will they have time to be able to make level adjustments in time, and can Deleted continue on this path? Because it's really good coming off the timeout, but you got to be consistent with this level of play.
Exactly. Right now, that's my biggest question mark for Deleted is, can they keep up what they were doing? Because I do expect Complexity to take what they learned in that last game and really kind of switch up something for the most part, right? I think, again, noting that Deleted started to do a lot more airplay. The fake kickoff, Wavy was a little slow on it. I wish he just full sent, but Deleted Gaming coming up with tricks up their sleeve.
Yep, Complexity, good adjustments though. They had a lapse there, like you said, from Wavy's hesitation, and then they were able to kind of get back here on defense. Speaking of Wavy, he's on top of this ball, just buying a lot of time. Pass to Andy, and Complexity able to cut it out in time. But already both teams a little bit methodical off the kickoff. Let's see how things work here as game 4 continues.
Right now, Complexity, they just want to get back into that rhythm that they had before of breaking in and staying in. Fortunately for them, Deleted has done a much better job of boxing them in their own half. CRR, even on low boost, him and Razebull tried to use the cheat up to their favor, but CRR off the ceiling to himself, reset forward, demo out, and still nothing to show for it.
Oh, Gyro couldn't get a piece of that, so Razebull will be able to bring it across. No one there, though, on the side of Complexity. So they'll play it off the corner, and Diaz with the slot.
I love this. You're finally finding each other. Again, the speed to be able to do any of this, but leaving it for leaving it for Diaz is just peak Complexity.
I love that from you. I love this.
I was like, my streamer's coming out. Sorry.
Great first goal, though, to start things off on the side of Complexity, and Deleted. Looking to see, can they break back in, get that offense going, or can Complexity kind of build some momentum? Gyro already starting things off here, but it goes to the back wall, and CRR has that easily. Looking for a chance to get a play towards Wavy. Wavy with the shot. Gets around it, has a flip, and Gyro able to pinch it in. Deleted Gaming back on the board.
Bro, he could not have added any more mechanics into this tiny little play. I mean, he looked like he was having a one's little freestyle competition with himself in the corner there, and Gyro just said, absolutely not, bro. Just put it in the net. And just
it's great awareness from Wavy. He understands he has a flip there. He knows that he has a little bit of time, wraps around the ball perfectly, and Gyro's there to assist. A solid team play, great extra effort from Deleted.
You definitely have to be able to stay not that close necessarily, but close enough to complete plays like that too if you are Deleted. Because again, that's what Complexity does a lot of the time. They shadow each other, and that's what makes them so dangerous, because if you're not prepared for that second follow-up, it really falls away from you quickly.
Yeah.
3 minutes on the clock right now, a demo out in the back end, CRR on his lonesome. I mean, Deleted have the resources to hold them back for now.
I mean, you talk about that second follow-up, but you see Deleted kind of acting a little proactive to it, right? Gyro had an initial good touch there on the follow. We're seeing demos on Diaz, who's sitting right on the ball. You know he's the second man up. And it's kind of showing Deleted saying, okay, we recognize this, we respect it, but we're not going to let you get it for free. Even look at this, Razebull playing so close. That 50 went right to him, but he still had to hesitate and go for a fake because Deleted were all on top of the ball. They're not letting Complexity play their play style as freely as they probably would want want to.
And that is exactly why Deleted are able to keep their feet in this game and just go one at a time to try and slow Complexity down. Because it's like I said, Complexity has a very interesting play style. It's kind of just a one-way, clean.
Oh, did you get him?
Oh,
He got him.
he got him.
Wavy sails that one all the way downfield. He sees CRR, he's watching Diaz, who's so close to that one, and Wavy says, all right, I'm just gonna shoot that one straight at the net. Thank you very much. Deleted Gaming in front.
That caught me so off guard. I said, oop, on stream. Okay, well, Andy's up next to try it again. Deleted found their 1-goal lead in this one. Last time they had a lead, they were able to hold on to it. 2 minutes on the clock here. Can Complexity find each other? No. Diaz tried to spot Raisable. Instead, they're just going to have to go back, play the safe game, as Deleted is already in their half waiting for those challenges.
See Raisable playing this one off the ceiling. CRR trying to be a menace to set up a lane, but Andy able to get in the air in time. And now Deleted looking for that strong counterattack chance. No, Andy not close enough, so Raisable, he'll pick it up. The Bull trying to lead this one into an equalization opportunity, but it goes straight to Andy. Look at that clear. It just completely mitigates the offense and tells Complexity, okay, we got to start from our own back wall again, making it so hard for Complexity to really get that consistent offense.
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't need it. It's just Diaz who just pushes through, and we're tied just like that.
I was about to say, this feels a little close for Comfort right now. The slow Musty, I mean a controlled Musty even. Crazy challenge on off. Minute 15 on the clock, tied game. And this potentially could run away with things. If Complexity can steal this in the last few moments, they will claim a very dangerous match point.
Be very careful if you're Deleted at this point, but you don't want to let your foot off the gas. Raise Bull trying to go take that one up high. Doesn't mean much here. Wavy looking for the cut. Andy will have space. Andy gonna send that towards net. Diaz with a strong dive, but there's Gyro. A 50 to keep this one in for Deleted. Not a lot of boost on Raise Bull, so Andy will try to take advantage. Andy and Wavy both in that corner. Is anyone on the other side? Doesn't matter because Diaz able to get that carry back into the midfield. Complexity, oh, big whiff for Raise Bull, so Wavy will get there first. Diaz was ready for it, and Andy last back has to buy the team some time. A little bit of bumps. Gyro no boost, but gets a good challenge there. And now Wavy will buy his team some time as he solos this one all the way downfield. Can he take it all the way through? No. Diaz with a deny.
He almost did it all. Defensively, Wavy had gotten away with it and even got to take a shot of his own. But 15 on the clock here. Diaz up next. Low boost for Complexity, but they're still going forward. Raise Bull, enough in the tank to try and do something, but Andy completely sends him off. 4 seconds. Can he make the double? No, he leaves it for Diaz, and it's in. Complexity take the lead at 2 seconds to go.
And this from CRR. Plays that one up high. He can't get the double, but he can get a bump on Wavy, who was looking to make the save there. CRR creates the hole, and Diaz pushes the ball right through. 2 seconds to go. Complexity looking to put this on match point, but a fake kickoff. Can Wavy get it up? He gets it in the air. Andy pops this one high. Gyro, it goes straight down onto the ground. It'll be killed from Complexity, and they will put the series on match point.
I gotta put my hands together because that last kickoff was actually nuts, and there was a world where that almost went in, but Complexity kept their composure all the way to the end. I mean, this was the Complexity that we saw in games 1 and 2. This was the one that really just had their way with Deleted's defense. I mean, you look at the replays, for so long, it felt like Deleted really was in it again, and they really and truly were. They've caught them off guard like Wavy did here, but at the end of it all, Complexity, they were just better. They found the right moments to take their aggressive attacks, and it worked out every single time.
They've been really strong on the counterattacks. Complexity with just not necessarily the person on ball being super threatening, but as soon as that first man up is off ball, or even if they have somebody initially downfield, they're not afraid to go for the bumper demo at all. And a lot of the plays where they scored, Deleted's defense is at its weakest. You're seeing double commits panicking. You're seeing a bump play that just has the defense just barely enough room for a shot to come through. And that's all Complexity need here. and it's up to Deleted. Not, of course, they've looked much stronger on offense as the series has gone on, but it's the defense that still needs to step up when they get into these moments with Complexity. Complexity with a chance to close out the series here on Aquadome and continue on. And again, this is an upper round match, so even if Deleted lose, they're not out. But of course, they still want to have a win here. Let's see what happens in Game 5.
Well, off the rip, Complexity already managed to try and take a shot, and they took a goal along with it. The Bull, you know what? Just keep doing your thing down in Game 5.
You give the Bull a lane, top corner, you gotta be ready for it. Bit of a backflip there on the defense of Deleted. Definitely could have made the save, but unfortunate backflip there. Take the kickoff here for Complexity as both Diaz and RazeBull get that corner boost. And now here comes Diaz. CRR waiting and RazeBull in the mid, but CRR might have just set up RazeBull. Chance here for a shot. The Bull gets it. That's 2 for 2 for RazeBull.
I mean, you know, props to you. Diaz and CRR had already set it up, and it was just an awkward touch that bounced out. RazeBull knew to throw himself upfield. He had enough in the tank, too, to confidently take that last attempt, and he found his way on in. And as quickly as this started, Complexity's already up by 2, and this is quickly falling away from Deleted. The pass over to Andy on target. CRR slow to make the save on out, but just enough power to keep Complexity in this. And Diaz with the return double won't find his way in.
And still, though, you saw that play initially off the kickoff, gave a solo play there to Delete It, and you saw Strong getting the counterattack look. Even with CRR initially, he had that fake to set up Diaz for a double. Again, just trying to buy the team some time to where they can let their individual mechanics show. And I mean, this game could have definitely been 3-0 if Diaz hit that double on target. Now it'll be CRR with a chance to lead the playthrough. Flip, reset, no one above. Andy kind of a little bit waiting so he could dodge that situation, but Delete It now a bit struggling after those first 2 goals. Feels like it kind of knocked the air out of him.
It really did. I mean, to concede that quickly, right, in such a pivotal match, excuse me, that's got to do something to the mental, and it's not really anything that can be fixed too quickly. It's more just a lock-in individual moment, but 2 players down to make the save. Still Complexity running away with this one. You saw the demo on the back end. Gyro just desperate to try and give his team anything. And even Andy had a bump on his way on out of rotation, but Deleted just cannot get a grip on this ball long enough for any of those efforts to give them any shots.
Delete It, looking to get some scoring going, but defense from Complexity has been solid. Gyro pass, again, cut out quickly by Diaz. Look at the speed from RazeBull there, too. Gets there so quickly. Now Diaz looking to put a shot on. No one there for the follow-up. RazeBull has to go back to get some boost, so CRR trying to get possession away from Andy. Diaz as well getting involved, and even the Wavy puts a shot on, it's just completely covered from RazeBull. Chance again, RazeBull trying to help out Diaz, who was low boost, but they double commit on that play. But it doesn't mean much, though, for Deleted on the offense. Maybe a chance here for Andy. No, CRR, again, diving. Complexity, been completely low boost, but Deleted have not been able to take advantage of it halfway through the game. They need to get something going here offensively, but it just hasn't been worth anything, to be honest.
Yeah, you talk about it not being worth anything. The crazy part is Deleted is actually out shooting Complexity 7-5 right now. So to even have had that many attempts, like I'm telling you, like even the 8th one, right? It's a crossbar down and out, and you can't even get 2 shots because you're like, at this point, it doesn't feel like anything can go in.
Yep, and Diaz redirect right on target as well. As soon as Complexity do get that boost, they're able to quickly get something forward here on offense. And Deleted, the struggles continue. Looking at potentially being shut out in the last game of the series if Complexity keeps this up. Here's RazeBull, leading the charge, gets cut out. Maybe a chance here if Delete can control the possession. Gyro looking for a bump. He won't get one. CR gets right around it, gets the clear, gets the boost, and then tries to see if he can knock Andy out the way. They've been able to kind of stop the bleeding, but they haven't been able to patch up this deficit.
I mean, a minute, 20 seconds is not a lot to work with right now. Gyro would have needed to push that forward. Instead, it's RazeBull and CRR beating all the space in the world to make that double 2. Complexity, they own this game. We talked about it before it even started, guys, and I said there is a world where this is either some crazy 4-0 or the closest Game 7 you've ever seen. And unfortunately for Deleted, they had a moment of hope where you're like, all right, they figured out the complexity playstyle and the strategy, and then it just completely fell away from them.
Yeah, I mean, we had talked about it even after that win. Can you be consistent and play at that level? It's going to be the biggest test for Deleted as the season continues on as well. We've seen their peaks, but we're also taking a look at their valleys. And Complexity has still looked as good as they have yesterday. They still look solid. I mean, they're in a position to where they could take this tournament. Who is going to be the team that could stop them? I say that, we still got 40 seconds left in this game. Can Deleted muster up something as the time ticks away?
You're gonna see right here, 30 seconds left on the clock, and they are still stuck in their own half right now as CRR just tries to pre-jump it and make a stop. It's reStream, though, with the patient game, saying absolutely not. I will take my time and have my way with this ball. Low boost, one pad to work with, and still keeps this for Cole. 13 seconds on the clock right now. It's just moments away that you can finally say it. Complexity, they've had their way with Deleted Gaming throughout the entire series. They've had their way with two of the teams that are still trying to compete for a grand final spot. But right now, Complexity move on to the semi-finals.
Diaz fits the team so well. And CRR and reStream still showing why they are some of the best players around. And a very strong and dominant win from Complexity this series as they look to be a force in North America. They can keep things up, but job done today.
Yeah, great job. I mean, celebrating together. I think it's also crazy. I think this might be one of the only teams that lives together. So there's a whole other added element of just togetherness. So congratulations to them. And I mean, still hands up to Deleted. They had an incredible run to get here. They fought their hardest. They had some of the most insane, not necessarily upsets, but crazy wins this weekend. But unfortunately for them, that was the last time you'll see Deleted, and Complexity will be moving on to tomorrow.
And Deleted will still be in the bracket as well. Remember, upper round match, but they got some talking to do as the NA Open Qual 1 continues on. We are closing down to the end of the day. More RLCS after the break.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press dancing in their line, past that we can never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their line. That's the we can never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. The future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Another match down. Complexity advancing in the upper bracket here. Deleted will drop down to play against 9 Lives tomorrow here. And it was a pretty one-sided affair. Deleted tried to pop back in there at one point, but really it was Complexity from top to bottom. And I'm joined by CRR here. Sir, I want to talk to you first off about the going from one region to the other and stuff like that. I feel like so few people out there have had the experience you guys have had of having to play in multiple regions in the RLCS. What's that experience been like for you? Is it a hard adjustment to make?
I mean, it's pretty hard because always in every region there is a different play style and different players, of course. So you have to adapt a lot. But I think it really helped me as a player because being able to play in different regions just let me know like what are the best things of each region and the worst things of each one. So I think right now, after being in a few regions, I'm able to translate that to the game and to help my teammates win.
Well, you guys did an excellent job so far. You seem to be coasting here in the first open. We talked to Chicago earlier. He said that he called you guys the most complete team in the region right now. How have you guys been feeling? Do you feel complete?
I think we are not complete yet. I think there is a lot of work we have to do yet, but we are in a good moment, and we are gonna be playing better and better. I think because we are we have been improving a lot, and these last few days were insane for us. We are pretty much on points in terms of mental and being a team, but we still have a few things that we have to fix.
Okay, well, you get to relax for the rest of the day and prepare for tomorrow. There's only one more match on the schedule. It's going to be Space Station versus the Ultimates. You played the Ultimates yesterday and came out on top. Who do you think's the favorite in that match?
I mean, I think the favorite, used by names, is the Ultimates, but I don't know why I have the feeling that the Space is going to win this time.
Wow, okay, well, Space Station here, an unlikely upset potential here. CRR, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Good luck in tomorrow's events.
Thank you so much.
All right. Complexity back on top here as they advance in the bracket, taking down Deleted. And Deleted, they're still alive in the bracket. They'll be playing 9 Lives tomorrow. But I mean, if you're coaching this team here, Bates, you're going back to the drawing board right now. What's the first thing you're talking about?
I'm talking about boost management and being in position to help each other out, especially on defense. Too many times in that series, Complexity would get a couple opportunities. They weren't even necessarily great opportunities. And all it took was one shot at net, one boost grab, just making it a little bit uncomfortable for this Deleted Gaming squad, and Complexity would end up scoring. Like even on this play, Gyro, no challenge, for real. Wavy cuts, he didn't grab any boost on the back end, and Andy needs help right here. Gyro, no boost, grabs 100, panics, Wavy's was doing circles throughout the whole entire 10 seconds prior to that, if you actually saw a replay of that. But just the defense is just too simple. Too many times, Complexity's not doing anything. Deleted, you need to be better on defense. And then I honestly believe that series would have been significantly more contested.
I mean, Herc, I mean, you were on the call there. I mean, what did you see? Did you feel like this was it as one-sided as it looked?
Honestly, a little bit, yeah. It really did feel like Deleted just really could not get a grip in there. And I had actually told Dez before, I was like, I have a feeling that, you know, Complexity might even stomp him 4-0. I was very shocked when they actually got the one win, because that was when I was like, all right, there is a chance that they're going to get it together. But defensively, I think, you know, what Deleted brings to the table doesn't quite work well against Complexity in most situations. And that kind of got proven out on the field.
Well, they're not out just yet. They will play 9 lives first thing tomorrow. But before we get to tomorrow's games, we got one more game on the schedule. We've seen 3 of them move forward here, and now it's time for that top match. Time to find out who NRG is playing in the quarterfinals there. So we will be having this next match. And I've been surprised as we've been talking through the players here. Space Station versus the Ultimates. They seem to all be favoring Space Station, Bates.
Yeah, they seem to all be doing it. I'm not too sure why. They're not explaining it. They're just saying it. Zero to said, I've got this feeling that the space is going to end up winning. I don't know where that feeling is coming from. There must be something that's reserved to the best of the best, like CRO is. But I'll tell you this, it's going to be a good matchup, baby. You've been waiting all day for some really good, consistent, clean Rocket League, even high-flying octane Rocket League, really pushing each other to your best version of one another. That is exactly what both of these teams are about to do.
See, this is Herc. This is the former Gen G roster for people who are just tuning in and going, wait, who are these people? This is Chronic and FK plus LJ now under a new name.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting. And of course, there was a little more discourse behind this roster move than I think a lot of people realize, because there was a time where Chronic was considering other teams over this one, right? And then it worked out where he ended up going with them. And so I was very curious, like, all right, emotionally, does that affect anything? I like to think about that part of the game, right? But so far, it has looked really well. It's gone great for them. And then, of course, SSG has been doing great in their own right. Of course, there's 2 different levels to this as far as experience is concerned. I think Ultimates definitely are a little bit more experienced, and versus SSG right now. The problem is they aren't as consistent.
Well, that maybe not have as much consistency, but can they maintain that ceiling high enough right now to get past SSG? Tell us who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. #TU for Team Ultimate, #SSG for Space Station Gaming. Here we'll make our predictions on the board as well. Herc, who's your pick?
All right, I'm going Ultimates. I'm banking that they're going to actually show up and be consistent, and so I can wholeheartedly believe in them. But there is a world, but I just don't want to be in it.
Okay. Bates?
Listen, man, I think this SSG squad, the Snowman, they got mechanics. They got poise, and I think they had a great win against his NRG team yesterday. I will say this Ultimate squad, yeah, let go of Abjack. Maybe he's more and cerebrally better than LJ, but LJ's better offensively. And you paired him with FK and you paired him with Chronic. And the Ultimates, they're looking like a great team on paper, and I think they're going to continue that. And I think we have a true 2-horse race in North America right now. Ultimates and the NRG squad, and it starts right here. Ultimates are going to take out SSG, and I'm just going to spoil the final. It's going to be Ultimates versus NRG tomorrow.
People, we had an interview with Sathu, who got beaten by SSG and said, yeah, they're going to beat Ultimates. We had an interview with CRR, who beat Ultimates and said, yeah, SSG is going to beat Ultimates. And then I'm also picking Ultimates. We're sweeping Ultimates on the desk. This seems like we have been set up to be made a fool. To be embarrassed. I don't know. This seems like, I don't know. I'm just really hoping they win now. Really hoping Ultimates actually wins.
Nah. Go ahead, Herc.
It's like I said, I mean, eventually, like, Ultimates is that team that you bet on a lot, because you're like, all right, they should in theory win. Eventually, you gotta win. It's one of those, like, oh, they can't beat us 4 times in a row. They can't beat us 5 times in a row.
It's the beginning of the season.
6 is the answer.
I don't know. I hope you're right here, but I mean, a narrow margin. Space Station are the fan favorites here in chat. We'll see if Space Station can prove them and the professional players correct here. Ultimate's going to be on the other side of things, trying to continue and prove the power rankings right. The number 2 team as far as the pros are concerned here, taking on SSG for the final match of the day. Ultimate versus Space Station.
Two of the most highly anticipated teams finally take center stage in our main event this evening. Welcome to Manfield, Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. We've been waiting all day for this one. Daz, it's finally here.
Space Station Gaming versus the Ultimates. First Killer, Chronic, and LJ against the young ones, and reveal Frosty and Scribbles. And already we're off to a hot start. It's Frosty putting that one in for SSG.
Well, the teams all think Space Station's going to win this matchup. And very few of us, if any, agree. But if that's a sign of things to come, 8 seconds in. Well, how about this young Space Station squad?
Space Station squad, again, we saw Sad Jr., who was coaching this Ultimate squad, but Space Station being coached by Expert. If you don't know that name, he coached the Team Liquid squad of Atto, Chronic, and Oski way back when in 2023. Now we see him taking his talents to North America. How will that have an effect on this young roster? And so far, they're off to a great start.
And pretty jarring to see, I think for the first time in a very long time, if ever, Expert not coaching a Chronic specifically. Scribbles will crisscross with Frosty and go all the way downfield with no boost, just kind of chasing butterflies at that point. LJ going to leave it for Chronic, and reveal stops him as well. So Space Station holding the line early here. First minute gone by, they've owned it. But now you're going to see the Ultimates maybe start to turn up the heat just a little bit. First Killer, double on the way. Scribbles never got up, and he scores.
Double into a triple. Look at that for First Killer. Frosty knew the danger. He tried to put a hand up, but no. First Killer, you give him that double, you expect it to go in the net. And like you said, Stacks, you got to put a hand up in that situation. Ultimate strike back here, and we're going to have a game.
Yes, we are. Frosty's going to have this one all the way, though. He just kind of gave it away to First Killer, and that could be dangerous. Chronic got a shot off, and Scribbles is there for the save. This Ultimate squad, there's so much talent here, and I think a lot of the talk going into the offseason was about potentially having LJ and Chronic team up. They seem to have a lot of great chemistry together on the 2 side. Can that translate into 3s? Can First Killer find a team that, you know, might actually get him to smile a little bit when he plays? And so far, so good. I think First Killer's loving having this duo of LJ and Chronic around him.
You are rude. You know that? You are just rude.
It just feels like it's business all the time with First Killer. They'll just get loose a little bit.
Well, I feel like he's very comfortable. I think anybody would be comfortable having LJ on the roster. He's been such a great addition to any team he's been a part of, but a little bit of mistakes there on the defense, and reveal lets his name be known. Look at that extra effort on top of the ball, follows it all the way through, and a little bit of help from Scribbles to get the defense to jump, and then reveal able to close it.
I think regardless of the result we see here today, this is not the last time we're going to see these two teams face off in a high-stakes battle in North America and maybe even international events as well. Reveal, try to get the flip reset, try to get a shot past First Killer. Did not work out. First is waiting, so is Chronic up on the backboard, and First Killer dives into the corner to get that ball away. I mean, everybody converging now at midfield, minus a couple, as LJ gonna try to go to work. Got around 1, but not 2, and Frosty will take it away.
Yeah, but Frosty and Reveal, a little bit of contact there. Got to be a little careful. You can see you don't want to give any clear opportunities to Ultimates. This one, though, Reveal and LJ go up. Reveal instead plays the beat. Ball goes to Chronic, and Chronic able to start this play up downfield. Good positioning from SSG. Counterattacks have been pretty solid for them so far this game. But Ultimates definitely still in the fight. Possession has just been very even between these two teams.
Well, Frosty's let that one get away from him, but he can still go downfield for Scribbles to feed him and just let him a little too far. Missed opportunity, then 2 beaten by LJ. My gosh, tie game.
What a flick from LJ. And you got to question the positioning here, though, on the side of SSG. They try to fake challenge LJ, but LJ is a player who can use the ball at will. He's showing it there. And like you said, tied up game.
10th goal of the event for LJ now. Leaving on this team, of all people, first killer, the only one not to reach 10 or more goals. Give it a moment, he'll get there as Frosty goes over top of Chronic, and first killer will trigger the counterattack downfield, but only as far as Scribbles. Down to 1.5 minutes remaining here for Space Station and Ultimates. Next one's gonna have a lot to say about how this series and maybe this whole event will turn out.
Last non-elimination game of the day here between these two teams. After that, things start getting very serious going into Championship Sunday. But who's going to put themselves in the best spot possible going into it? We get to enjoy some great Rocket League between these two teams. So far, fighting for the lead, SSG. Great field positioning, but not able to get past Ultimates defensively. We've done a great job of just staying proactive and on top of the ball.
Well, Frosty very quickly up. He tried to stay with that, but Chronic, well read, well played defensively. Into the final minute. Scribbles now through the corner. He can stay with this ball. First killer diving in, though, trying to make something happen on the offensive end. Scribbles around the boards. Can he get one more touch or at least get Chronic out of the way? No. And Reveal gets screened off the ball by first killer for just long enough for his teammates to get in position. And here goes FK with LJ behind him. Chronic coming on as well. LJ circling around. Can Chronic hit him? No. It's cleared away emphatically by SSG.
Reveal cleared it to the side, but this kind of gives Chronic a free ball. LJ full boost, first killer playing in third man. You see Chronic looking for a bump. LJ gets it past one, leaves it first killer past the Chronic shot. No, denied. Great goal line defense for SSG to keep him in this game. Time gonna tick down, and we could be headed into overtime. I had to pause for a moment because I did think that one was going in, but no. 2-2 is the scoreline in game one.
We've seen so many teams panic under fire. So far today, nothing but ice in the veins, of course, of the former snowmen. Oh, Scribbles let that one get away, though, and that could be costly. Chronic's got LJ again waiting. Here comes LJ, and Frosty shuts the door on him. Now watch out, Scribbles running interference. Can he get first killer? Yes, he can, and Frosty wins it.
What did CR say? He just has a feeling. Well, so far he's right. Demo lead block to set it up. Chronic tried to chase it down, but he only assists Frosty's goal. And Space Station Gaming with the game one win, a solid victory from them.
Frosty with defense bearing down on him and the interference in front. And that's all it takes. One stop, counterattack, Space Station Gaming out in front, 1-0 over the Ultimates. I mean, it just has an intimidating name. And then you remember, oh wait, we've been playing against these guys for the last couple of years. It's fine. And they get it in overtime. Big momentum swing in favor of SSG. They score first, they score last, and now Ultimates have to ask themselves, all right, how do we keep this team in check?
On top of that, they score off in 3 goals there in game one against Ultimates is not anything to, just have on the wayside here. I am very impressed with them defensively, though. I mean, especially in that last particular play where Ultimates looked like they were going to take the lead there in the game. Just that composure on defense in a tough situation to play those low 50s down on the ground. I mean, it's very solid from the young ones there over in Space Station Gaming. And now Ultimate's gonna have to make a little bit of adjustments. They only had 2 saves that game. Need a little bit more from them defensively.
We go now to Forbidden Temple, a familiar backdrop now for game 2. And LJ will take this one on, not for SSG, but for the Ultimates. Frosty, flip reset, held it, and Chronic's got the clear. And it will not be a goal 8 seconds in as it was for Frosty and SSG in game 1. So now it's game on, and we'll see if Ultimates can force any kind of mistakes out of this younger, little more inexperienced squad. I think that's kind of part of the excitement coming into this season, Daz. You see these players that, again, they're not new to the scene. We saw plenty of them, especially at the end of last year. But now they're getting, you know, their name up in lights. They've got a big money contract under them now. And they're still going up against some of the top dogs and maybe a changing of the guard here in North America.
I mean, one thing I like about them is the lack of hesitation coming out, right? Like, they understand the situations they're in. Look, I mean, look at that play, especially just on a dime. Do they set it up? I love this, especially from reveal. He takes a moment, says, okay, I can carry this forward. I got a good first touch. Let me just bump first killer out the way. Scribbles goes, no hesitation on the play. Great goal set up there on Space Station Gaming.
Especially the first killer and LJ both jumping. All you had to do was get one out of the way and you probably beat them both. But here goes first killer now. Ran in for the demo and LJ will get the last touch. But first killer, not only does he start it forward, he jumps in front and makes sure Scribbles can't get to it.
Beautiful from first killer. It's just reading the situation on the play, and it's good for Ultimates to get that one right back in. Ultimates is not a team that's going to simply shy away just because you start putting numbers on the board. They're trying. It's going to be a test of strength here offensively for both of these teams.
Ultimately, it's going to come down to who wins the inevitable 1-0 game when everybody just kind of stonewalls the opposition. Frosty, this one, of course, probably won't be very low scoring at all. Frosty up ahead, Scribbles trying to get a piece of LJ, and LJ outruns him. But did finally, I think he caught up to him, maybe clipped him at the back at the end. It doesn't matter, LJ's shot still blocked by reveal, and first killer fakes the shot, and that's going to fall back to Chronic. Both teams trying to kind of next level each other. Scribbles the save, first killer Janitor.
It goes back to the fake from first killer. He knows Chronic's back with full boost, and then Chronic's able to sit that one up high, get the follow, force the defense to make a bad save, and like you said, FK able to clean that play up, but he's the reason why it even started in the first place. Beautiful offense on Ultimates.
In the moment, it looks scary, but then you realize that all SSG is ever going to be able to do is just roll the ball right back out, and Chronic's in position to kind of refire the counterattack, and it turns into exactly that. First killer at the end, scoring his 10th goal of the tournament, and now we play on. Ultimates in front, but for how much longer? Reveal's kind of lost the plot there. LJ's got nothing in the tank, so there's no scoring threat immediately, but Chronic may have something to say about it. If he can set up first killer, not going to happen on this occasion.
You see first killer able to get that like little light touch. They were looking for LJ to come into the play, but it's not necessarily too safe, and Chronic, great save out. This one will be a nice touch there for first killer. He's trying to get a follow-up chance there for Frosty. No, denied by Chronic. Follow-up from reveal is gonna go in though, and SSG fight fire with fire.
Just plant yourself in front and make yourself a nuisance. LJ bumps Scribbles, and then first killer ran into Frosty on his way through. I don't know that he was going to be able to catch up to it anyways, but Frosty certainly slowed him down enough that he had no chance to catch up to that shot at all. And here we are, tied 2 apiece. Another wild shootout here to close out day 1 in NA.
Shootout, I mean, shootout boxing match. It just feels like both of these teams are giving everything they got here offensively, and it's a joy to see, especially out of Space Station Gaming. It looks like there are times where Ultimates want to take control of the game, but Space Station Gaming do not quit. And you can see in some of the plays, another chance, great shot blocked away by first killer.
And not just a great shot, well placed as well. You're forcing the defense to go all the way across as LJ tried to take that in himself. But you're forcing the defense to move east-west and burning a lot of boost, making sure that they don't have any time to get comfortable at all. More often than not, those are going to find their way through. This is a very smart, very mature Space Station squad.
There's a reason why people see something in them, and a reason why they're in this position. Of course, they had a great performance yesterday, holding their spot, and now, again, going up against Ultimates, they are kind of looking to really put themselves in the conversation of top teams that could be potentially headed to Birmingham. This game's still not over, though, yet. As tied up here, LJ trying to set something up for Chronic, but just doesn't really get a good touch on it.
The team that beat the potentially so-called almighty NRG on their way to earning an upper bracket spot. First killer. Indirect off the ceiling, got another touch, and LJ might not have been expecting a second touch out of first killer. So the attack dies off, and here comes reveal, only as far as Chronic. Put an end to that immediately. But boost control has been excellent for Space Station. You almost never see the entire team struggling with boosts, or certainly putting an emphasis on the midfield boost pads, whether it's consciously or not. As Reveal waiting near a boost pad in the corner, didn't spawn for him, doesn't matter. Still got a ball in front here in the final minute, and Scribbles and Frosty are gonna run interference, so Reveal can break a 2-all tie.
Oh man, so much pressure from SSG. Even LJ, initially he was struggling to get boosts. He finally got some, made a couple of great 50s on the ball, and then even then he has to turn back and watch his team get bullied as SSG did not let themselves out of Ultimate's half. They continued to apply the pressure, and they were rewarded for it.
Well, the pros know quite a few things that we don't. This Space Station team closing in on a 2-0 series lead. Frosty foregoes the corner boost, had to take the ball instead. And then LJ with a demo and steal of his own. First killer, drop it down in the general direction of Chronic, but he was way across the field. That's still in a dangerous spot, and Frosty pinches it away. Down to 10 seconds now. LJ not taking his foot off the gas at all, trying to bring it in. Scribble says no. Chronic had to pump the brakes. 2 seconds now. Got to keep the ball in the air. First killer will. It's available for LJ. What can he do with it? Kind of set it up on a tee for Chronic. No time on the clock. LJ for first killer. Tie game, and we go to overtime.
This play was so scrappy, I thought there's no way this works. Look at LJ though, beautiful pass on a dime to FK. And like you said, overtime bound here. Anybody's game in game 2.
And it even looked like they tried to defend the close angle shot, not going all the way across. It felt like they had the right read, and he still beat 2 with the shot because he's first killer and you're not.
You're not.
My gosh. Chronic.
We're in for a show.
Yes, we are. Can they keep the momentum and maybe tie up this series after breaking SSG's hearts? Drop down.
They can.
First killer. Yes, they can.
What are we watching? I'll tell you the quick answer. Greatness. What a follow-up touch. First killer continuing to have that level of speed to get past the defense of SSG. And not only do they stun them with the 0-second goal, they continue, like you said, with that momentum stacks. And they take that game, they put that back into their own hands. The series is back into their own hands. Of a great performance from everybody. Initially, I'm looking at some of the players. I wanted to see LJ a bit more comfortable. As the game started to tick down, he showed up in a huge way for Ultimate and then first killer. My goodness, what a performance from him. Shooting 3 for 4, 3 saves, and an assist out of him. The only other goal that LJ had just put up. Wow.
The only other goal was first killers anyways. LJ touched it right at the goal line to put it in.
It's true.
First killer flexed his muscles in that game. 4 goals effectively to beat SSG in overtime. That man will not be denied. And now it's over to SSG. Okay, what do you got for an answer to that?
That's a great answer to the question, especially, and you know, Stats, you said it. You were looking to see a little bit of the smiles. You got to flex instead. Does that do it for you?
That's good. That's good.
Okay, that's good. I mean,
you know what? When first killer's having fun, I'm having fun. Let's go.
And it looks like Ultimate. I mean, I won't say they're having fun yet. It's still a very close tight series, right? We've had back-to-back overtime. Space Station Gaming will not quit, and they don't take a timeout here, especially. Again, swing game here, game 3. Tied up series, and the offense has not lacked on any department.
It just rolled right out, and not the kind of turnover you want to see early on after giving up a lead the way SSG did, and then having the entire series turn around very quickly. LJ out towards first killer, but Frosty's right there. And it is game on here at DFH for game 3 to break this 1-all tie after it looked like for just a moment Space Station Gaming might be out to a 2-0 series lead.
Oh, love that little hesitation from LJ. He had a chance to go for a pass. He wanted to see if he could get the defense to jump. And even once he realized it, still tried to get it through. Didn't amount to much, but it's still showing LJ's keeping the defense guessing. He gets a strong B here. Maybe a chance for first killer. He throws a quick shot on, but SSG kind of set on defense now, but they got to be a little bit careful. Boost tanks are running low.
Sometimes you're looking to go for the backboard and maybe draw the defense out there. He's putting the shot on, seeing if maybe they can kind of create some confusion with a double commit coming off the backboard. Did not happen that time for Ultimates as SSG held the line, but they are still under duress as LJ has got that one out to the corner. Chronic respawning back in. LJ first killer. Oh, the pass just threw FK off a little bit. And now reveal's already downfield and Chronic jumps in front.
Yeah, right now, Ultimates is doing a solid job on offense, but like you said, just a little bit here and there. It's also credit to the defense as LJ double. Oh, just off of the crossbar. There's a follow-up. Chronic's gonna get it. And Ultimates just so strong when they're on the attack. This is all Ultimates all the way through.
It's a layup line. Off the crossbar, off the crossbar. All right, finally, Chronic put it in. His first goal of the series. He came in as the team's leading scorer, and now he shares that honor with first killer after a monstrous game 2. Now Chronic all over this ball. That's going to kick out to LJ. Chronic got a piece of Frosty. No, Frosty avoided him and makes the inside-out save.
Great work for Frosty, but it's revealed this time he gets another stop here. This pace of play is moving so quickly, and it's good on Frosty to manage it well. He's needed again. Great touch to stop a potential bar down maybe from LJ. Defense has been solid on SSG, but they have to stop this attack from Ultimates. Ultimates have put on 9 shots so far. Space Station have 0. They've been stuck in their own half playing defense for half the game.
Oh, they should be able to get a shot here, and they even get a goal out of it with the demo on first killer. Reveal with his 4th of the series.
Great counterattack there for SSG. First killer lands back, knows the demo's coming, tries to see if he can get a piece of it to get a 50, but Frosty got there first. And just like that, if SSG can get out, get a little bit of room, they're just as effective as Ultimates in offense.
Back and forth they go. Trading haymakers between SSG and Ultimates. Chronic now, flip reset, holds it all the way to the ground, and first killer just coming up from way in the back. Just trying to keep the pressure on, almost a token forecheck. First killer gets demoed, Frosty drops it down, and Chronic recovers, and everybody's back into the play. Here come the Ultimates. LJ dropped down towards first killer, Chronic waiting, he'll take his shot, and it's saved away by Scribbles on the near side.
Chronic. That one, interesting placement. He shoots it right at Space Station, thinking that but he's going to get a panic touch. SSG has not really shown too many signs of panic, and it might be better off to kind of just let the defense just stretch. Here's LJ, almost able to get that double on. You got to be careful with as many offensive opportunities as you can get for both teams, because you need to be able to kind of get these strong leads and hold them. SSG's defense has been really solid, though. They've not let much through.
And that was an attempt by first killer to try and draw the defense out. And again, they did not take the bait. Reveal going to turn on this one, and it's denied right at the post. And Frosty's going to have a look as well. Double goes straight down and not towards the net. And away it goes from the defense of the Ultimates. Only LJ to beat. First killer trying to get back in position. That's going to go well wide. And there's no follow-up, so Frosty's just going to try and improvise and keep possession. He's got around 1. And somehow SSG has kept possession out of this. Reveal going after first killer. Couldn't make contact. And finally, Ultimates will break out of the zone, but they had to work for their defense there.
Oh man, and they still have to work to maintain some offense. Reveal on the back end, just picking up crucial demos. Now it's Frosty. They don't get a chance to really set up too many plays towards each other. First killer trying to get this to LJ, but it's cut off. Reveal definitely aware of it. And they're making it so hard for whoever is last back to remain comfortable on top of the ball. 30 seconds to go. Ultimates, some of their offensive pressure does rely on the fact that you need everybody up to get those clean follow-ups. If they're not going to get those, then it's only a matter of time before SSG pick up the ball and strike again.
It's all instinct at this point. It must be mentally exhausting to play this series. LJ tracking. First killer trying to put it in position for him. No. Chronic now up the ladder. That's still going forward and cleared back out. Frosty to reveal, no time on the clock. Frosty shut down by LJ. And now Ultimates, do they have even more 0-second heroics up their sleeve? Chronic is lurking. First killer's in the middle. Not gonna happen yet. LJ does not get it to the wall, and we go to OT.
And then they gotta quickly think about the kickoff. Seems pretty normal for the most part, and LJ's gonna pick up that mid boost. But things still kind of shaping together. Gotta be careful though. Oh my goodness, that could have been the shot on. Just almost making contact here. But this one has been counterattack after counterattack from both teams. Whose defense has been the strongest in game 3? So far, Ultimate's done a good job of mitigating the pressure, but SSG, I feel like, has also done a great job of just making sure Ultimates don't set up their offense. They always have to watch out for someone. I say that LJ's demoed in the back end and Frosty gets a good save.
That could be trouble for SSG. Reveal's the only one with any boost. Scribbles trying to pick up pennies in the net as Chronic goes by him, and Reveal will get this across midfield and buy his teammates time. I mean, hey, if you get a scoring opportunity out of it, great. Scribbles does shoot, and Chronic the save, but a big sigh of relief as SSG able to get boosted up and reset. No, they come away with it, and Scribbles does have to grab a corner of his own, and Frosty gets stuffed by first killer. Here's Chronic for the win. No, it's high, and Scribbles right at LJ. Oh, what a patient read, and LJ wins it in OT.
Like you said, patient read from LJ. He turns after noticing him and first killer are on the same corner, and you can just see no one's paying attention to LJ. He sneaks through, and SSG defensively, we're just kind of stunned on that play. Everybody moving forward after the initial touch, and LJ picked the pockets.
3 overtimes, 2 belong to the Ultimates. And this time, it is LJ who gets to play hero. His 3rd goal of the series. Everybody's been involved on both ends of the pitch. And now the question of, all right, big momentum swing again in overtime. 2 losses. Do you call the timeout here, or do you save it for match point? And so far, no indication that we have had a timeout, so it looks like we are game on, going for Utopia.
I mean, there's a part of me that kind of gets it a little bit. The series is moving by really fast, and honestly, it's a matter of kind of finishing chances. But the way that both teams are kind of playing as well is you see a lot of everyone's closest offensive shots on the counterattack. Both teams are really good at it, but SSG are trying to open up a spot by making sure someone demos the 3rd man. If you're 3rd man on Ultimates, you've had to have your head on a swivel. I've literally been on LJ POV and watched him look around as the play's going on in his camera to make sure, oh wait, I gotta jump here, reveal, and then reveal just jumps over him and demos Chronic. So it's been really tough for Ultimates to get set, but they've made the most of their opportunities when they get them. And that's gotta be the name of the game this series, as Reveal almost had a top corner shot. And here comes Chronic, LJ looking for a charge, and Frosty is there to get the denial.
Frosty one-on-one, great save, trying to hit Reveal on the crossfield pass, and it's intercepted. Back and forth they go. So now you know, over the final 3, potentially 3 games of this series, his first killer denied by Frosty, you're going to have a couple of timeouts, so that mental fatigue for having to be so perfect for so long, that will get relieved a little bit, and that could be a boon for one or both of these teams, as Scribbles has that taken away by Chronic, but Frosty was all the way back, and he just dances around 1, around 2, and Reveal will finish the clearance.
Even with a chance there for a pass, they're just waiting to get that cutoff there on Space Station Gaming. Ultimates are going to be tested, and pretty much, especially in that midfield, who's going to gain possession. And then even then, you have to keep an eye out on plays like that, lead block demo, or individual pass plays. It means we're looking at 1st and 2nd man in some of these situations. SSG's definitely won the battle of field positioning, but haven't been able to come up with anything to get on the scoring board.
Chronic trying to go around the boards, and Reveal shuts him down. This is, I mean, I think a team like Space Station does want to play a little more frantic and kind of run around the field and, you know, try to take these veterans to task a little bit, but at the same time, I don't think they necessarily mind. Everything's slowing down, and this might be that low-scoring, grindy game that somebody's got to win to kind of take control in this series. If it happens to be the Ultimates, they'll have 3 shots at closing out SSG. Reveal all the way down. Did he beat him? He sure did. Beat First Killer, beat the team 1-0.
Yeah, well, First Killer, no way did he realize that Reveal would put that one on. You see him kind of go for like that fake challenge. He's playing so close up there that he has to make a decision. And he's not expecting them to just throw the ball on net. Gets caught out for it. SSG with the first goal here, and we'll see if they can maintain. I mean, the way the series is going, I expect another overtime the way, I mean, we've had, I think, every game be in overtime at this point.
So far, everything's gone to sudden death. Even one who looked like SSG had it in the bag at 0 seconds, and First Killer said no, and then he said, really, no. Right at the halfway mark here. That's going to kick out to Frost. The opportunity now for SSG, and First Killer says, guess what? No. So it goes all the way back downfield, and back and forth the teams go, jockeying for position, looking for an opening. First Killer might have found one. Drop down. LJ still patiently waiting. Double tap, bang, bang.
They're just so good. When First Killer initially gets this, you see a little bit of hesitation from Reveal because he has Chronic actually on the right side. So then once he realizes First Killer is going to challenge him, then that's when he goes and tries to get on top of the ball, play 50, but then it goes straight to LJ. The problem with Ultimates is they are all so good. You have to think about 2 or 3 different things whenever they're on the solo, and sometimes you're just going to guess wrong.
LJ scoring from almost exactly where he started his scoring effort in the previous game in OT. Now Scribbles in a little bit of trouble with First Killer bearing down on him. Frosty's there. That's going to kick right up to center, but Frosty's all over it. And First Killer just kind of gave him something to think about. You saw kind of a fake turn, then he dove in. It's the game within the game. A Scribbles shot denied and sent back out to the corner.
You know, if you're LJ on that play, you get the initial demo on Reveal, but then you have to go back up because Scribbles is not going to give up on the play either. So much resiliency on the side of Space Station Gaming as they look to try to set up another play here.
Oh, we're all tied up with just under a minute and a half. Not for long. Scribbles off the feed from Reveal. He just got rid of this before getting bullied away from the play. Oh no, it went off of LJ. And Scribbles in the right place at the right time. SSG in front.
Yeah, good on. It's a good read, though. You kind of have to guess the panic there if you're Scribbles. You see LJ towards the ball. You see First Killer towards the ball. They both go up. And again, this Scribbles picking right there in the moment. He gets rewarded for his efforts. Now we need Ultimates, or we need to see Ultimates, see if they can bring this one back. With not a lot of time on the clock, but this one looks like it could be another one. Whoa, great save out there from Chronic. Follow up, not gonna go in, and Reveal still keeps the pressure.
The First Killer takes charge, as you'd expect on this squad. One demo though from Frosty, and Chronic's just gonna make a U-turn here and bring this back down. Got the boost steal out of the corner. Tried to leave it back for LJ, and First Killer waiting for a boost pad that finally spawned for him, but that threw off the timing a little bit. For the Ultimates, does it matter? Oh, LJ thought about it, realized he was trying to do too much, got out. A little stop and start here out of Ultimates, but now they can reset. It's Chronic up the ladder, going after Frosty, and Scribbles to the rescue.
And Scribbles, he saw the play happen. He had to come through, chase the ball down, get the block. But Ultimates, they're kind of playing the game. The ball is going towards every single one of them. They're getting enough space to at least get the first touch they want. And right now, Space Station Gaming has been having to just think 2 steps ahead in order to block him out. LJ going up the ladder, gets a pinch down. First Killer goes, but this one goes to Chronic. He wants to keep it up to First Killer, who looks for extra pass, and it's denied. SSG still fighting back.
That was boring. It ended in 5 minutes. Like, can't we get a little extra Rocket League out of these guys? My gosh. Looked like at that last moment there, LJ was expecting First Killer to kind of pop it up towards the backboard, and I think First Killer kind of correctly recognized, well, if I do that, it's just going to get swatted away anyway. So he tried to throw off the defense and get it back out to LJ, and just kind of broke up there. Well read by SSG on both fronts. And they finally get one in regulation. It's our first game that hasn't gone to OT. SSG level the series, 2 apiece. It's about what we expected based on what we've heard from everybody. Like, hey, it's going to be a close series. Think SSG might have the advantage, which is what Sathu and CRR said. And, well, there's not much that separates these two squads.
It's very impressive to see SSG continuously have this offensive output. They definitely look prepared for the matchup. But, you know, the question is, how far is this going to go in terms of how much we're seeing shots-wise, how much we're seeing kind of go into the net. The score totals have started to lessen. We're not seeing that many overtimes here. There is a chance that, you know, this might not continue to be on the same path. But that's what happens when you have a team like SSG challenging a team full of the best here with Chronic, First Killer, and LJ. And both teams just feel like it's a war of attrition at this point, Stacks.
Well, what does Game 5 have in store for us? A wild back-and-forth series to close out our first day back on the main broadcast here in North America. It has certainly delivered. One major upset, and maybe a lot more to come as the split goes on. Frosty's going to try and play that for himself. Looking maybe towards reveal, and LJ's in the way, so he'll slow it down. Scribbles trying to bring it across. He's beat one, but Chronic sure-handed at the back. I think a lot of eyes, Dad's going to be on Chronic, of course. Just for...
Oh my
never
goodness,
mind.
what an angle.
Reveal!
Are you serious? Look at
This setup.
Wave dash, and then just gets it perfect. Scribble tried to get the follow-up. No need. It's in.
Do you think I can safely make this point now, or do you think we're going to have a kickoff goal that will just completely spoil it? First Killer. Oh, it's going to be stopped by Scribbles, and Frosty let it go off the side. Like the way that Chronic ended last season, Daz, though, I think he would feel quite disappointed and happy to have a fresh start here with a new team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely very true. But of course, he is teamed with LJ and First Killer, so there are people who are going to say what they say. I mean, the best way to make any conversation work if you're a player is to show it up on the field. So that's exactly what you have to kind of look at here. I will say, though, everybody seems to be playing their game, and it doesn't really feel like, on the field at least, there is an obvious kind of weak link going on so far. It's been a close series between these two teams, and it looks like it's going to continue on that pace.
Scribbles pops this one up and goes right at Chronic, who at least forced him to make a play around him. Now First Killer over towards LJ, who's still tracking, and Frosty comes in to help out the defensive effort. It's First Killer and Chronic now trying to get on the same page, and that's kind of turned into a mess. Oh, the post and back out. Oh, an unlucky break for SSG. Only the 1-goal lead.
That one rolling right through the goal line, halfway in. Would have been great for them to get that 2-goal lead, but nope. They've got more work to do. Impressive shooting, though. We've seen Reveal do one earlier. Scribbles looking for the tight angle, but just not enough here. And Ultimates, still thankful this is a 1-goal game.
First Killer looking for LJ and instead finding Scribbles. Back and forth they go now with SSG nursing a 1-goal lead, trying to expand upon it. Reveal and Scribbles both diving in there, and that could spell trouble, but everybody from Ultimates was kind of all jumbled up on one part of the field, and maybe with a little bit more spacing they could have stretched SSG a little bit. Instead, everybody resets. They're back on the offensive end, and First Killer might have let that one get away from him. Now, who am I kidding? Scribbles just couldn't get by him.
Touch there too from Chronic. He had people waiting for him on the side walls. Didn't have a lot of boosts to really make a play individually, so just decides to clear the way in the open space. And now puts Ultimates in a good spot. They're trying to see if they can break down this defense. Haven't seen too much physicality, but have seen a lot of pass plays in between Ultimates. It's been very crucial to their success. They've got to be careful because SSG is incorporating a little bit of everything, especially when they catch Ultimates on the counter.
Just trying to keep the ball out of a scoring position. Get it out to the corner, though. Reveal has already proven that, yes, even the corner is a scoreable position for him and for just about everybody on the field. First Killer won that ball back to the backboard, and Frosty just collects, doesn't panic. Everybody's going to get boosted up, and a shot just to kind of keep the defense honest.
Keeps the defense honest. It also makes them utilize a little bit of boost. You see LK, LJ on top of the ball and FK right behind him. FK, he didn't have a little, he had a little bit of boost, but he ends up picking up the mid there. Now they got to watch out for that transition once again. LJ just kind of diving in, but it's been a little bit more spread out on the rotation for Space Station Gaming. Not too much close pressure, but it's trying to maintain the lead, but they're giving LJ some free shots, and that could prove to be their downfall if Ultimate start getting more on the scoring board.
Oh, first killer looking for LJ. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And again, the same result. Frosty with a save, his third. And now Chronic looking for another centering pass. That one's blocked out by Scribbles, and SSG might get some zone time here. 30 seconds remaining as Chronic starts to turn on this. First killer jumped, it was kind of awkward. He retreats instead. Reveal looking to set up Scribbles, kept it close, and Chronic slams the door shut on the near side.
Good 50s though. They are trying to keep Ultimates away from the sidewall, away from bringing the ball out in the air. First killer doesn't have boost. And it had SSG a little bit spread out, but now they get to stay on top of the ball. Frosty trying to kill as much time as possible. Chronic trying to push that one through on the SSG side, but Reveal just needs to let this fall. Can Ultimates create another 0-second play is the question. First killer doesn't have the boost to do so, and Frosty will just let that hit the ground. And Space Station Gaming bring us to match point.
Well. Who could win those low-scoring games? Answer, Space Station. Every single game in this series, though, decided by just the one goal. The first 3 going to overtime, and the last 2 forcing Ultimates to take their time out before we go to Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, the way this series has looked, seeing a timeout here, Ultimates get a chance to kind of talk things over. I do wonder, they have a chance to kind of change their approach here offensively, maybe get a little bit more on the physical end. We didn't see a lot of that in that last game, especially. And honestly, just being able to kind of get SSG a little bit more spaced out when they did have that kind of play in the midfield, it did lead to a little bit more of Ultimates getting more pass plays to each other, which actually increased their shot count towards the end. I want to say that might be it, but there's no guessing how fast SSG is going to come out here towards this next game. They're going to have a chance to talk things over here as well and change up their approach. This series has just been so close that a small adjustment, like even just sending a player up to be more physical, could have a large impact on how things go.
Again, just this result, I mean, think about what's waiting for the loser of this series. Oh, by the way, NRG waiting for maybe a shot at revenge if Ultimates can bring it all the way back, or first killer might have to take on NRG. Not something that you're going to be looking forward to. Maybe in past seasons you go, NRG's in the way, that's fine. Not this NRG. It's a little bit different now as we start off 2025. Double match point for Space Station Gaming. Again, this young squad that, SSG let the other team go, and they're like, all right, we're going to sign these guys. There's a lot of upside, a lot of promise here with the Snowmen. They have delivered so far, and they're so close to the finish line here on Saturday. Try to punch their ticket along the upper bracket for Championship Sunday. Who's got the medal here in Game 6 at Neo Tokyo with Champions Field on the horizon if there are more heroics out of the Ultimates?
The time now for the young ones to step up to the plate. Space Station Gaming with a chance here to really put themselves in that conversation for one of the best in North America if they already weren't in it. People have questions of rosters before we start playing, and it's up to the players to be able to answer those. And what an answer we have seen out of SSG so far this event. It's been spectacular, but this series is not over yet. What does the Ultimates have here after the timeout?
You think of the rosters that Space Station Gaming has fielded here in Rocket League. They haven't missed much, have they? Oh. Here goes first killer. He's got LJ. No boost, no problem. LJ scores.
Look at that transition. First killer finding LJ here. Great initial touch and just leaves it. By the time Frosty realizes what happened, that one goes all the way in the back of the net here. Great start off, though, for Ultimates.
Well, now important to keep the momentum going. First killer, double. Oh, he needs one more, and it goes in.
And look at this from First Killer. Gets the chance here right off the kickoff, goes high, and then again, just gets a great touch there off the follow. Back-to-back goals here for Ultimates.
(2-0) now for the Ultimates. As Scribble's trying to get SSG back on the scoreboard, and it's not going to work out. Chronic back the other way. That's going to go off the crossbar and down and away. Well, right now it is all Ultimates coming out of their timeout, facing double match point in relegation to the lower bracket. And they're just waving the old Dikembe Mutombo finger. Not so fast.
The first killer with the double. Reveal had to get there to block that one out. Great pass. LG backflips though. Frosty has that one and looks to carry it upfield. It's been a little bit slower here for Space Station Gaming. Look at all this room First Killer has in the midfield as they have that comfortable 2-goal lead, and SSG feels like they're kind of overthinking a bit much. That's just open, and okay, First Killer will pick it up. No one was home there on Space Station Gaming.
Well, this is just a nightmare right now for SSG. All the momentum that they've built up with these close one-goal games, and it's all just been torn apart in the span of 100 seconds. And they may add another off the kickoff. Hey, SSG might not need a timeout if this goes to a 7th game, because they could probably spend the entire second half of this game treating it as a timeout if this keeps up. Got to get some kind of offensive momentum going right now. Frosty had that go off of him, and First Killer will just take it away, and here come the Ultimates again.
Chance here for it to just be very one-sided going into Game 7. And it's going to be up to Space Station Gaming to try to control this. This series has been so close that you wonder, can SSG actually output 3 goals with the time allotted? It's going to be a true test for them as they've let disaster strike early on here in Game 6.
First Killer's going to take this himself, try to correct course, and Reveal with the catch and sends it away. Scribbles, Frosty redirects that one home just past the defense. Ultimates even had this one lined up through everything they had to deal with, and just barely Frosty gets it through.
Count it, Stacks. Frosty gets 1. Now chance here to kind of reset if you're Space Station Gaming. Plenty of time if they can continue up this pace as they end up catching out First Killer and Ultimates. Now looking for more here as I can imagine the physicality is going to increase here for Space Station.
Oh, LJ chasing Reveal and got a big bump on him. First Killer has Chronic in support. Hasn't needed much support through the middle of the series. Though SSG has the 3-2 advantage, trying to close it out here. Down a couple of goals, drop down in front, and Scribbles stopped by First Killer.
Yeah, Scribbles, if he gets there a little bit faster, maybe he has a chance to place that better, but First Killer able to cut things out in time. Not too many more opportunities. He's going to be on SSG side unless they quicken the tempo.
Frosty thought about going for the midfield boost, realizes he's got to go all the way back, and he's got trouble coming. And a save made by Frosty nonetheless. There was interference coming along, and he held his ground. Keeps SSG in it here, down 2 goals. LJ all the way across. Scribbles is waiting for it. Shot on, easily sent away. And First Killer will try to kill off some more clock. Down to 1:10. And he's forced to give that one back up to Frosty. But SSG, they've got to take advantage of their opportunities because they are going to be few and far between, especially their high-quality chances.
And you can see they want to go, but this is where you have to execute if you want to be successful here on offense, because we're going to see more of these potential solo plays coming out from Ultimates. It's a great way to kill the clock. They don't even need to play towards the net. They can play the ball however they want to, but whoa, big whiff there for Reveal, and that's going to slow offense down even further. Reveal last back, has to stop Chronic, pass out, but Scribbles able to deny as we hit that final 30 seconds.
The wheels kind of fell off a little bit. And it's looking more and more like we're going to have Champions Field to start and close the day. Scribbles at Chronic. Frosty shot, stopped by LJ. 15 seconds. SSG got to move now if they're going to have a chance at a kickoff goal. And they've got to go the length of the field. +1. It's not going to have enough time. Reveal. Kick it away. 2 seconds. Got to have it here. No, it's high. And the Ultimates dominate Neo Tokyo en route to Champions Field.
If you're Ultimates, that's exactly how you want to come out off the timeout. Super successful, strike often, get yourself a great lead, and make SSG try to play from behind, but from a large deficit. And we've seen SSG output strong offensive chances, but they haven't been able to find the back of the net. We knew going into this, especially after those 3 goals were scored, it's going to be so hard for Space Station to equalize. They did stop the blading, but they could not get back in the scoring positions and really just putting things in with the time that was a lot left in the game.
Low scoring games relatively throughout the series, and then the Ultimates go off for 3 unanswered to kick off game 6, needing to win to keep the series alive. And here we are, Champions Field. It's how we started the day, Daz, with 9 lives and Gen G, and an absolutely wild comeback for 9 lives. And now we close it out with 2 of the squads that, again, we have a lot of high hopes for coming into the North American season. They have delivered here on Saturday.
Yeah, this one, eyes will definitely be on Space Station Gaming. I think this series has been so close, such high-level Rocket League throughout the competition, and it's been a real joy to watch this be the last match of the day. But now you get into this moment and you see Space Station Gaming starting to slip off, and just for honestly just watching how close this has been, you kind of are just rooting for him a little bit more, like, no, don't just slip away. You were doing so well. But Ultimates is that team that can output that level of offensive firepower to close this series out if Space Station are not playing up to the task. They dictate the pace going in. They let you know, okay, you're gonna have to play at this level. And SSG was up to the task, but now it feels like they're running out of gas in the tank here.
2 teams that try to kind of overwhelm the opposition with shot volume. One side, the Ultimates, actually has been quite a bit more successful than the other as the weekend has gone on. But now it comes down to one single game, and it really comes down to a battle of the minds. Which coach has their team in better position to handle the stress, the pressure of Game 7, Champions Field? Yes, it's online. Okay, maybe the pressure doesn't seem so big. It's a massive difference going into Sunday with 2 lives, rather from the upper bracket than the lower. Here we go.
Ultimates versus SSG Game 7. How's Expert talk to the team over the timeout? And do they have what it takes to kill the momentum of Ultimates and try to rally here to get a Game 7 win that could potentially stun a lot of people out watching this one in NA? Chance here for Scribble. Shot! Bang! 4 down and in! Space Station score!
What a relief that's got to be for SSG to come out in front. They started with a goal 8 seconds into this series, and more early fireworks now out of Scribbles and Space Station.
Kickoff reveal, the cheat there onto the play. First killer, really low boost, and Scribbles knew it, so that's why he's trying to get on top of the ball. Off to the side, and if Frosty's a little closer, maybe he gets a piece of that one, but a chance there. Wait, no, first killer, you've given it to Scribbles, and now you have to make a stop there. Otherwise, Scribbles had a chance to just drive that one all the way into the back of the net.
Composure, composure, composure. Who's got it here in Game 7? Big shot sent away, and Reveal had to be quick to that ball as well that skipped towards the net. First killer trying to do all he can, got a piece of Scribbles and the ball. And LJ trying to be as disruptive as he can. It's Chronic there, and first killer might have been in position if not for Frosty getting that huge demo. Chronic's across, trying to line it up, indirect off the ceiling, got to do it himself, and Reveal closes the door on him, and back and forth they go, battling in the SSG half. Finally cleared across the center line.
To be careful not to overcommit or just have too many people in the same spot and bunch up if you're Space Station Gaming. This is a lot of room for Ultimates though on this offensive attack. First killer's trying to look for a bump. He ends up rotating out. and a potential chance there for Ultimates to make a little bit more happen on that offense, and we just have to play this ball out the corner.
Will one goal hold up with all the twists and turns that this series has had? First killer towards Chronic. Gonna slow play this. Try to set up LJ and reveal up to the task. But a little miscommunication there between reveal and Frosty. That delay gave LJ a little window to maybe aim for. Now first killer up ahead towards LJ. Can he get this ball down in front? No, Frosty sure-handed at the back, and well done by the defensive space station.
LJ got that mid boost. I was a little concerned because he used all his boost to go for a bump there on the opposing back wall. It didn't end up with anything. The Ultimates have been taking care of the ball very well. They haven't overcommitted as well, but a chance here, a double demo, so a little bit of space. The first killer will pop that ball very high as he tries to force Scribbles to give the ball towards his teammates. Again, you normally see Space Station doing a good job of playing that challenge game, but they definitely switched things up here. And it could have just happened from wherever they were talking about over the course of the timeout. They are not sending too many people forward to really try to make Ultimates uncomfortable with the demo play. Instead, they're just letting them play the ball into him. There's a great shot from Scribbles, but it's not enough, and Frosty has to stop LJ. There's the flick, and there's the save.
Frosty finally given a bit of a reprieve because he was kind of forced. He was trying to get back for boost, and then Scribble spawned in and took it away, and then he got stuck in his own net, being hampered by the Ultimates attack. But sure enough, at the back, then reveal forces his way through, and it goes in just across the line before the Ultimates could catch up. And with 100 seconds remaining, it's SSG by 2.
Big on that 50 for reveal. Rolls right through. Like you said, up by 2. Is this how Ultimates go out, not even getting anything on the board here? We've got to see some fight out of them in Game 7.
Boy, after the big turnaround in Game 6, Chronic is there trying to get reveal out of the way. First killer just pops it back, but nobody else was ready to go forward, so now Chronic all the way across. Time to throw caution to the wind. Down 2 with 1:20. LJ stopped by Frosty. Frosty kind of turned himself sideways on the wall, so maybe a break for the Ultimates. LJ can keep the play alive. First killer circling around. He's ready to jump back into the play, and then, well, he got the demo on Scribbles, but still got towards the net. It's open for LJ, and Ultimates cut it within 1.
And they just kept giving him the ball. They kept seeing LJ, and the passes came through so clean. 0 boost. He turns on the dime. Brian trusts him with the shot, and LJ scores. 1:03 to go, and LJ on the board here offensively. Ultimates with a chance.
Chance is all they need. Final minute. White knuckle time now for SSG. Frosty got over 1, and that's all he needed to do. And the lead is back to 2.
And all of a sudden, it's gotten a little cold here on Champions Field. Frosty sees LJ, goes right over him, and now a 2-goal lead once again. Can they keep this up?
Oh, very aggressive kickoff out of the Ultimates, but it has not yielded offense. Instead, it almost delivered the final blow from SSG. Scribbles just thrown at the net. Hope something good happens. It forces Ultimates to stay back and slows them down significantly, trying to get forward. Chronic jumping in front. That ball didn't go very far. LJ now has first killer streaking forward. He's up, and so too is the defense of SSG. Scribbles and reveal waiting to jump in again with 20 seconds left. LJ looking for first killer. Can he get one more? Yes, and Scribbles still saved it. The young squad will not be denied tonight. Space Station Gaming take Ultimate's best shot over and over and over again. But when the dust settles, it's still the snowmen of SSG taking down the Ultimates.
Space Station Gaming. Remember the name. They have been a force through the bracket as this tournament has gone on, taking down Titan after Titan. And they show no signs of stopping, Stacks. What a series we get to close out the day with.
the giant killers of SSG. And sooner or later, that might be cannibalism. They themselves may well be regarded as the giants in North America, because who comes out of the upper bracket? Well, so far them. They've got one more test tomorrow on their way towards the finals. But man, oh man, they've taken everybody in front of them, taken on all comers, and swatted them aside. What an impressive weekend so far out of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. So not only are you able to see them kind of start off hot, you see what they look like when, again, they're kind of pushed to their limit, so to speak. You know, going into the game 7, you would have thought, okay, this is really close here on the side of SSG. I don't know if they have what it takes. They had a lot of very obvious mistakes in game 6. Can they clean that up? Not only do they clean that up, they don't let go of the gas as soon as game 7 starts. And I mean, what an adjustment for them. Let's see if they can continue it over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, they have a lot on their plate for a team that is so inexperienced, and they are getting trial by fire and passing with flying colors. It is Space Station Gaming in 7 to close out the night.
Space Station proving everybody right, proving us wrong up here. What a performance in game 7, able to secure it there with an incredible save from Scribbles Bates. What a thrilling way to end the first broadcast.
Listen, it was a thrilling way to end the first broadcast. Both teams that kind of came out a little slow. SSG, you gotta say, somewhere XPR is doing great. Coaches, the grind during the offseason for the 3 young guns, they've definitely improved significantly from last season to be able to go up against the Ultimate squad and just really meet them tack for tack. And when Ultimates had to kick it in the high gear, had to go for the crazy plays, they were still there and they bested them in every single moment. And you know who's even better than them? Their social media guy. Apparently, he had the screenshot ready to go. He tweeted immediately. So, yeah. Watch 3 incorrect. SSG gets a big dub on Chancefield Hurt.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. 1, shout out to you for using a screenshot where I was smiling and didn't look too bad. 2, shout out to SSG. I mean, this was a really big proving moment. I think for a lot of people in the community, we wanted to know if they were capable of taking down people that everybody thought they should, in theory, lose against. So this, I think, is the moment where SSG really puts their foot forward and say, hey, you know what? We are one of the top teams in NA now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, you know, you're talking about, I'm so excited this is gonna be like a two-team race here, Bates. You know, like it's not just gonna be just 2 loses to NRG.
Yeah, I might
this
be
season.
incorrect about that.
But I don't. Yeah, I'm wondering. Like, I mean, the pros power ranked Space Station 7th, and here they are having a great first tournament.
You know, it's crazy because then you got Safu saying SSG's going to win, and the CRO's got Phil and Space going. They're all of a sudden claiming, all these pros and coaches are claiming SSG. They had them up there the whole entire time. But you got to say, SSG, they got 2 great wins so far. Beat the best team in North America still currently. That's NRG, and 2 proven otherwise. You got to be able to win this tournament at least to give somebody a cause for pause for that. And you beat the Ultimates, who in everybody's eyes, even in the pros' eyes, they're the second best team, if not the best team in North America. They got 2 great wins so far. This hasn't been an easy run. And now they just got to finish in Championship Sunday. They're looking good, Wave. Looking great.
I mean, this is sort of the thing we saw from the Snowmen last season. Was like one really amazing weekend that makes us go, oh wait, maybe this is the new thing, right? It's being able to do it twice. It's being able to have that same consistency, right? You were talking about this Herc in the pre-show, though. Like that's like the Ultimate's problem. Their highs have always been super high. It's that floor that's pesky that'll get them sometimes, and all of a sudden, like there's like, what are we doing? What are we watching here? You know? So the consistent we saw there from SSG, fantastic, and a beautiful way to close out a very difficult back and forth series.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at these replays and you can just see how connected Space Station was. Of course, Ultimates are going to prove everybody and show that they are capable of figuring themselves out, but that was a prime example of, you know, the Ultimates defensively were very much separated. It felt like, you know, there obviously was a level of communication that was going on, but not to the degree that Space Station had. Frosty Reveal and Scribbles really have upped themselves since we all last seen them in the RLCS.
Listen, I'm back on this Fennec thing, bro. Now I'm back on the Fennec. I just don't believe that the Fennec fits some players' play styles. And I'm gonna have to say, after watching my man FK on Fennec for this long, for about 2 seasons now, I want to see him back on Octane. I want to feel more FK presence. I want to have him be dominant on offense. I don't get that every single series like I used to, and I know you can see that. And in a series like this where you got Space Station just playing so consistently solid, you need big plays. They didn't happen this time.
It didn't happen this time. Space Station able to pull off the win, and we are joined by the coach, Xpear, congratulations on the win, man. Walk me through that series from your perspective. Like, at what point did you know, okay, we have actually won this thing?
Thank you. No, I think we were confident even before the series. We've been performing very well throughout the entire off-season in scrims, so we just came into this entire split confident in ourselves. And I think winning that first series was the unlocker, and now we're just cruising in, to be honest.
Bro, first off, nice seeing you. Haven't seen you.
Nice
seen you a
to
little
you
bit.
as well.
You got a nice little shape up on the beard. I got 2 questions. But my first one's more important, I think. Are you in heaven right now?
Yeah. I mean, either these or like my lads back there and you're not seeing me, so it's whatever you think it's best.
I'm just trying to see because it's got a lot of white background going on. I don't know what's happening, but it looks kind of cool. Secondly, talk to me about the difference between coaching in EU and then coming over here coaching in NA, especially coaching up 3 young players as well. Been with them.
I mean,
you saw some of their flaws, etc., and you've been working on that.
I mean, coaching, it's the exact same. They're just kids, so they're very influenceable and just it's easy to coach them. Main hard thing is the fact that NA doesn't grind the game, so I basically forced them to go QEU ranked because they cannot queue NA. So that's like the hardest part, but it's pretty much the same, and I'm enjoying, to be honest. And it's the exact same thing. I built a Liquid roster from the ground go. I did the same with these boys. I just left them alone for a year last season. And now I'm with them, so I'm happy with this. It's a good result right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, speaking of good results, I do want to go a little bit further back into your group stage. You guys were the team to take down NRG and Deleted Gaming, who also fell out today. I mean, did you feel like going to be really strong indicators of today, or did you feel like even from then there was more to improve on?
No, I think there's still a lot to improve. Like, I hope Frosty doesn't mind me sharing this, but he has a bacteria right now going on in his stomach. So we're not at our best right now. He's trying his best to stay locked in, but it's pretty hard since he has to go to the toilet every few minutes. So pretty happy with the performance regardless of that. But yeah, like this entire tournament is just being us enjoying it and having fun because we don't think this is our best yet. So we think we can do better than this. So yeah, we're going to be improving from every series.
That is incredible as you play this well with the players now feeling 100%. Can't wait to see how they play when they get there, and best of luck to Frosty on getting better there. Tomorrow, you will be playing the winner of Deleted versus 9 Lives. Thoughts on that matchup? Is there one opponent you'd hope to get to face more?
No, whoever comes, we're happy to play. We don't see who's on the other side. We focus on ourselves, we stay calm and we play.
Well, Xpear, congratulations on the win today. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. The Space Station in the semifinals guaranteed a top 4 finish here, and they will wait for the results of Deleted Gaming versus 9 Lives tomorrow. On the other side of the bracket, Complexity waits for the Ultimates versus NRG, and what a battle. We thought that was going to be grand finals, Bates.
Wow, listen, the implications are already crazy right now in terms of points and making it to Birmingham. Ultimates NRG, the loser, that I believe Bo's out of the tournament at 5 points. If I have my points correct, we have a new point system, so I do apologize if that isn't correct necessarily. Don't take my word for it. I believe it's 5 though. And 5's a big deal. 5's a big deal because the winner of this gets 15, second gets 10, and semifinals gets 7, and every single point matters. I feel like even more so than last year. So that's a big matchup. But then on the other side, you got Deleted versus 9 Lives. Huge game for them. 9 Lives trying to get an organization. If they can end up beating Deleted Gaming, you might be able to show a team, maybe even a Cloud9 Herc. I don't know, might have to get a little word in for them. And
they already have the 9 in the name.
I'm just here to scout at this point.
So big matchups. And then Complexity as well. A team that Chicago was on stream earlier, Wave, saying that they might be the most informed team. They might go up against the NRG Ultimates team fresh off a victory. They might end up losing and only get 7 points to their name rather than potentially getting 10 to 15. So massive implications tomorrow already. You don't want to miss out. I'm already excited.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, folks, if you want to watch these players play in person, make sure you're getting your tickets to the Birmingham Major. You can scan the QR code on your screen to find the link to that. The tickets to the Raleigh Major go live January 22nd, so keep your eyes tuned to social media for when those are happening if you can only make it to the North American events. But I promise you, if you can make it to that UK event in Birmingham, you're going to want to be there. It's going to be an amazing way to kick off the 2025 season in person. So we've got 5 matches left here for the conclusion of our tournament, the first open here of the Birmingham Major. We got 5 matches tomorrow. It'll be Deleted versus 9 Lives kicking things off, and then we'll have the Ultimates versus NRG. Winners of those matches will advance to play Space Station and Complexity respectively, and the winners of those 2 matches will face off for the title of Open Champion, hoisting the first trophy here in North America for 2025. It's going to be a wild, great day here. Herc, any things people should be expecting tomorrow?
Ooh, I mean, honestly, expect potential upsets. We never really know. At this point, after today, I feel like I don't even know what's going on anymore. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be really fun.
It was a bad day for predictions up here on the desk. Me and Bates will be here all day tomorrow. You'll get to see Herc and the other gang as well, folks. We'll have the broadcast pre-show kicking off at 9:30 Pacific a.m. Games beginning at 10 a.m. Pacific. You won't want to miss it. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press. Walking on them. One moment to escape. Walking on the moon. This is how I feel when you take me to some never been.